Chapter 121. Just as he finished speaking, the two of them felt their feet were heavy and their heads light. From lying down to standing up, the coffin boat suddenly stood up and quickly fell down, doing a big somersault. Hua Cheng hugged Xiao Yan's waist tightly with one hand and placed the other on his head to protect him. He said, "Hold on to me. If it was outside, it would be 3 times more than this time." Xiao Yan could handle it, but the bad thing was that he was limited to a small space. His hands and feet could not move. He did not know what he had encountered outside. He could only be on guard and secretly anxious. He said, "What if the coffin boat cracks?" Hua Cheng said, "It's okay. I'm not afraid of it cracking. With me, you can't sink." They were so close to each other that Hua Cheng's words were almost said while kissing his hair. Xiao Yan could even feel the slight vibration coming from his Adam's apple, and his mind was slightly distracted. Then, his attention was taken away by the violently churning coffin boat. This boat seemed to have become a child's toy. It was held in the hands of a 3-year-old child, shaking and swinging it wildly. As a last resort, Xiao Yan hugged Hua Cheng tightly with one hand and held the coffin with the other. In the chaos, the two of them went up and down, tossing and turning, changing positions several times. They hit and rubbed all the messy parts of the other party's body. Although Hua Cheng looked like a teenager, after being hit by him for so long, he realized that his entire body was hard. Xiao Yan was tossed around until he saw stars. It wasn't easy for him to feel calm for a while, but he found that he was already pressed under Hua Cheng's body. His body was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Xiao Yan raised his hand with difficulty and grabbed Hua Cheng's firm forearm that was supporting his side. He groaned softly and said dizzily, "Is that enough?" For some reason, Hua Cheng didn't reply to him. Before Xiao Yan could finish his sentence, his breathing suddenly stopped. Because he suddenly sensed that an unusual change had occurred in a certain part of his body. In an instant, Xiao Yan's mood was even more inconceivable than seeing an iron tree blossom. At least, seeing an iron tree blossom wouldn't make his mind go blank like it was now. 120% shame and embarrassment gathered into a storm that was even fiercer than the one outside the coffin, beating him into a sorry state. Xiao Yan hurriedly bent his knees. Who would have thought that this posture would be too awkward? As he bent his knees, he seemed to have touched something that he shouldn't have touched. This caused Hua Cheng to shout in a low voice, "Don't move." His tone was extremely heavy, and Xiao Yan hurriedly retracted his leg. However, if he didn't bend his knees, he was afraid that Hua Cheng would notice his body's reaction. In that case, it would be better to just bang his head against the wall and die in the coffin. Originally, it could be explained as involuntary, but the awkward thing was that there was already a previous incident on the island. It could be said that it was unintentional if it happened once or twice, but how could it be clear if it happened 3 or 4 times? In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yan blurted out, "No. San Lang, don't touch me." After a moment of silence, Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "All right. Let's go out." As if he had been granted amnesty, Xiao Yan said, "Out." Suddenly, a strong sense of weightlessness assaulted them. The coffin boat that the two of them were on actually soared into the sky. At the same time, Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan each slapped their palms on the inside of the coffin boat. The coffin boat immediately split into pieces, and the two of them escaped from the boat, leaping out together. Under the moonlight, Xiao Yan turned his head to look and saw a gigantic water dragon holding the shattered coffin in its mouth. It was currently roaring in the heavy rain, as if it had bitten off a mouthful of food and discovered that it was an empty box, causing it to become extremely angry. Just now, it was definitely this water dragon that had bitten the coffin boat and violently swung it around, tossing it around, tossing it around. The coffin boat had originally been out in the sea, but after drifting for a while, the water dragon swam over and brought it back. The two of them landed on the ground and once again returned to Blackwater Island. On the shore, there were 2 more silhouettes. It was precisely Magistrate Wu Du and General Pei Ming. Sure, Wu Du had yet to retract his hand seal. Facing the wind and rain, it seemed as if he still wanted to summon that water dragon. Pei Ming patted his shoulder and said, Shui Shixiang. Shui Shixiang, take it easy. This round has passed, and we don't know when the next round will come. Save up some strength. As it turned out, that sudden rain just now was the accompaniment of Shi Wudu's heavenly tribulation. As the rain gradually lessened, Shi Wudu waved his hand and turned towards Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan. He asked, what happened to you two? Pei Ming also said, that's right, Your Highness, please explain. What happened? What were you two doing inside? When the coffin boat exploded, the way they hugged each other must have been clearly seen by the others. Xiao Yan blinked a few times and was about to say something when he suddenly realized that he and Hua Cheng had been tossing and turning in the narrow coffin boat for a while. Both of their hair and clothes were in disarray, and they looked as indecent as could be. And when he wiped away the rain on his face, his cheeks were still boiling hot. Hua Cheng took a step forward and stood in front of him. After a while, Xiao Yan coughed lightly and said, nothing happened. It's just that, the coffin was too small. Shi Wudu was baffled. I didn't ask about that. Pei Ming pointed at the pile of scrap wood they had left on the beach and said, that coffin was made by you guys on the spot, right? Didn't you guys know how to make it bigger? This coffin boat's shape was decided by Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan together. At that time, it seemed that neither of them had thought of making it bigger. Xiao Yan could only say, that's true. Ha, ha. Did the two of you just drift near this island? Pei Ming said, that's right. Shui Shixiang fought with the Black Water Ghost Island's currents the entire way. Just as we arrived on this island, we actually saw a coffin floating on the Black Water Ghost Island's surface. How magical. Xiao Yan's heart slowly rose. He smiled and said, that's right. How magical. Shi Wudu said, you. He turned towards Hua Cheng and narrowed his eyes. Didn't they say on the ship that the only things that could not sink in the Black Water Ghost Island were coffins that had been used to hold the dead? Pei Ming pulled out her sword and said unhurriedly, that's right. We have a coffin. Then where is the dead? Hua Cheng also smiled and said, if you're so concerned about someone's death, I suggest you kill yourself. Pei Ming raised her sword and said, how arrogant. As expected of the blood rain Tanhua. Sure enough, he had already guessed it. Hua Cheng laughed out loud. Just as the weapons were about to clash, Xiao Yan blocked in front of Hua Cheng and said, sirs, please calm down. Don't worry. San Lang has good intentions. Pei Ming said, San Lang. I've never heard of His Excellency Blood Rain Tanhua's family ranking. Good intentions? Your Highness, are you sure you're talking about him? Shi Wudu had to stand in the most conspicuous position. Thus, he pushed Pei Ming away and said sternly, was this your doing all this along the way? What's your purpose in luring us to the Black Water Ghost Island? Where's Qing Xian? Hua Cheng said, this is someone else's territory. Did you think I wanted to come here? Xiao Yan was already used to this kind of situation. He skillfully changed the topic and said, haven't you found the Wind Master yet? Didn't General Pei go to fish them up? Pei Ming shrugged and said, I was about to fish them up. Shui Shixiang made a huge wave and scattered them. Shi Wudu said, Brother Pei, don't be mistaken. If I don't make waves, the things in the sea will come out one by one. You won't be able to fish them up. Xiao Yan hurriedly said, don't be agitated, don't be agitated. That Wind Master and Earth Master are together. It shouldn't be too big of a problem. Shi Wudu snorted and said, Earth Master. What's the use of Earth Master? He's not a martial god. His mana isn't even as good as Qing Xian's. At this point, he seemed to remember that Shi Qing Xian no longer had any mana left. His expression turned serious and he stopped talking. Xiao Yan thought to himself, everyone has their own specialties. Even though Ming Yi wasn't a martial god and his mana wasn't particularly strong, he wasn't as bad as Master Shui said. Moreover, at the Banyu Pass, Earth Master had displayed skills that weren't too bad. Even if they weren't top-notch, they wouldn't be too bad. Pei Ming also said, don't worry too much. As long as he doesn't go up against Xian Gui, Earth Master should be able to handle it. Hua Qing smiled and said, the Heaven's Calamity has already chased you all the way to the Blackwater Ghost Island. You guys have messed up its waters, and you still expect the owner of this area to not notice? Suddenly, Shi Wudu's expression changed slightly and he took out a longevity golden locket from his collar. Pei Ming said, Senior Apprentice Brother Shui, what's the situation? The longevity golden locket seemed to be vibrating in his hand. Shi Wudu said, Qing Xian is nearby, and he's injured. Xiao Yan looked at the golden locket. It was exactly the same as the one that Qing Xian wore on his body that day. He took it off to hold the formation and was left behind. He said, does Wind Master still have that longevity locket? I remember he took it off. Shi Wudu said, I kept it and put it on him. It turned out that these two longevity lockets were made from two pieces of Brother's metal essence. When they were not far away and one of their owners was bleeding and injured, they would resonate with each other. The closer they were, the stronger the resonance. This wasn't caused by spells. It was a natural oddity, which was why it wasn't affected by the Ghost Realm execution ground. Shi Wudu took the longevity locket off his neck and hung it in his hand. He raised it horizontally in front of him and turned it around slowly. When he faced a certain direction, the vibrations of the golden locket suddenly became stronger. It was the direction of the forest, facing the unfathomable center of the isolated island. Shi Wudu said, Qing Xian is on this island now. As he finished, he strode towards the forest. Pei Ming naturally followed. Xiao Yan thought about it. Since Wind Master and Earth Master were on this island, and Wind Master seemed to be injured and bleeding, it was better to find them first. He said, Sirs, there are little ghosts hiding in the forest. Be careful of sneak attacks. Hua Qing had also caught up to them. Xiao Yan had originally wanted to hold his hand, but when he recalled how he had lost control of himself in the coffin, he couldn't help but shrink his hand back. In the end, he pulled on Hua Cheng's sleeve, not daring to look at the expression on his face. Pei Ming, however, turned back frequently and said, Blood Rain Tanhua, Your Highness, the two of you are really glued to each other. You, a spirit king, are following us so openly. Don't you want to avoid arousing suspicion? Xiao Yan said calmly, what is General Pei saying? Under such circumstances, he should follow us to avoid arousing suspicion. Otherwise, if the two sirs are in danger and suspect him of doing something behind our backs, how can he explain himself? Pei Ming said, at this point, what difference does it make whether he is in front of us or not? Isn't it easy to use the art of separation? As soon as he finished, there was a sharp sound of wind breaking. Pei Ming raised his hand and grabbed a hidden arrow. He said, there really is something. That was close. Senior Apprentice Brother Shui, be careful. Before he could finish his sentence, 7 or 8 hidden arrows flew towards him. Ding ling dang lang, Pei Ming raised his sword and swept it around. Puzzled, he asked, what are they doing? Shi Wudu laughed and said, Brother Pei, you better be careful. As he finished, he quickened his pace. If they were just hiding in the dark and shooting arrows, there was nothing to be afraid of, but it was very annoying. Pei Ming was impatient. He flattened the bushes, and not long after, he picked up a few little ghosts. He said, you guys are very brave, aren't you? Those little ghosts were sallow and emaciated. They were the lowest level of minions. Being held in his hands, they were so frightened by the general that they shrunk into balls and begged for mercy. After all, they were the gatekeepers of someone else's house. It was understandable for them to defend against outsiders. Pei Ming threatened them a few times and let them go. But later on, he met especially vicious and cunning ones. He simply squeezed them into balls and slapped them away. The four of them walked through the dense forest. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the resonance of the golden locks in Shi Wudu's hands became stronger and stronger. Finally, they arrived at a spacious area in the center of the forest. In the center of the forest was a lake. The four of them walked towards it. Suddenly, Pei Ming said, "Blood rain Tanhua, if you keep joking, I won't be able to endure it." Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan looked at him, then at each other. Pei Ming frowned. "If you want to fight, then fight fair and square. I'm not on the same path as those 33 heavenly officials. I might not be afraid of you, but pushing you from time to time is boring." Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows. "Brother, you have to believe me, this has nothing to do with me." Xiao Yan said, "General Pei, he wouldn't make such a senseless joke." Pei Ming asked suspiciously, "Is that so?" Xiao Yan became vigilant. "Be careful that there are other things on this island causing mischief." Pei Ming didn't say anything. At this moment, Shi Wudu slowed down and said, "It's here." The resonance of the longevity golden locks was the strongest here. This meant that Shi Qing Xian was here, close at hand. However, they could clearly see that other than a lake, there was nothing else. Pei Ming said, "Could it be that there's an underground palace?" Shi Wudu stared at the surface of the water. Xiao Yan said, "It's also possible that it's at the bottom of the water." However, the lake on this black water island couldn't be casually entered. If they went down, they might not be able to come back up. The surface of the lake was calm without a single ripple. It was like a huge mirror that reflected the pale white moon hanging high in the night sky. There were no stars or clouds. The four of them walked around the edge of the lake. Xiao Yan was thinking about how to explore the bottom of the lake when he was caught off guard. A scream pierced through the night sky. The one walking in front was Shi Wudu, and the one walking at the back was Pei Ming. The three people in front all turned around to look. The scream came from the little ghost that Pei Ming had caught along the way. Its emaciated body was standing on the ground. Its head was nowhere to be seen. Black blood spurted out of its neck almost 10 feet high. Its head flew into the air and was screaming. Xiao Yan said, "General Pei, why did you suddenly kill it?" Pei Ming said, "No." Before he finished speaking, his body sank and he landed on one knee. Hua Qing smiled. "There's no need to be so courteous." However, Pei Ming's expression was extremely stunned. He shouted, "Shui Shixiang, be careful." However, what should he be careful of? Other than the four of them, there was nothing else by the lake. Pei Ming seemed to be trapped by something invisible. Shi Wudu rushed over to help, but a cold light flashed in the air. He dodged immediately. However, half of his face still had a bloodstain. He wiped it with his hand and his expression changed. Xiao Yan protected Hua Qing behind him. Invisibility technique? Pei Ming finally broke free from the invisible thing that was suppressing him. He shouted, "Gather! Don't disperse!" Shi Wudu did not care. He felt that the longevity lock was resonating again. He took it and ran around the lake while shouting, "Qing Xian! Qing Xian!" The scene was extremely chaotic. However, amidst the chaos, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered something extremely strange. The edge of the lake was empty and flat. There was nothing. However, the reflection of the lake did not look like this. In the reflection, there was a dark building on the other side of the lake. The building was gloomy. It did not look like it was meant for people to live in. It looked more like a prison. There was no door. There was only a tall window that was mercilessly sealed by a row of iron bars. A pale hand stretched out from the iron bars. It was waving desperately as if it was asking for help. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the other side of the lake. Indeed, there was nothing. Sure Wudu was there holding the longevity lock. He looked down again. The reflection of the lake did indeed reflect an eerie iron prison. Sure Wudu was in front of this iron prison. He looked around but could not see it at all. He blurted out, "Sirs, I found it. Look." At this moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. There was something new reflected in the black lake. Chapter 122. And on the shore, behind them, there was still no one. Xiao Yan had been worried the whole way, and when he saw this, he stabbed back with his hand. The black shadow was clearly stabbed by him, but it was like stabbing a ball of water, and a ripple spread out, it disappeared on the spot. Hua Cheng also tilted his head slightly, looking in the direction where the black shadow disappeared. He frowned. Then, more shadows of human figures appeared in the water, their pale faces and pairs of pale hands were the only eye-catching thing in the dark night. Xiao Yan swept out with his sword. He shouted, "General Pei! Go to the side of the water, look at the reflection. The reflection in the water can reflect those things. If not for the fact that they were in the ghost region, these little ghosts would not have been able to get close to the priest." Pei Ming could not see the enemy just now. Now that he noticed something, he stared at the water. With two swishes of his sword, he dealt with the group of ghosts that surrounded him. And Sure Wudu finally noticed the strangeness of the reflection. He knelt by the water, he lowered his head and said, "Qingxian, are you there?" The water was pitch black, and the iron prison was also pitch black. They merged into one. It was hard to notice, only that hand was white. In a flash, a face suddenly appeared in the middle of the iron bars. It was Shi Qingxian. He did not seem to see Sure Wudu outside the iron prison. With a creepy expression, he grabbed the iron bars with both hands and squeezed his head out with all his might, as if he was shouting for help, but not a single sound could be heard. After shouting for a while, suddenly 5 or 6 withered hands grabbed his head, face, neck, and shoulders, and dragged him down. Seeing this, Sure Wudu cursed and was about to jump into the water. Pei Ming grabbed him and said, "Senior brother Shui, don't. How do you know this is not a trap? The water from the South Sea can't be transferred over. As the water god, if you enter other people's waters, won't you be meat on the chopping block?" Sure Wudu patted his shoulder and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to look after me outside." He then pushed him away and jumped into the black water lake. Once he entered the water, he did not float up again. Pei Ming said, "Senior Marshal Brother Shui." But he could not follow him down, because he knew that there was probably a boundary under the lake. It was just like the trap set in some ancient tombs. When an outsider broke in, they could open the tomb door from the outside. However, once they entered, the tomb door would automatically close and could not be opened from the inside. The tomb robbers would be trapped in there and die. It was hard to say if this world did not have similar settings. Xiao Yan said, "General Pei, don't go down, there are corpses at your feet. Go back to the beach, make a coffin, and prepare to leave." "I'm going down." Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, can you do it?" Xiao Yan said, "Your spiritual power has pretty much been depleted by now. We're about the same, so I'm more experienced in fighting than you." Pei Ming then looked at Hua Cheng beside him and remembered that he could float on the water. The two of them were more useful here than him, not less. Without another word, he picked up the little ghost's corpse and ran out of the forest. Xiao Yan turned his head and said, "San Lang, please lend me a little of your magic power, just a little is enough." Hua Cheng didn't say a word and lightly patted Xiao Yan's back. The tip of the fragrant heart sword immediately swept out a pillar of white light, killing all the little ghosts in one strike. Xiao Yan was speechless for a moment. Then, he put away his sword and said, "I'm leaving." The two of them jumped into the water at the same time. However, at the bottom of the black water lake, other than the lake water being abnormally cold, there were actually no abnormalities. Moreover, it was different from the black water ghost tribes, sinking upon entering the water. This water was clearly capable of floating, no different from ordinary lake water. Xiao Yan felt strange and took the initiative to swim downstream. Not long after, he swam to the bottom of the lake. He didn't see any strange mechanisms under the water, nor did he see any wind or water masters. He frowned and thought for a moment before swimming upstream. After a moment, Xiao Yan broke through the water and took a few breaths. He wiped the water off his face, only then did he discover that the scenery on the shore was already different. Beside the Blackwater Lake, there was now an additional iron prison. It was the one that was reflected in the water just now. But other than that, the rest of the scenery by the lake was exactly the same. Moreover, it was excessively quiet, which made it seem extremely strange. Shi Wudu had already come ashore and was smashing the lock of the iron prison with a huge rock. He was the water god. Now that he had entered the territory of another powerful water master, he could not mobilize the water in his domain. He was like a beast without teeth and claws. Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng came up to the table. When Shi Wudu saw Xiao Yan, his eyes lit up. He raised his hand and said, "Martial God." Good timing. Quick, use your martial god's method to deal with it. Xiao Yan thought to himself, now everyone knows how good the war god is. He silently stepped forward and kicked the lock, causing it to shatter. With another kick, the cell door opened wide. Shi Wudu rushed in and said, "Qing," unexpectedly. Before he could rush in, a bunch of people rushed out from inside, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Ah! This group of people were all unkempt and unkempt. They were skinny, their eyes were lifeless, and their clothes did not cover their bodies. They were so dirty that it was as if they had not bathed for 10 years. Their ribs were protruding out in rows, and their hands were clawing wildly. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. It was a terrifying sight. Their mouths were also screaming like ghosts, like a torrent of turbid water flowing out. Shi Wudu was simply stunned. However, these people only escaped and did not bother him. Hence, after being stunned for a moment, he did not care anymore and continued to rush in. Qing. After a few steps, he suddenly staggered. The floor was extremely slippery, and he almost fell. Moreover, there was an indescribable stench coming from within the iron prison. Xiao Yan could smell it even before he entered. He held his breath. Shi Wudu covered his mouth and nose with his sleeves and continued to rush in. Finally, he shouted, "Qing Xian." The prison was pitch black. Private cries and strange whispers could be heard. After a while, a voice said, "Brother." Sure enough, Shi Qing Xian was sitting in the deepest part of the iron prison, leaning against a wall. On the wall was the only high window in the iron prison. The moonlight that seeped through the window made his entire body pale. And beside him, a group of dirty weird people surrounded him. Some of them were covered in ulcers, some were squeaking like pigs, some were thinking that they were chickens pecking at rice, and some were hugging Shi Qing Xian, crying and calling him baby. They were all crazy. Shi Qing Xian was a god official back then, and he had never fallen into such a situation in his life. Shi Wudu went up and blasted, "Scram! What kind of ghost is this?" Even though he and Shi Qing Xian looked alike, their auras were completely different. Now that his mana was greatly reduced, he was even more powerful. Those crazy people were so scared that they covered their heads and scurried away. Xiao Yan could not help but feel pity. Shi Qing Xian also said, "Brother, don't hit them, they are not little ghosts. These are all living people." It was absolutely true. Even though these people looked more like ghosts than ghosts, but upon closer inspection, they were all living people. Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly startled, and thought, why did the Blackwater Xian ghost lock up such a group of people here? However, Shi Wudu did not care about this. He raised the longevity golden lock with one hand and grabbed Shi Qingxian's arm with the other, and said, "How did you get here? Where are you hurt?" Shi Qingxian's body was indeed dirty, and his leg was bleeding a little, but it seemed to be fine. He said, "We don't know how we got here, we fainted after a wave hit us, and when we woke up, we were already here. It's just a small injury, it's not a big deal." Brother Ming's injuries are more serious. Only then did the few of them realize that Ming Yi was lying on the ground at the side. His complexion was extremely bad, but it was not bad because he was unhappy. Xiao Yan said, "What happened to Master Earth?" Shi Qingxian said, "It seems that he was bitten by something in the sea. The teeth and thorns of those bonefish are covered in green moss, they are all poisonous. I gave him all the medicine I had on me, but, sigh." Xiao Yan squatted down, wanting to take a closer look, but he almost fainted from the stench here. Looking around, there were some wooden buckets, and the buckets were filled with swill. There was a rancid and moldy smell, as well as the rotting smell of pus and blood, and even the terrifying smell of a chamber pot that had not been poured for a few months. Shi Wudu could not bear it anymore, and said, "Such a disgusting taste, this black water Chen Zhou's taste is not that good either. Qingxian, let's go." He grabbed Shi Qingxian and dragged him out, but Shi Qingxian said, "I'm fine, I don't need help." He picked up Ming Yi, and only then did he slowly leave the iron prison. However, it was easy to come in, but difficult to leave. The border passage of the Black Water Lake had already been sealed. After going into the water a few times, and then coming out of the lake, the scenery did not change at all, proving that they were indeed left in the Blackwater Lake border, unable to get out. Shi Qingxian said, "Where's General Pei?" Shi Wudu said, "I let Brother Pei stay outside, he should also think of a way." Xiao Yan said, "I let General Pei go build the coffin boat first, wait for you guys to get out, then immediately leave." Shi Wudu said, "If he finishes building the coffin boat, he can go back and report first, then come find us." However, Ming Yi was already injured, although he did not know how strong the poison was, it was better to leave as soon as possible, he was afraid that they could not wait that long. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yan said, "Although this Blackwater Xian ghost lives in seclusion overseas, he should not stay forever, right? Could it be that when he wants to go out, he has to cross the entire Blackwater ghost domain?" Shi Wudu said, "Yes, you are right. There must be a place on this island that can shrink 1,000 miles. Originally, he did not treat Xiao Yan differently, but now that they had gone through a disaster together, and Xiao Yan had saved Shi Qingxian several times, he naturally looked at him in a different light, and so he did not hesitate to agree. At this time, Ming Yi slightly raised his hand, and Shi Qingxian said, "Brother Ming? What do you want to say?" As if to save energy, Ming Yi did not open his mouth, and only raised his hand higher. Everyone looked in the direction of his raised hand, and saw a dark building standing in the depths of the forest. Ming Yi lowered his hand, and said in a hoarse voice, "That place. What does it do, do you know?" Xiao Yan said, "I don't know. When we first came here, we did not see this thing." Shi Wudu narrowed his eyes, and said, "Then it should be the Blackwater Xian Ghost's Netherworld Water Mansion." Rumor had it that the residence of the Blackwater Xian Ghost was called the Netherworld Water Mansion. After coming to a conclusion, Shi Wudu said, "Let's go." He actually did not avoid the taboo, and directly set off there. Although it seemed reckless, in this situation, what else could they do other than leave? If just now, they had been circling around the other person's courtyard, then now they were going to break into the other person's door. Xiao Yan whispered to Hua Cheng, "San Lang, if it is inconvenient for you, don't follow." Hua Cheng's expression also became serious, and he said, "Let's go, brother, leave early." Xiao Yan nodded, and did not say anything. But he could faintly see that Hua Cheng seemed to have some misgivings. Moreover, it wasn't because of the owner of this place, but because of something else. In his heart, he felt that something wasn't right. He thought of many small questions that he had accumulated for a long time, and felt slightly uneasy. Not long after, the group of people ignored the group of crazily running around, and passed through the forest, arriving in front of the eerie black building. Only when they arrived did they discover that this netherworld water mansion was actually a majestic hall, and its specifications were similar to those of the top Wind Master Hall and Navy Master Hall. The hall's door was tightly shut, and the few of them walked up several steps. Xiao Yan stood outside the door, and knocked on the door, and said in a clear voice, "Sorry for disturbing you. It is truly an accident that we came here, and we are truly sorry." No one answered. He calmed his mind, and slowly pushed open the door of the hall. Originally, with Xiao Yan's many years of experience and past practice, even if there was something inside, he would not come out to greet them the moment he opened the door. Who knew that he would open the door and slap his face? The first thing he saw was a horrifying thing. In the middle of the spacious hall, there was actually a person sitting upright. And this person was dressed in black, and his face was snow white. It was actually a skeleton. Xiao Yan immediately closed the door with a "pa" sound. He thought to himself, "Did I open the door in the wrong way? Normally I wouldn't show you such a thing right away." He originally wanted to greet him again, but Shi Wudu walked past him, and pushed open the two doors, and scoffed, "Since you are already here, are you still afraid that he won't treat you well?" Everyone slowly walked into the hall, and slightly approached the black-clothed skeleton. Xiao Yan carefully sized it up and said, "What kind of person's skeleton is this? Why is it being enshrined here?" Mingyi frowned, and said, "Isn't General Pei alone? It can't be him, right? It really wasn't impossible." Shi Wudu was slightly shocked, and took a few looks, and then said, "It shouldn't be. This skeleton is even flatter than General Pei." Suddenly, Shi Qingxian said, "Wait." Everyone looked at him, and Shi Qingxian said, "Isn't this question very simple? This is the Netherworld Water Mansion. The only things that can be placed in the Netherworld Water Palace are..." Chapter 123. Then he rejected and said, "It won't." Xiao Yan looked at Hua Cheng. Bone ashes are the life gate of the people in the ghost world, their fatal weakness. Think about it, how could such an important thing be placed out just like that? This point was still the first time he met Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng had personally told him. For some reason, he spoke with a straight face. But his mind couldn't help but think of Hua Cheng's other words. And Hua Cheng also stared at him. Xiao Yan couldn't help but be absent-minded for a moment, then he turned his head, he coughed lightly. Shi Qingxian said, "Then, whose corpse could this be?" Everyone surrounded the skeleton and began to study it. Xiao Yan said, "First of all, this is a man." Everyone said, "I can see it." Xiao Yan continued, "Secondly, this person's hands and feet should be very dexterous, especially his 10 fingers. He should have practiced some martial arts, but his martial arts skills might not be very high. Most outstanding martial artists are virgin kung fu, skeletons are not like this." Shi Wudu glanced at it and walked away, saying, "As long as this thing doesn't stand up and block our way, it doesn't matter who he is." "Master Geomaster, look, this place might shrink by 1,000 miles. Who knew?" Before he finished speaking, the skeleton suddenly raised its head, caught off guard, and pounced towards him. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's eyes and hands were quick. With a palm strike, the skeleton was chopped to the ground by his hand knife, scattering into a messy pile of bones. Shi Qingxian said, "Brother." Among the 5 people present, Hua Cheng would not take action to protect others. Only Xiao Yan was a martial god, so he suddenly became especially important. Although Shi Wudu was ambushed, he was still calm. Just now, he only took a step back and said, "What's with this skeleton? Is there still a soul that hasn't scattered and is attached to it?" Xiao Yan squatted down and rummaged through the pile of bones for a while. He shook his head and said, "Strange." Shi Wudu said, "What's strange?" Xiao Lian stood up and said, "This skeleton clearly no longer has a trace of a soul. Otherwise, when we approached just now, we wouldn't have been unable to detect the strange fluctuations." Shi Wudu said, "If that's the case, why could it suddenly attack people?" After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiao Lian said, "I think it's the final radiance of a setting sun." Shi Qingxian asked curiously, "Last radiance of a setting sun? Wasn't that supposed to be used on living people? Those who are about to die are still considered to be alive." Xiao Lian replied, "Dead people are the same. For example, the seventh day of death was also a kind of final radiance of the setting sun. 7 days after the death of the deceased, their souls would return to see their loved ones. In fact, everything was the same. I think that just now, Master Navy must have agitated it. That's why it suddenly gathered all its remaining power for this last attack." Because his words were reasonable, Shi Wudu paid more attention to his words. "Then in your highness's opinion, what kind of stimulation would it be?" Xiao Lian replied, "Either it's something you said, or it's something you have on you." Shi Wudu said, "What did I say just now?" Mingyi took a deep breath and said, "As long as this thing doesn't stand up and block our way, it doesn't matter who he is." Shi Qingxian scratched his head and said inexplicably, "Is there a problem with this sentence? Could it be that this dear friend has a violent temper?" Since they couldn't come up with anything, Xiao Lian said, "Since the soul has already dispersed, forget it." Putting away the skeleton, he once again placed it on the altar. Clasping his hands together, he bowed a few times. Shi Qingxian also followed him and bowed a few times. The 5 of them wandered around the netherworld underwater mansion for a while. This place was empty, and the legendary Blackwater Xian ghost wasn't at home. The structure of the underwater mansion was complicated. There were many large and small side halls. One of them was especially hidden and narrow. Strange incantations were drawn on the outside of the door. These were the traces left behind after using the thousandly shrinking technique. It seemed that on the entire Blackwater Island, there was indeed a place that could use the thousandly shrinking technique. And that place was this small side hall. Using a room as a specific connection point, the amount of mana consumed was much less than completely drawing a new formation. And right now, they didn't have any mana to squander, so it was just right. Mingyi was an expert. After taking a glance, he said, "This is a one-way formation." Xiao Lian understood and said, "In other words, it can only be sent out from here and can't be sent back from other places, right?" Mingyi nodded and said, "The amount of mana consumed can be reduced." Shi Qingxian said, "Isn't that what we need? We just need to go out, that's great. Let's go quickly, don't let the Blackwater Master find out." He supported Mingyi with one hand, and just as he was about to open the door with the other, Mingyi said sternly, "Stop. There's a trap." When Shi Qingxian heard this, he staggered back 3 feet and said, "What trap?" Mingyi was also dragged back 3 feet by him. After being speechless for a moment, she signaled him to carry her up again. She looked at the incantations on the door for a long time and said with certainty, "It's a trap. Drawing a formation in this hall can only send out one person at a time." Shi Qingxian said, "There's such a thing. Then what will happen if 2 people are sent out?" Mingyi said coldly, "When these 2 people arrive at their destination, you will find that they have been pressed into one person." Among the few people present, only Mingyi was an expert. As for the rest, one was a water god, one was a wind god, and one was a martial god. They were not good at this aspect. Xiao Lian's first reaction was to look at Hua Cheng. Seeing that he was looking at the formation with a frown and did not object, he thought that Mingyi's words were not false. He muttered, "If that's the case, the intruders who don't know what's going on will want to use this formation to escape, but instead, it will be a tragic sight. No wonder it's a trap." Right at this moment, there was a thunderbolt from the sky. The curved lightning climbed across the sky, and the faces of the people in the netherworld underwater mansion were reflected with a hint of blue in the white, like 5 malicious ghosts. Everyone looked at each other, and Shi Qingxian said, "Brother, again." Shi Wudu's face darkened slightly, and he did not answer, but everyone knew that his heaven's retribution was chasing after him again. Pei Ming's inadvertent words rang in Xiao Yan's ears. "Senior brother Shui, you're really unlucky this time," Shi Qingxian said. "Since we can use the 1,000 miles shrinking technique here, let's hurry up and leave. If a bolt of lightning strikes here and collapses this underwater mansion, then the enmity would be huge." Tearing down a heavenly official's shrine was the same as smashing their signboard, and it was a deep hatred. Although he didn't know if the ghost realm also had this taboo, no one would be willing to have their house torn down for no reason. Mingyi's finger dipped in the blood from his wound, and he barely managed to stand. He prepared to draw the formation and said, "Where to go? Who's coming first?" Xiao Yan said, "Then it must be you, Master Earth, coming first. You're injured." However, Mingyi shook his head and said, "Every time this formation is used, it has to be mended again. You guys don't know how to draw it, so I have to stay behind to mend the formation." Shi Qingxian said, "Then Brother Ming, I'll accompany you to the second last one." Shi Wudu said, "What are you accompanying me for, right now? It's useless for you to stay. Hurry up and go to the East Sea." However, Shi Qingxian said, "Right now, everyone is more or less useless, so it doesn't matter. This time, it doesn't have anything to do with Brother Ming, yet he has to suffer so much." He sighed and said, "I'm really sorry." Shi Wudu said, "In any case, it'll be sent to the same place. It'll be fine in a while. What are you afraid of?" If it was in the past, Shi Wudu would at most say a few words, and Shi Qingxian would listen. However, it was different now. Shi Qingxian actually didn't listen to him and asked something else. "If we leave first, what will happen to General Pei? Won't he just stay here?" Shi Wudu also noticed that his younger brother wasn't listening to him that much, and his expression became a little complicated. After a moment, he said, "It's okay, Brother Pei's vitality is tenacious. He can persevere here until we return to the heavenly court to call for reinforcements." Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although his intuition told him that what the Navy said shouldn't be wrong and didn't have any evil intentions, he still suddenly sympathized with Pei Ming. After a pause, he said, "Wait." Everyone looked at him. Xiao Yan said, "Master Earth, are you sure this house can really shrink 1,000 miles? Will there be any problems? I feel that it's not good to rashly go up. Do you want to try it first?" As expected, Mingyi stopped and said, "How do we try? If we want to try, someone has to go up first." Shi Qingxian raised his hand and said, "Then I'll try." Huaqing didn't speak for a long time, but at this moment, he crossed his arms and said, "Sorry to disturb you. Have you all thought of a problem?" Mingyi said, "What is your opinion?" Huaqing said, "How do we know if the person who goes to try has reached the destination?" Xiao Yan was startled and said, "That's right, Master Earth said that this is a one-way formation. In other words, once a person was teleported out, there was no way to teleport back and tell others if they had reached the destination safely or not. And this place was isolated from the outside world, and they couldn't use spirit communication techniques to communicate. It seemed to be a dead end. Just now, they had all forgotten about this point." Huaqing came to a conclusion and said, "So, it's completely meaningless to discuss this problem here. One sentence, to leave or not to leave, it'll be settled quickly. Don't dare. Then stay here." Although he was smiling, Xiao Yan sensed that Huaqing was slightly anxious, as if he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This anxiety should have been there ever since the coffin boat was brought back by Shi Wudu's water dragon. Right now, it was probably getting more and more intense. Shi Wudu also didn't want to wait any longer. The heavenly thunder was like an explosion in his ears. If they didn't leave, sooner or later it would strike down. Thus, he rushed into the side hall and slammed the door. Mingyi quickly formed a circle. When he opened it again, light smoke floated out of the room, but there was no one inside. Mingyi said, "All right. Next." Shi Qingxian said, "Then it's His Highness the Crown Prince." Before he finished speaking, Mingyi had already pulled him over and stuffed him into the room. He closed the door and quickly formed a circle. When he opened the door for the second time, Mingyi looked at the remaining two people. Xiao Yan said, "San Lang, you go first." Hua Qing pulled him and said in a deep voice, "Brother, let's go together." Xiao Yan was startled and said, "But this formation can't only be used once." Hua Qing said, "I'm not a living person, don't worry." Xiao Yan always felt that there was something he was worried about, but he couldn't say why. Hua Qing brought him through the door and said to Mingyi outside, "Pu Qi Monastery." Mingyi silently nodded. That door slowly closed in front of Xiao Yan. Through the crack in the door, he looked at Mingyi's green face. Xiao Yan couldn't help but think in his heart, can Master Geomaster really hold on? Hua Qing personally closed the door. After a moment, he opened it again, and what appeared in front of the two people's eyes was the scene inside Pu Qi Monastery. It was currently night time, and Qi Rong was sleeping on the ground with his limbs spread out as if he had suddenly died. Furthermore, he had snatched away all the blankets and snored loudly. Guzi originally slept very well, but he didn't know if he had been led astray by this cheap father of his. Right now, he was also lying across Qi Rong's stomach like a dead fish. Lang Ying, on the other hand, obediently curled up in a corner and covered herself with a few pieces of clothing. Xiao Yan picked up the blankets on Qi Rong's body and resisted the urge to directly press them against his face. He divided the blankets between the two children and softly said, "We're back?" Hua Qing closed the door behind him and said, "Amen, it's over." Xiao Yan said, "Not yet, right? I still don't know if the Wind Master and the others have returned yet." He softly and quietly pushed open the door. Only when he arrived outside of Pu Qi Monastery did he dare to raise his voice. Through the spiritual communication array he had set up previously, he called out, "Earth Master? Have you guys returned yet?" There was no reply. Presumably, Mingyi's movements weren't that fast. Xiao Yan once again entered the spiritual communication array of the heavenly court. If he hadn't entered, he wouldn't have known. But once he did, he jumped in fright. The inside had already gone crazy. All the heavenly officials were shouting. Ling Wen actually lost her temper and said, "Don't give me all the useless information. How much do I need to see in one day? Can't you first use your brain and think before asking me?" Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "Ling Wen. Did the Navy Master and the others not return yet?" In an instant, Ling Wen seemed to have changed into a different person. Grabbing onto him, she said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Why did your voice suddenly become so loud? Did you return from the Eastern Sea? Where did the Navy Master and General Pei go? Why is there no news at all?" Xiao Yan said, "I came back from the Southern Sea." Southern Sea. Southern Sea, Blackwater Ghost Island. Ling Wen was stunned. How did they go there? We've never set foot in that place before. Old Pei and the others are also there. Xiao Yan said, "It's a long story. The Navy Master mistakenly entered the Blackwater Ghost Island during his tribulation. It wasn't easy for him to escape from there. He and the Wind Master returned before me. Right now, they should be at the Eastern Sea. Didn't you see?" Ling Wen said, "No. The Eastern Sea has long since calmed down. More than 200 fishermen have all been rescued. However, there are no traces of them on the coast or the sea." Xiao Yan said, "How is that possible? Unless what?" Ling Wen said, "Unless what? Your Highness the Crown Prince? Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you have anything else to say? Are we going to send the heavenly officials to the Southern Sea right now?" Xiao Yan muttered, "It's too late." He closed the spiritual communication array and abruptly turned around. San Lang. Hua Cheng seemed to have already expected what he would ask. He clasped his hands behind his back and didn't say anything. Xiao Yan said, Did you reach some sort of agreement with that person a long time ago? Hua Cheng didn't immediately answer. When he opened his mouth, Xiao Yan hurriedly said, No, don't tell me. You don't need to answer me. If you had already reached an agreement with someone else, I definitely wouldn't want you to be someone who goes back on your word because of me. It's my fault for suddenly asking you. Please don't make things difficult for me. Hua Cheng said, Your Highness, I'm sorry. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, You don't need to apologize. I should have guessed earlier that there must have been some sort of agreement. That's why you couldn't interfere and couldn't directly tell me the truth. It wasn't that Hua Cheng hadn't tried to dissuade him, but he also hadn't interfered with his wishes. He had only followed and protected him the entire way. Moreover, he had already thought of every possible way to bring him away. However, every time, Xiao Yan would, for various reasons, enter deeper into the heart of the matter. Xiao Yan said, On the contrary, I have to thank you. Hua Cheng said, You've already guessed it. Xiao Yan nodded and said, I've more or less guessed it. In fact, I should have guessed it a long time ago. It's just that he's really too amazing. I often think too much, suspecting something and then repeatedly overruling it. I often overlook the most direct possibility. After pausing for a moment, he continued, Moreover, that person really gave you face. In order to peacefully transfer me away, he spent a lot of effort and wasted a lot of twists and turns. Your Highness, Hua Cheng said, this matter ends here. Xiao Yan sighed and said, I also hope so. However, I'm afraid he went a bit too far. After a moment of silence, Hua Cheng softly said, But since you've already returned, you can no longer return to the ghost realm. Let's leave this matter to them to resolve themselves. However, Xiao Yan said, Not necessarily. Hearing this, Hua Cheng's figure slightly froze. Xiao Yan said, Just now, I suddenly thought of something. There's a way to contact the Wind Master. He formed a hand seal with both hands and said, So, San Lang, I'm sorry, but I have to go back first. Seeing that hand seal, Hua Cheng immediately understood. However, he clearly hadn't expected that there would be such a move. Slightly opening his eyes, he said, Gitch. Xiao Yan said word by word, Great. Soul. Transfer. Technique. After closing his eyes, that familiar feeling of weightlessness assaulted him. It was as if his soul had been pulled out, suddenly thrown high and then dropped. When he opened his eyes again, it was no longer Hua Cheng's face in front of him. Instead, it was a boundless night and the forest that was rapidly retreating to both sides. Xiao Yan could still hear the sound of rapid breathing and the violent heartbeat coming from his mouth. Success. The Great Soul Transfer technique wasn't commonly used. Furthermore, it burned up a lot of mana. It was stronger than the psychic technique, but it was also more evil and rarer than the psychic technique. Therefore, a normal barrier wouldn't think of blocking this kind of technique. That day, after he and Shi Qingxian used the Great Soul Transfer technique once, Shi Qingxian didn't have time to seal his spiritual sense before he lost his mana and became immortal. This was as if the two of them had exchanged keys to each other's houses and used each other's houses. After exchanging, Shi Qingxian should have immediately changed the lock of the house so that Xiao Yan couldn't go in again. However, he didn't. Therefore, Xiao Yan could still use the previous key to open Shi Qingshuan's house. However, Shi Qingxian couldn't open Xiao Yan's house. Therefore, right now, the two of them were sharing a body. As for Xiao Yan's body, it should have collapsed on the spot. It was unknown whether Hua Cheng had caught him or not. Shi Qingxian ran until he was gasping for breath. His liver and guts were torn apart, as if he was running away from something. Xiao Yan tilted his head and listened. Waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from the wind behind him. It was actually the group of crazy weirdos locked in the iron prison on Blackwater Island. They seemed to like Shi Qingxian very much. It should even be said that they yearned for him. Each and every one of them rolled their eyes and stuck out their tongues as they chased relentlessly. Shi Qingxuan's ribs and lungs were aching faintly. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Xiao Yan felt that his breathing was chaotic when he ran. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He took the initiative to control the rhythm of his body and said, "Lord Wind Master." He was using Shi Qingxuan's mouth to speak. Shi Qingxian was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. He said, Who's inside my body?" Xiao Yan said, "Calm down, Lord. I used the Great Soul Transfer technique to come back and find you. Give your body to me, I'll help you run." Xiao Yan felt 2 lines of hot tears fall from the corners of Shi Qingxuan's eyes. "Your Highness the Crown Prince? It really makes people feel at ease. You're really too reliable. Thank you." Xiao Yan said, "Don't thank me. Listen to me, Lord Wind Master, quickly run." Shi Qingxian said, "If it's not that, I'm running right now." Xiao Yan said, "It's not that, run. I mean for you to quickly run." As he spoke, 7 or 8 crazy and dirty weirdos jumped out from the forest and rushed towards Shi Qingxian. The joints of Xiao Yan's hands made cracking sounds. 30 consecutive kicks flew up, causing the weirdos to fall to the ground and be unable to get up. Shi Qingxian was dumbfounded. He said, "This was kicked by me. So powerful. The martial god is so good. I also want to be a martial god." Xiao Yan sincerely poured a bucket of cold water on him and said, "That won't do, Lord. Your body's aptitude is not suitable to be a martial god." The 2 of them used the same body to speak. It was as if they were asking and answering each other's questions. From the perspective of others, it was really strange. Xiao Yan said, "Lord Wind Master, where is Lord Navy Master?" Shi Qingxian looked around and said, "I don't know where my brother and Brother Ming went. When I opened the door just now, I found that I was still in the Netherworld underwater mansion. I just came out from another room. I don't know what went wrong." Suddenly, Xiao Yan's feet touched the ground and he jumped up, flying up the tree. Shi Qingxian didn't understand, but the feeling of his body suddenly being able to fly on roofs and walls was quite wonderful. He let Xiao Yan control his body to climb to the top of the tree and said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, why are you suddenly?" Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yan covered his mouth. In reality, he was just covering his own mouth. Not long after, Xiao Yan climbed up a branch and sat on it, hiding in the dense foliage. Soon after, a tall black figure stumbled and appeared at the end of the road. Looking closely, it was actually Ming Yi. His face was still miserable, and there was a deathly aura in his handsomeness, but he could still walk with difficulty. Shi Qingxian was overjoyed. He put down his hand and was about to call out to him, but Xiao Yan raised his hand and covered his mouth again. This time, it was his hands, covering it so tightly that he almost couldn't breathe. Shi Qingxian wasn't a reckless person. He immediately understood that Xiao Yan must have a deeper meaning, so he stopped struggling. Watching Ming Yi walk over from the small path below, Xiao Yan let go of his hands slightly and quietly slid down from the tree, moving stealthily in the dense forest. After running for a while, Shi Qingxian looked back and said in a low voice, "Your Highness Crown Prince, why didn't you let me call out to Brother Ming just now?" Xiao Yan didn't answer, and his figure suddenly stopped. Shi Qingxian turned his head again, and his pupils instantly contracted violently. Ming Yi, who had clearly left just now, was standing in front of him, or rather, in front of them. Ming Yi seemed to be holding on to a tree to support his body. He frowned and said, "Why are you here too?" Shi Qingxian blurted out, "I." Xiao Yan didn't say a word. He stretched his hand behind his back and waved, indicating that he must not expose the existence of the third person. Shi Qingxian understood, but Ming Yi's brows furrowed even more. What are your hands doing behind your back? Are you hiding something? Shi Qingxian hurriedly spread out his hands for him to see and said, no. Xia Lian could feel that his scalp was currently exploding in circles, and his back was also feeling numb. Thinking about it, even though Shi Qingxian felt that Ming Yi was very reliable in his heart, he was still startled by him appearing like this. Ming Yi had a baffled expression and said, I didn't really ask you to show it to me. Although this expression was disdainful, it was also very cordial. Shi Qingxian heaved a sigh of relief, and the goosebumps on his upper body gradually subsided. Although Xia Lian was extremely anxious, he didn't dare to rashly open his mouth at this time. Ming Yi said, where is Master Navy? Shi Qingxian said, didn't you see my brother? I'm also looking for him everywhere. Didn't you say that you can teleport us out of Blackwater Island? Why is His Highness Crown Prince and the others going back, and we're still here? Xia Lian listened and was secretly anxious. Although he tried his best to suppress the ha that would inevitably appear when Shi Qingxian was overly nervous, such normal and serious words didn't seem like something Shi Qingxian would say. Thus, he grabbed his hair and pointed at Ming Yi and said loudly, Brother Ming. Didn't I tell you to practice more when you have time? Did you draw wrong again? Although it was a little exaggerated, the effect was not bad. As expected, Ming Yi didn't notice any clues. His face darkened and he said, Scram. If you have the ability, draw it yourself. As he said this, he walked over again. Shi Qingxian stood stiffly and didn't move. Xia Lian hurriedly moved in his place and went up to support Ming Yi. He said, Brother Ming, how are your injuries? Are you all right with the poison? Ming Yi shook his head and said, I'm fine. Let's find Master Navy first. Shi Qingxian nodded and the two of them slowly walked forward. Xia Lian couldn't find a chance to warn Shi Qingxian and complained incessantly. In a flash, he suddenly felt his lips slightly open. It was Shi Qingxian who was silently opening and closing his mouth. He couldn't help but shiver. Carefully analyzing the shape of his mouth, he said, What's going on? Xia Lian was afraid that Ming Yi, who was close at hand, would discover something strange. He slightly lowered his head and also mouthed, He's fake. The moment he mouthed the 4 words, Xia Lian felt a thin layer of goosebumps on his arms. Shi Qingxuan's eyes widened and he mouthed, Fake? Then who is he? Xia Lian silently gave the answer. He said, Vernacular true immortal. Shi Qingxian sucked in a breath of cold air. Ming Yi's voice came from above, What's wrong? Shi Qingxian sucked in this breath of cold air and then sighed. He said with a trembling voice, I'm afraid. After a moment of silence, Ming Yi said, It's too early to be afraid now. If it was in the past, these words would definitely be interpreted as awkward comfort. However, at this moment, it was filled with an indescribable gloominess, as if it was some kind of threat. Shi Qingxian lowered his head and mouthed to Xia Lian, It can't be. Vernacular true immortal can't transform. In fact, after Xia Lian said it, he also felt that it was not appropriate to call him vernacular true immortal. It should be said that it was too disrespectful and too neglectful. A few days ago, the vernacular true immortal that Shi Qingxian had encountered was at most a small fry, or an insignificant clone, or some leftovers that had not been eaten up. Thus, he gave the second answer, Blackwater Xian Gui. Shi Qingxuan's feet slanted again. Ming Yi said, What's wrong with you again? Shi Qingxuan's teeth trembled as he said, I want to die. Ming Yi said coldly, You wish. It was here again. The same frosty tone, the same cold words. It was clearly no different from the past, but at this moment, it had a completely different meaning. However, this was far from the end. Xia Lian silently uttered a third name. He Xian. Shi Qingxian seemed to be unable to take it anymore. His heart was beating like a drum. Xiao Yan also noticed it. Coincidentally, he passed by a small stream. He made a prompt decision and said, "Brother Ming, I think you should rest first before looking." Ming Yi said, "How can I have time to rest now?" Xiao Yan said, "You're poisoned. The harder you move, the faster the poison will spread. Besides, if you don't rest, I, a mortal, also need to rest. You sit down first, I'll go get some water to drink." Thus, he tried his best to stabilize his hands and feet, not revealing a trace of trembling. He let Ming Yi sit on the grass, while he went to the stream and used the sound of the flowing stream to cover his low voice. Shi Qingxian splashed 2 handfuls of water on his face. He calmed down and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, what are you talking about? Who is this person behind me? Was it one of the 3 that transformed into Brother Ming? Or did they all possess Brother Ming's body?" Xiao Yan said, "Wind Master, calm down. It's not them, it's him. Right now, there's only one person beside you. From the beginning to the end, it's always this person. No one has transformed, and no one has possessed him." Shi Qingxian muttered, But Brother Ming he," Xiao Yan said, "Don't call him Brother Ming. The real Brother Ming is already dead." Shi Qingxian said, "How do you know? Did you see it?" Xiao Yan said, "Not only did I see it, you saw it too. The real Geomaster is the skeleton that was just enshrined in the Netherworld Water Mansion. Why do you think he couldn't use the Geomaster's crescent shovel? Because that wasn't his thing at all. The person behind you, a few hundred years ago, his real name was He Xian. He cultivated to the absolute level and changed his name to Blackwater Xian Ghost. He swallowed the true immortal and controlled that thing to find you. He imprisoned and killed the real Geomaster, and from a long time ago, he impersonated him and went to the heavenly court." Just as his voice fell, his whole body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 124. Ming Yi's voice came from behind, "What are you muttering to yourself?" Shi Qingxuan's body stiffened, he said, I. Xiao Yan wanted to speak up for him but his tongue did not listen to him. There was nothing he could do. The best friend he trusted the most was actually the thing he feared the most, and he had been lurking by his side. There was no one around, he did not know what he wanted to do, who wouldn't be afraid. Suddenly, Ming Yi's fingers tightened, Shi Qingxuan's shoulder felt a pain, and he pressed it down. At the same time a pair of pale hands suddenly stretched out from the stream, grabbing Shi Qingxuan's throat. Water Ghost. Ming Yi pressed down, and this hand grabbed empty air, he struck out again, a scream came from the water, it seemed that the thing had been scattered. Shi Qingxian fell to the ground, Ming Yi pulled him up and said, "Is there something wrong with your brain? You can find a random stream in the Blackwater Ghost land to wash your face." Shi Qingxian had just used the stream water that had soaked the corpse of the water ghost to soak himself. He should have felt slightly disgusted, however, he was not in the mood to pay attention to this, his cheeks and hair were dripping with water, he was drenched like a drowned chicken, he was out of his wits, he just allowed Ming Yi to pull him up and followed him in a daze. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, everything related to this Brother Ming revealed a strange feeling. He was a Geomaster, so naturally, all the earth-shrinking formations along the way were drawn by him. This should have been his special skill, but it kept happening. The 4 of them were inexplicably teleported from the Pu-Chi Temple to Bogu Town, and something happened to the teleportation of the Wind Master and the Navy on the Blackwater Island. Was it because the teleportation hall had not been repaired for a long time? Was there something else at work? Was it because the mastermind behind the scenes was too powerful? Why think too much? The simplest answer was that Ming Yi had done something to them. When Master Wind was first taken away by the vernacular True Immortal, he was the one who lost sight of him. When Master Wind lost his mana, he was also the first to discover him. He was the one who had always been by Shi Qingxuan's side and knew his fears and actions like the back of his hand. He knew Master Win's password and could command the vernacular true immortal to threaten him. He was also the one who personally opened the door of the protective formation of the wine table. At that time, he smashed the signboard of Feng Shui Palace with his own hands, but his expression didn't change. Maybe it was because he was unconventional, or maybe it was because he did it on purpose. Using this as an excuse, he openly destroyed his enemy's signboard in front of them, and the enemy even had to thank him. How arrogant and bold. It wasn't that Xiao Yan had never suspected these minute oddities. He had personally probed the 3 questions. But he had never thought that something so audacious and unbelievable could actually happen. A ghost, disguised as a priest, had been lurking among them all this time. Blackwater's sinking boat, always low-key. It was only natural for him to keep a low profile since he had been living under another identity for many years. At that time, Mingyi's answer was indeed flawless. That was because he had swallowed the vernacular true immortal and possessed its ability. He could order it around like a minion. The desperate Ghost King was definitely above it. Of course, it wasn't restricted by that characteristic. If he wanted to tell the truth, he would tell the truth. If he wanted to tell a lie, he would tell a lie. That skeleton's hands and feet were dexterous, fitting the identity of a geomaster. Why was it placed in the Netherworld underwater mansion? It had to be. Because that was the skeleton of a priest. If they didn't treat it carefully and only buried it carelessly, it definitely wouldn't be able to keep the coffin lid down. Therefore, they could only treat it with grand etiquette and place it in their own palace. But what made Xiao Yan guess his identity wasn't just this. It was that pounce. The sailors asked why the skeleton had the last radiance of a setting sun. Mingyi rushed to answer, as long as there's something that can stand up and block our way, everything else is important. But in reality, what really provoked Mingyi wasn't this sentence, but the 4 words after, Lord Geomaster. It was because he was the real Geomaster. And the person who impersonated him was standing right in front of them. Moreover, he had casually and deliberately led them in the wrong direction. Sometimes, Mingyi would deliberately do the opposite, pulling them in the right direction a few times to get rid of suspicion. For example, he said to Hua Cheng, "You really have a spy in the heavenly court." But wasn't that spy himself? That was why Hua Cheng sarcastically replied, "Didn't you already know?" The underlying meaning was, why bother putting on an act? However, the term, spy, was probably not accurate. There should be an agreement between the two of them. For example, an exchange of information. If the 2 desperate ghost kings worked together, wouldn't it be a win-win situation? Blackwater infiltrated the heavenly court and grasped the movements of the heavenly realm. Hua Qing took root in the human world and had believers everywhere. Other than that, it was unknown whether there was any other cooperation. Jun Wu sent the Geomaster to the ghost city as a spy. It was like sending a thief into a thief's den. Since Mingyi had been undercover, there had only been 2 accidents. The first was the fire dragon howling to the heavens technique. The impersonator naturally wouldn't do something like that. Xiao Yan was more inclined to believe that the fire dragon howling to the heavens technique was released by the real Mingyi when he escaped. To completely disguise as someone else and infiltrate the heavenly court, it was impossible not to have a good understanding of that person. Therefore, the impersonator must be kept alive and details must be extracted from his mouth bit by bit, including experience, skills, and how to use magic weapons. The fake Mingyi should have captured and imprisoned the real Mingyi when he had just gone through the tribulation and hadn't had the time to ascend to heaven. Otherwise, if the real Mingyi had already been in contact with other heavenly officials, the impersonator would be exposed even more easily. That was an accident. Therefore, when Hua Qing received the news, he had to go back to help his partner deal with the aftermath. Coincidentally, Xiao Yan also accepted the mission from Jun Wu, Ghost City Rescue. At that time, he didn't feel it. Now that he thought about it, wasn't that operation a little too smooth? Xiao Yan did indeed rescue the Geomaster from the Blissful Place's dungeon, but how did he discover the dungeon? It was because he first saw the demon-masked man wearing the shackles under Hua Cheng, and then he saw this man sneaking around the Blissful Place. Something like the shackles was a disgrace. Normally, when a heavenly official was demoted, they would want to hide it. Why would that demon-masked man wear it on his hand? Why did he hide it later? Other than accidentally, the other explanation was that he did it on purpose. It was to attract Xiao Yan's attention so that he could naturally discover the imprisoned fake Geomaster. In reality, the Mingyi who had sent out the distress signal should have been killed after that. Because there was no way to destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence, he couldn't leave his body behind either. That was equivalent to leaving behind a lot of clues, so he turned him into bones. The second accident was that after Shi Qingxian was threatened by the vernacular true immortal, he sought Xiao Yan's help. Hua Cheng clearly didn't want Xiao Yan to be involved in this matter. Therefore, at that time, Mingyi said, "It wasn't my intention to come here." And later on at the pouring wine platform, during the time when Hua Cheng left, he should have gone to meet up with Mingyi to question him about what was going on. Xiao Yan didn't have the chance to tell Shi Qingxian all of these in detail, but Shi Qingxian must have thought of them one by one. His hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, were trembling slightly. The two of them walked side by side while Xiao Yan was thinking, where did Shi Wudu go? The first one to leave through the formation was Shi Wudu, and the last one was Mingyi. He shouldn't be able to do anything to Shi Wudu without Shi Qingxuan's permission, so there were three possibilities. First, Shi Wudu was sent to another place. Second, there was something waiting for him at Shi Wudu's destination and he had already been killed. Third, Shi Wudu left on his own. If it was one or two, there was no reason for Mingyi to continue acting in front of Shi Qingxian and look for him together. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan suddenly heard Mingyi say, "Where's your longevity lock?" Shi Qingxian didn't react, but Xiao Yan's heart jumped. Mingyi asked a few times before Shi Qingxian said, "Huh?" Mingyi said in annoyance, "Didn't you say that your two longevity locks were made from the essence of gold, and when the owner is injured, it will resonate?" Shi Qingxian told Mingyi everything, so he naturally knew the use of this treasure. This meant that he actually wanted to use this golden lock to find Shi Wudu's whereabouts. Shi Qingxian said, but, my injury is already healed." Mingyi said coldly, "Isn't that simple?" As he said that, he raised his hand slightly. Xiao Yan thought, could it be that he wants to stab Master Wind a few times? Just as he was on guard, who knew that Mingyi would press on the wound on his arm. The wound that had already healed instantly bled. He said, "Wear the lock for me." Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Even if it was an act, to be able to do it to this extent was really amazing. He could completely understand why Shi Qingxian would value Mingyi as a friend so much. If this action did not contain hidden killing intent and bad intentions, such a person would be a friend worth making. Shi Qingxian hesitated and did not dare to move. As long as he handed over one longevity lock, the two golden locks would resonate. Shi Wudu sensed it and would definitely take the initiative to look for it. Mingyi frowned and said, "Are you scared, silly?" Shi Qingxian said, "No. Actually, this lock, didn't I tell you? Only when I wear it myself will it have such an effect." Mingyi said suspiciously, "Is there such a thing?" Shi Qingxian gripped the longevity lock tightly and nodded vigorously, "Yes." Mingyi stared at him for a moment and seemed to give up on this plan. He lowered his head to look at the wound on his arm and did not say anything. Who knew, at this moment, the longevity lock on Shi Qingxuan's neck started to tremble. Shi Qingxuan's expression changed drastically, and Mingyi reacted extremely quickly. He immediately walked in the direction of the longevity lock and said, "Lord Navy is over there." The golden lock resonated, which meant that Shi Wudu was injured. However, he was completely unscathed when he entered the formation, so what could have injured him now? Xiao Yan could feel that Shi Qingxian was in a hurry to go, but it was not that he did not want to go. They were trapped in the illusion of the Black Water Lake, and there was no one else on the island. Pei Ming was painstakingly cutting wood to build a coffin boat outside the realm, waiting for them to return. Shi Qingxian was immortal right now, and Shi Wudu was injured again. Even heaven and earth would not respond to him. Now that he had delivered himself to his door, how could he run? After hurriedly walking for a while, Shi Qingxian said, "Ming. Brother, I think there is a trick in this, it's best not to go." Mingyi said, "What trick?" Shi Qingxian braced himself and said, "How could my brother be injured? The one over there might not be him." Mingyi was much more reasonable than him and said, "Right now, we are in the territory of the desperate Ghost King. Lord Navy might not have the ability to protect himself. No matter what it is, let's go and take a look first." Shi Qingxian could not think of a reason not to go. Xiao Yan also could not think of one, but he quietly watched the changes. As the vibration of the longevity lock increased, the two of them got closer and closer. They saw Shi Wudu lying on the ground, curled up in a sorry state, holding his abdomen, looking like he was in great pain. Shi Qingxian was shocked when he saw this and shouted, "Brother!" He ran over, and Mingyi followed. Who knew that when Shi Qingxian got close to Shi Wudu suddenly jumped up and hugged him, laughing crazily. Shi Qingxian was hugged by him and was extremely shocked. Only then did he realize that this person's nose was crooked and his eyes were slanted. How was this Shi Wudu? It was just a crazy weirdo wearing Shi Wudu's clothes and wearing that golden lock. Before he could speak, he heard a loud sound. Mingyi, who was beside him, suddenly fell to the ground. There was a black hole the size of a ball in his chest, and blood covered the ground. And a figure in white jumped down from the tree, grabbed him and ran, shouting, "Go!" Xiao Yan took a closer look. This person was Shi Wudu. Shi Qingxian said, "Brother." Shi Wudu shouted in a low voice, "Don't talk, quickly follow me. He is not a good person." In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Yan understood. It turned out that Shi Wudu was not easy to deal with. When he came out of the door formation and realized that he was still in the netherworld underwater manner, he felt that something was wrong. His thinking was much simpler and sharper than Xiao Yan's. The first thing he suspected was that Mingyi was up to something. He hid first so that he could not find him and hid in the dark to see what he was doing. He and Shi Qingxian were probably teleported to different places, if not he would have brought Shi Qingxian to hide together. After realizing that Mingyi and Shi Qingxian were moving together, he pulled a crazy weirdo over and helped him put on his clothes, put on the golden lock, and then gave him a palm to attract Mingyi's attention before launching a surprise attack from the side. He was also vicious and merciless. In fact, there was no strong evidence to prove that Mingyi had done much, but once he made a move, he was aiming for his life. Shi Qingxian could not help but turn his head, and this time, he just happened to see Mingyi, whose heart had been pierced through, lying on the ground for a while. He sat up, looked down at the bloody hole expressionlessly, and slowly stood up. At that moment, Xiao Yan felt a piercing coldness spread from Shi Qingxian to the bottom of his heart. Even if it was a god official, how could they still be able to move normally after being beaten up like this? It must be something that was not human. The two brothers ran for a while, and suddenly, the hairs on Xiao Yan's back stood up, and he shouted, "Be careful." He pulled the navy, and a sharp sound of wind breaking came from the air in front of them, and a cold light flashed past. If it was not for Xiao Yan's pull, the navy would have already been slit in the neck. Those invisible people who could only be reflected in the water. Shi Wudu scolded, and with a flip of his hand, he took out the navy fan. With a backhand fan, 7 to 8 slender water arrows shot out from the water ripples on the surface of the fan, and surrounded the two of them, forming a protective circle. This time, those invisible people could not do anything to them. The two of them continued to run, and Shi Qingxian could not help but turn his head. When he turned his head, his hair stood on end, and he said, "He followed us." As expected, Mingyi was about 200 feet behind them, and he was walking slowly. Even though it looked like he was walking slowly, but with every step he took, the distance between him and the two people in front of him was instantly shortened by a large margin. It was as if in another 7 to 8 steps, he would be able to grab the back of their clothes. Shi Wudu didn't look back. With a wave of his fan, another 20 to 30 extremely sharp dragon-shaped water arrows shot out. They were clearly condensed from water, but they actually emitted the sound of steel blades tearing through the air. With another wave, the number doubled. With a few more waves, more than 100 water arrows flew toward Mingyi. They surrounded her from all directions. If she missed even one arrow, she would definitely be pierced through and feel a chill in her heart. However, Mingyi actually grabbed the first water arrow with his bare hands, and with a tug, it was like pulling a rope. The navy fan was actually pulled out of his hand just like that. Once the fan left his hand, the water dragon arrows that were dancing wildly in the air immediately turned into a sky full of fine rain, and fell down. Shi Wudu suddenly stopped, and looked at his own hand in disbelief. In more than 100 years, this was the first time someone had pulled the navy fan from his hand. He knew in his heart that he couldn't escape, and when he turned back to look, Mingyi was also steadily walking toward them with his hands behind his back. His entire person seemed to be undergoing some kind of subtle change. With every step he took, this change increased. That originally snow-white face became even paler, and like Hua Cheng, there was no color of blood. His brows became sharper, and the outline of his eyes became deeper. Of course, it also became more gloomy. The originally simple black robe quietly grew a dark pattern of water ripples embroidered with fine thread in an inconspicuous corner, and it flickered with a mysterious silver light. When he walked in front of the two feng shui masters, even though he still had the same face, he was already a completely different person. Geomasters weren't martial gods, and their martial strength wasn't good, and their magic power wasn't strong. However, this person in front of them clearly didn't match these 2 points. Shi Wudu said warily, "What exactly are you?" Mingyi seemed to find it funny, and he squinted his eyes. "You are in my territory, and you still have to ask me what I am?" Shi Wudu said, "Blackwater Xian Ghost?" Mingyi looked at Shi Qingxian, but Shi Qingxian didn't have any reaction. Shi Wudu said, "You have always been a geomaster." Or. Before he finished, he also reacted, and said, "I see." But what he reacted to was only the fact that Xian ghosts had always been hiding in the celestial heavens. Shi Wudu said, "You and I have always minded our own business, and we ruled from different regions. This time, coming to your territory wasn't my wish, so why don't we both take a step back?" Mingyi said, "Looks like there are also times when water can't run rampant." Shi Wudu was arrogant by nature, and when he heard this, a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. Even though he was under the eaves, and his younger brother was by his side, and he had to lower his head, he still didn't want to lose his momentum. He said, "If not for the fact that the timing and location aren't right, I might not be afraid of you." Mingyi took another step forward, and said in an awe-inspiring tone, "Shi Wudu, take a look at who I am." Shi Wudu frowned slightly and looked at him. He had seen this face of a geomaster a few times, and he didn't understand what it meant. He said, "Who do you want me to say?" He paused, thinking that she was hinting at him not to reveal his identity, and said, "It doesn't matter who you are. I swear on the name of my navy, as long as you don't implicate us two brothers, whatever you do, it has nothing to do with me." Before he finished speaking, Mingyi said coldly, "Shui Hengtian is indeed a forgetful person. Back then, you flipped through the birth and name lists of so many people in the mortal realm, and after a lot of effort, you finally found me, the only one. Why, in just a few hundred years, have you forgotten what I look like?" Hearing this, Shi Wudu's face twisted bit by bit. This was the first time this expression of seeing a living ghost that usually appeared on the face of mortals appeared on his face. Shi Wudu's pupils shrank to the smallest, and he blurted out, "You're still alive?" But He Xian said coldly, "I'm dead." After saying this, he suddenly raised his hand, 4 fingers together, and raised it up. Xiao Yan felt a sharp pain coming towards his head. It was Shi Qingxian being affected by his spell field and fainting. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Yan slowly woke up along with Shi Qingxuan's consciousness. Before he could open his eyes, he felt something constantly rubbing against his body. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered that it was actually 7 or 8 furry, smelly heads. A group of crazy people surrounded him, laughing idiotically while reaching out to touch and scratch him. Xiao Yan could still be considered calm, because he judged that there was no danger to his life at the moment. Also, although this group of strange people was a bit dirty, they were not a threat. Shi Qingxian, on the other hand, was greatly alarmed. He immediately wanted to push them away, but he heard a series of clanking sounds of iron chains. His hands and feet were ice cold, and he couldn't move. Looking up, it turned out that he was actually handcuffed to a mottled wall by a few large iron chains that were as thick as wooden sticks, and his arms were hung high up. Looking at the ground and the ceiling, he should have returned to the Netherworld Water Mansion. Xiao Yan felt the same as him, he also had a splitting headache. Just as he wanted to say, "Lord Wind Master, calm down, I will teach you how to break free from this kind of shackles," he suddenly realized that he actually couldn't make a sound. Surprised, Xiao Yan hurriedly examined himself. A large portion of his mana had indeed been lost. Although his soul could still stay in Shi Qingxuan's body, he couldn't use Shi Qingxuan's body, and he couldn't even open his mouth to give a hint. Could it be that the mana that Hua Qing borrowed had already been used up? Impossible. He was very clear about how much mana was needed to use the soul transfer technique once. The mana that Hua Qing lent him would only be more, and definitely not less. Moreover, he felt that his mana was still continuously flowing away, and he couldn't help but feel strange and anxious. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded from the opposite side, "Qingxian." Shi Qingxuan's eyes were blurry, he looked up with rapt attention, and the one who called out to him was actually Shi Wudu. He wasn't chained up, but his white clothes were extremely dirty, and he was kneeling on the ground. Seeing that Shi Qingxian had woken up, his face revealed a look of joy, and he seemed to want to come over, but he was immediately kicked down by the person beside him, and he knelt down again. That person stood with his hands behind his back, his expression was cold and gloomy, and his skin was so white that it made one's heart feel cold. It was that Blackwater Xian ghost, or rather, He Xian. Behind him, there was a divine altar, and 4 jet-black and glossy urns stood calmly on top of the divine altar. 2 torn fans were thrown on the ground, they were the Wind Master's fan and the Water Master's fan. "Father, mother, sister, fiancé," He Xian said, kowtow. Shi Wudu stared at Shi Qingxian, and said, "Okay." With one word, he actually really knelt in front of the divine altar, and kowtowed dozens of times towards the 4 urns. After kowtowing, he stood up slightly, but He Xian stepped heavily on his head, and said coldly, "Did I allow you to get up?" Shi Wudu immediately bled from this stomp, and he gritted his teeth. No. His brother, who used to be so proud that he wouldn't even lower his head, had his face stepped onto the ground. Although he knew that the retribution he deserved was 10 times worse than this, blood was thicker than water, and he still couldn't bear to see it. Shi Qingxian said, "Brother." Hearing this, He Xian's cold eyes swept over. Even if he couldn't lift his head, Shi Wudu knew that this was bad, and immediately shouted, "You shut up." After thinking for a moment, He Xian removed the boot from his head. Shi Wudu was trembling with fear, but he couldn't get up, and he said in a low voice, "Qingxian." He Xian walked over slowly. The group of crazy people were very afraid of him, and they screamed and ran away, but they still secretly looked at Shi Qingxian, as if they were coveting something on him. Shi Qingxian was chained to the wall, and looking at this face that he should have been very familiar with slowly approaching, he felt that it was extremely unfamiliar. He Xian squatted down in front of him, paused, and opened his mouth to ask, "Is the vernacular true immortal scary?" He asked calmly, and Shi Qingxuan's eyes were straight, his lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. The vernacular true immortal of the past was already extremely terrifying, and this person who swallowed the vernacular true immortal was 10 times and 100 times more terrifying than the nightmares of his youth. And this fear was something that he should have endured a long time ago. Shi Wudu said, "He Xian, I will take responsibility for my own actions. It was my idea to use you to block the disaster. This matter has nothing to do with my brother." He Xian sneered, "Nothing to do with it?" He stared at Shi Qingxian, and said word by word, "Your brother is a mortal with mediocre talent, and he was able to ascend to the sky, and his glory is boundless, and what he took is my destiny, and what he enjoyed is my godhood. You tell me, this has nothing to do with him?" This sentence, every word was like a knife, every knife piercing the heart, and it was said for Shi Qingxian to hear. Even though Shi Qingxian knew the ins and outs of the matter, he couldn't help but lower his head, feeling that he would never be able to lift it up in this lifetime. Shi Wudu forced himself to be calm, and said, Since you have always been by his side, you should know that I didn't lie to you. With his personality, he can't hide things, he really didn't know anything from the beginning to the end. He Xian said sternly, "It is precisely because of this that it is even more hateful. What right does he have to not know anything?" Shi Qingxian lowered his head even more. What right does he have to suck other people's blood, step on other people's corpses to ascend to the heavens, but he can enjoy all of this with a clear conscience and without any burden? He Xian said again, "You didn't know at the beginning, and you didn't know afterwards." Shi Qingxian raised his head, and said with a trembling voice, "Brother Ming, He Xian shouted, "Shut up." His face was almost ferocious. Shi Qingxian took a look, and shivered, and kept quiet out of fear. He Xian suddenly got up, and walked around the netherworld underwater manner, and growled in a low voice, "I gave you a chance." Shi Qingxian closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Xiao Yan thought of the extremely angry, good, in Boga town. And the scene when Shi Qingxian wanted to follow Pei Ming to the East Sea, and Ming Yi stopped him. However, every time, Shi Qingxian still chose to help Shi Wudu. He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." He Xian stopped and asked, "You're sorry, what is it?" The row of 4 cinerary urns was placed right in front of Shi Qingxian, as if mocking him. This light apology made people feel more and more pain, burning their hearts and liver, as if no matter what he said, he would be beaten back to his original state. Shi Qingxian said, "I know it's useless, but He Xian said indifferently, "But you what? You know it's useless, but you still want to try your best to show your sincerity, hoping to move me, hoping that I can let go of my hatred and resolve the grudge?" Shi Qingxian hurriedly said, "No. That's not it. I didn't mean that. I really feel very sorry for you. Really. Ming. Young master I know that my brother and I are both wrong. At this point, there is no way to remedy it, so." He Xian listened and said, "So?" At this moment, any more words would be useless. Shi Qingxian tried hard for a while, but he really could not continue. He Xian said coldly, "Say it, why don't you continue? So are you willing to die to atone for your sins?" Shi Qingxian was stunned. Shi Wudu could not take it anymore and said, "He Xian. The culprit is me, a perfected immortal, but Qingxian himself does not deserve to die, you." He Xian said, "Then who is guilty of my family of 5? Who died again?" Shi Wudu choked. He Xian continued to ask, "Speak. Are you willing?" Shi Qingxian said in a low voice, "I am." Hearing this, He Xian sneered. Because Shi Qingxian lowered his head, Xiao Yan could not see his expression. Even if he saw it, he would probably not be able to figure out his thoughts. After a while, He Xian walked away with his hands behind his back. When the group of crazy people saw him leave, they surrounded him again. Some hugged Shi Qingshuan's thighs and arms and refused to let go, some pulled his hair, some hooked his neck, all of their eyes were green, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Even though Xiao Yan had lived among beggars, he still felt his hair stand on end. He thought to himself, who are these people? Why did the Xian ghost get such a bunch of lunatics here? Shi Qingxian silently endured the pushing and pulling of these lunatics, not daring to make a sound. He Xian watched coldly from the side for a while and said, "Do you know who these people are?" A few skinny claws touched Shi Qingshuan's face and body. He did not even dare to breathe, and of course, he did not have time to think about who these people were. He shook his head. He Xian said, "Rotten life, cheap life, a life that is worse than pigs and dogs, a life that drives people crazy." A chill crawled through Xiao Yan's heart, and he vaguely guessed what he wanted to do. Shi Wudu also understood at once, his eyes widened and he said, "You?" He Xian stood between Shi Wudu and Shi Qingxian and said coldly, "Now, I'll give you two choices." He pointed at Shi Wudu and said, "The first choice. You, pick one person from this group and exchange your brother's life with him. Then, get lost to the mortal world." Layers of blood vessels crawled up Shi Wudu's eyeballs, and his shoulders started to tremble. He Xian said, "Since you like to exchange people's lives so much, I guess you're very familiar with this, you don't need me to teach you." This step, if one did not look at the cause, was really vicious. Although Shi Qingshuan's original fate was not enough for him to ascend, he was still an extremely peaceful and wealthy person of leisure. Looking at these people again, all of them were either suffering from ulcers or were tortured to the point of going crazy. Obviously, all of them were people who were plagued by great calamities. If he were to exchange with them, wouldn't Shi Qingxian end up in the same miserable state as them? This was a fate that could drive a person crazy, and from then on, he would suffer endless pain and torture. Shi Wudu obviously failed this tribulation, and if the matter of being a true immortal was exposed, he would definitely be demoted. After being demoted to immortal, he would not be able to exchange for Shi Qingshuan's good life. An ordinary person who was deprived of magic power and a lowly person who was rotten to the core of the earth, how could they live on? Shi Wudu panted and gritted his teeth. What about the second one? He Xian continued, "The second one, you." This time, he stared at Shi Qingxian. He said word by word, "I won't touch your life. You, right here, cut off your brother's head for me." With a clang, he threw a rusty knife on the ground. Shi Qingxian stared at the knife, and his eyes widened. He Xian said, "Then, never appear in front of me again. This way, I can pretend that you don't exist in this world." The hatred that was engraved in his bones had settled for hundreds of years, and finally reached the peak. Everyone could see the madness burning in his eyes, and everyone could understand that he was not just talking. After a moment of silence, Shi Wudu said hoarsely, "I'll kill myself." "Can I kill myself?" He Xian said, "You don't have the right to bargain with me." Shi Wudu looked at Shi Qingxian and muttered, "You want our lives." Shi Qingxian was not as desperate as him, and hurriedly said, "Brother. Brother. Let's choose the first one." "The first one." After a while, Shi Wudu calmed down and said, "No. I choose the second one." Shi Qingxian was stunned, and said, "Why choose the second one? Isn't it good for all of us to live?" "Brother, the first one, not the second one, I really can't." Shi Wudu said angrily, "Shut up. You don't know me. You want me to have nothing, and then watch you become that kind of thing in the muddy ground. Do you think I can do it? You might as well anger me to death." Shi Qingxian said, "Brother. Forget it, a bad life is better than a good death. Besides, actually, think about it, we have lived for hundreds of years, we should also. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of how he had lived for hundreds of years, and was too ashamed to continue. He Xian looked at them coldly at the side. Shi Wudu struggled to get up, grabbed the rusty knife, and stumbled to the wall, grabbed his brother's shoulder, and said, "Come." He then said in a low voice, "Go find General Pei, ask him to take care of you." The knife was frighteningly heavy, and full of rust, not to mention killing a person. It would be difficult to even kill a chicken. If one used such a knife to cut someone's head, both the person who cut and the person who was cut would definitely be in extreme pain. Shi Qingxian was so scared that he could not hold it at all, and fell straight to the ground, and said, "Forget it, brother, forget it. Didn't you tell me before, everyone in the world takes care of themselves, how can others take care of us? It has always been us taking care of ourselves. Don't give me this thing, don't give it to me." Shi Wudu shouted, "Qingxian, don't be so useless." Then, he smiled bitterly. "Your brother's nickname is Water Traversing the Heavens, it's not like you don't know. For so many years, I have overturned the skies and stirred up waves, if not 1,000, there are at least 800. In the heavens and under the heavens, there are enemies everywhere. It's fine if I die, everything will be over, it's none of your business. If I don't die, but have nothing left, that would be a fate worse than death. If I'm not the water god, I can't take care of you, I can't even protect myself, I'm afraid that within 2 days, we brothers will take it." Shi Qingxian was so scared that he was about to cry, and he lost control. No, brother, I really have no other way. Don't force me, don't give it to me. Help, help, help. At this time, he actually screamed for help. Shi Wudu said, "It's okay. Don't be afraid of Qingxian, it's better to exchange your life and draw your mana." He Xian looked at this point patiently, and suddenly, he kicked over. Caught off guard, Shi Wudu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and rolled a few times on the ground, unable to stand. Shi Qingxian hung on the wall and shouted, "Brother." He Xian said coldly, "Shut up. Stop showing your disgusting brotherly love in front of me, no one here will be moved by you." Unexpectedly, Shi Wudu spat out a mouthful of blood, and suddenly turned over, leaped up, and strangled Shi Qingxuan's neck. Xiao Yan was shocked, and immediately felt suffocated, blood rushing to his face. Shi Qingxian said with difficulty, "Brother." Shi Wudu gritted the blood between his teeth, and said, "Qingxian, I can't rest easy with you like this. If I die, you definitely won't be able to live in this world, why don't you leave with brother?" As he said this, his hands suddenly exerted force, and Shi Qingxuan's vision turned black, and a dying moan escaped from his throat. Xiao Yan was shocked, is the water master really going to strangle the wind master to death? Not long after, the pressure on his throat suddenly loosened, and a large amount of air rushed in, choking Shi Qingxian until he coughed repeatedly. It was He Xian who stood beside them, and from his forearms, he forcefully broke Shi Wudu's 2 hands that were strangling his neck, and said coldly, "Did I give you a third choice?" Shi Wudu's arms were broken, and blood spurted out like a fountain, but he laughed loudly. He Xian threw away his 2 arms as if they were trash, and said, "What are you laughing at?" Shi Wudu shook his pair of blood-stained, empty wide sleeves, and said, "I'm laughing at you, thinking that you have the upper hand. Do you think that you have endured for so many years, and now that you have finally gotten your revenge, it's very satisfying?" He Xian said, "Looking at you struggling at death's door, it's indeed very satisfying." Shi Wudu said, "Is that so? Then let me tell you, I'm also very happy." He used his broken arms to grab He Xian's collar, and said, "Because I see you so angry, so painful, so hateful that your teeth are about to break, but you still can't save your loved ones. You are still a ghost in the gutter, and no matter how you stomp your feet, it's useless, because they are all long dead. And I, my younger brother, have lived for so long, and been a god official for these hundreds of years. Now, even if he can't live anymore, he has also gained, and I have one. Am I not more happy than you? Ha 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 ha. As he listened, He Xian's pale face gradually changed, as if a will-o'-the-wisp had lit up on the ice-cold wasteland. Suddenly, the airflow in the room seemed to have become much colder. Shi Qingxian was terrified, and he said in a hoarse voice. Brother, don't say any more, okay? Brother, oh my God, what are you talking about, what nonsense are you talking about? He Xian suddenly made a move, and grabbed Shi Wudu's neck, and said, You don't have the slightest bit of remorse. Shi Wudu laughed wildly, and said, Remorse? Humph, what a joke. To think that you're the desperate ghost king, Blackwater sinks boat, and you're talking to me about remorse? Let me tell you, there's no such thing. Shi Qingxian screamed, and Shi Wudu raised his head, and said, Everything that I have today, I fought for it myself. What I don't have, I fight for it myself, what I don't have, I change it myself. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. This was the first time Xiao Yan heard an explanation like, my fate is up to me, not the heavens. Even if his scalp went numb, he was still shocked. As if his horizons had been opened by Shi Wudu's righteous and unapologetic attitude, He Xian also laughed out loud. Seeing that his face was getting more and more terrifying, Shi Qingxian broke down, and said, Brother, I beg you, can you stop talking, okay? Save me. Shi Wudu's arrogance didn't decrease in the slightest, and he said, Qingxian, brother will leave first, I'll wait for you down there. Ha 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 ha. Before he finished speaking, He Xian placed his hand on his head, and grabbed his hair. Shi Qingxian was scared out of his wits, and the iron chains clanked against the wall, and he said, Brother Ming. Brother Ming. It's all our fault, it's all my fault. My brother is like this because of me. My brother is crazy. Did you see that? You. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He could only stare at him and kowtow repeatedly. He Xian slowly looked at him. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and calmed down a little, stopping his movements. Seeing this, Shi Qingxian heaved a sigh of relief as if he had grasped a glimmer of hope. Tears finally rolled down his cheeks. However, before the tears could fall to the ground, He Xian's cold voice rang out, You called the wrong person. With that, he raised his hand and twisted Shi Wudu's head off his neck. Shi Wudu's head was separated from his body, and fresh blood spurted out from the uneven gap on his neck, splashing onto Shi Qingxian's body and face. Shi Qingxian finally couldn't take it anymore and screamed like a madman. Seeing a headless corpse standing still, it was very interesting. Those crazy people were so happy that they went crazy. They circled around him, and their bare feet left a large circle of bloody footprints. As they circled, they clapped and cheered, Yo, yo, yo. He's dead, he's dead. He's dead, he's dead. He. Shi Qingxian screamed for an unknown period of time, and it was as if his soul had flown away. It was unknown when he stopped. When Xiao Yan regained consciousness, he had already sat paralyzed on the bloody ground for a long time. And He Xian was standing not far from him, holding Shi Wudu's wide-eyed head in one hand, looking down at him from up high. After a while, He Xian said indifferently, Do you have anything to say? Shi Qingxian stared blankly at the row of urns on the altar in front of him and the two broken fans on the ground. After a long time, he mumbled. I want to die. He Xian said coldly, You wish. Then, He Xian stretched out a hand to him, and Shi Qingxian closed his eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yan's soul was suddenly pulled out and thrown high into the air. Chapter 125. Seeing Xiao Yan wake up, Hua Cheng parted his lips slightly. It seemed like he was about to leave. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yan couldn't care less. He raised his hands and wrapped them around his neck, sucking back the magic power that Hua Cheng had absorbed. Hua Cheng clearly did not expect him to do this. He did not pay attention for a moment. The magic power flowed back. Xiao Yan was afraid that he would leave, so he hurriedly cupped Xiao Yan's face with his hands. He turned over. He pressed Hua Cheng onto the ground and felt a cool spiritual energy flowing into his body. It flowed down his throat and into his stomach. It was extremely warm. At this moment, the small wooden door of Pu Chi Monastery creaked. A gigantic green caterpillar-like figure crawled out of the house and said, "Damn it. Which son of a bitch had the guts to do that? Are you a thief? You stole from me and still dare to disturb my sleep. Achoo. Let's see if I..." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw two figures kissing passionately outside the monastery. That red and white, who else could it be? He was so frightened that he screamed, "Yaha!" Hua Cheng raised his hand slightly, intending to grab Xiao Yan's shoulder. Hearing Qi Rong's clamor, she changed her hand and slapped Qi Rong back into the house with an "io" sound. The door closed with a "peng" sound. Only then did Hua Cheng flip over and press Xiao Yan under his body. He raised his head and panted slightly. A black light flickered in his eyes as he said, "Your Highness." Xiao Yan didn't have time to say more. He reached out and hooked his arm around his neck before pulling it down again. After absorbing enough mana, he choked for a moment before saying again, "Soul. Great art of soul transfer." Unexpectedly, this time, just as his soul was pulled out, before it could be thrown into the sky, it was blocked by a wall and heavily bounced back into his body, causing him to cry out. When he opened his eyes, he was still greeted by the starry sky and Hua Cheng's slightly anxious face. Xiao Yan sat up. Holding his head, he muttered, "I can't make it. Was Shi Qingxian dead? Or did the Blackwater Profound Ghost strengthen the barrier?" No matter what, he could no longer enter Shi Qingshuan's mind. Even if he rushed to the South China Sea now, it would be too late. Seeing that he was stunned, Hua Cheng said, "Your Highness, my apologies." Xiao Yan looked at him. Hua Cheng continued, "However, outsiders cannot interfere in this matter." Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, "You don't need to apologize. In fact, even if I was there, I wouldn't be able to do anything." Using the soul transfer technique, he could only enter Shi Qingshuan's body. However, Shi Qingxian was just a mortal. Even if Xiao Yan could help him break free from the shackles, how could he fight against the master of the Blackwater Ghost domain? He couldn't even escape. After regaining his composure, Xiao Yan quickly returned to the Heavenly Court's spirit communication array and said, "Ling Wen, have you guys set off?" Ling Wen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Why didn't you speak for a while just now? We've already sent a group of heavenly priests to the South Sea. His Highness Qi Ying has returned, and he'll be going out to sea in a while. But it's not easy to enter the Blackwater Ghost domain, and we don't know when we'll find it." Xiao Yan hoarsely said, "Wait a moment, I'll set off with you guys. Perhaps he could still remember the way. But I'll have to trouble you to send someone to Pu Chi Monastery to pick me up." Ling Wen said, "All right, he'll be here now." Xiao Yan was startled, and when he turned around to look, Hua Cheng had actually disappeared. Instead, two young heavenly priests walked over from outside Pu Chi village, and behind them was a tall youth with slightly curly black hair. It was Quan Yizhen. Xiao Yan slightly bowed to him, which could be considered a greeting. Quan Yizhen didn't know how to return the greeting, but Xiao Yan didn't mind. Looking around, he didn't see any trace of Hua Cheng, and knew that he was giving him time to deal with this matter. The two of them and a group of young heavenly priests left the South Sea. Listening to Xiao Yan's suggestion, they specially collected a few dozen heavy coffins that had been used to hold corpses, in case of emergencies. After the boat traveled quickly in the water for 4 to 6 hours, strange things floated over from the surface of the sea. Many corpses of giant bonefish floated on the surface of the sea and crashed into the boat. All the heavenly priests became vigilant. Are we about to arrive? However, Xiao Yan said, it can't be. If we've already entered the black water ghost domain, the boat definitely can't float on the surface of the water, let alone so fast. However, these were obviously the remains of the battle between General Pei and the Navy the night before yesterday. Quan Yizhen had been squatting on the side of the boat, maintaining this difficult action. At this moment, he suddenly said, there's a black island in front, is it that one? Xiao Yan focused his eyes and looked, there really was a black island in front of them. Moreover, from afar, it really did look like that black water island. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and said, it really looks like it. But how did we find it so easily, and the boat didn't sink? Everyone, please be careful, it might be a trap. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that it wasn't a trap. Because there was a figure on the beach, facing the sun, using the treasured sword that had killed enemies to carve wood to make coffins. At the side, there were 3 completed coffins, and he was currently making the 4th one. Xiao Yan immediately waved his hand and shouted, General Pei. It's General Pei, it's this island. The big boat immediately changed direction and sailed quickly. When Pei Ming saw that reinforcements had arrived, he didn't have the slightest bit of joy. He stuck the sword into the ground, rubbed his nose, and said gloomily, you guys didn't come earlier or later, but just had to come when I was about to finish. What's the meaning of this? Quan Yizhen said, it's good enough that someone came. I heard that they were coming to save you, so no one had the time. Pei Ming's expression was one of, I'm not going to bicker with a child like you. He turned to Xiao Yan and asked, Your Highness the Crown Prince went back first. How did you guys make this boat? How can it float on the surface of the ghost domain? Xiao Yan said, I don't think it's a problem with the boat. It's because the curse of the black water ghost domain has already been dispelled. Pei Ming was startled. He casually tested it out and actually cut down a large patch of trees. His mana really did return. After being speechless for a moment, he shook his head and said, if I had known it would be like this, why would I work so hard to make coffins? What he said wasn't false. This night was truly a waste of effort. After making coffins for 4 people, 3 people's coffins were useless. A group of heavenly officials arrived on the island and went straight to the center of the forest. The little ghosts in the dense forest had never seen this kind of formation before. They were so frightened that they fled in all directions. When they arrived at the Blackwater Lake, they didn't encounter those shadowy people. Without the interference of other people's execution grounds, everyone studied for a while and finally broke through the illusory world. The iron prison by the lake and the Netherworld Water Palace both appeared. Once they entered the Netherworld Water Palace, Xiao Yan put away the black-clothed skeleton. Holding it in his hand, he started running around the palace. Not long after, he found the main hall. On the mottled wall, the 2 bloody iron shackles were already empty. A headless corpse lay in the center of the main hall. Its blood had already flowed dry, and a group of crazy people were currently throwing things at the corpse. When the heavenly officials entered, that group of crazy people became even more excited. After Pei Ming came in, he stared blankly for a long time before he finally dared to confirm who it was. He exclaimed in shock. Senior Marshal Brother Shui. Xiao Yan already knew about this matter and said, I'll have to trouble everyone to search here and the entire island to see if there's Lord Wind Master, or his corpse. However, no matter how they searched, they couldn't find any traces of Shi Qingxian on the island. Could it be that the Dark Water Ghost had taken Master Wind away? Or could it be that the Wind Master had already been directly killed, his corpse sunk into the sea, and his flesh and blood fed to the fish? Although Shi Wudu had gone berserk at the last moment and provoked He Xian into killing him, Shi Wudu had died. However, Shi Wudu was not killed by Master Feng Shi. Would He Xian still exchange his life for Master Feng Shi's? After driving away that group of annoying madmen, Pei Ming half-squatted on the ground and was lost in thought for a long time. She sighed and said, "Senior brother Shui, you've been arrogant all your life, yet you've ended up like this. You don't even know if you can rest in peace. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Life is full of variations, and nothing can escape it. Even if you become a god, you still can't escape it." Kuan Yizhen, on the other hand, didn't have so many regrets. She ran back and forth in the netherworld underwater mansion and took a few glances. Feeling that it was very strange, she asked, "Where's his head?" Xiao Yan replied, "The black water profound ghost took it away." Pei Ming said, "What enmity does the ghost territory's master have with him? Also, where is Qing Xian? Where are the geomasters? Could it be that the three organs of water, earth, and wind have all been destroyed?" Xiao Yan replied, "It is indeed a great enmity, a great enmity. Master Geomaster, it depends on which one you ask. The real one is in my hands, and the fake one is the one who took away Master Fengshi's head." "What?" Xiao Yan stared at him and said softly, "General Pei probably doesn't know. The Blackwater Profound Ghost's surname is He Xian." Hearing this, Pei Ming's expression changed slightly. It seemed that Pei Ming and Ling Wen were not completely clueless about what Shi Wudu had done. It was just that how much they knew was unknown. He reported what needed to be reported, and dealt with what needed to be dealt with. By the time he returned to Puqi village, an entire day had already passed. Xiao Yan's steps showed that he was slightly tired. When he returned to Puqi monastery, he had just opened the door when he heard Qi Rong's ghostly howl, "Dog Hua Cheng. Xiao Yan, you bastard. You two are really shameless, fuck. You scared the hell out of me in the middle of the night. You blinded this lord's dog eyes, and you still won't compensate me." As soon as he heard Qi Rong's filthy words, Xiao Yan immediately recalled the frightening scene last night when he and Hua Cheng took turns to press each other to the ground and absorb their spiritual energy. At that time, he didn't feel embarrassed, but now he couldn't escape. He almost slammed the door on the spot and ran out. Hua Cheng was leaning against a chair at the side, his boots folded on the table. When he heard Xiao Yan push the door open and enter, he immediately put them down. He casually slapped Qi Rong's forehead, knocking him out. Standing up, he greeted, "Gidge." Xiao Yan nodded and closed the door behind him. He walked over Qi Rong, who was tied up like a green worm, and sat down. "Did Gu Zi and the others go out to play?" Hua Cheng replied, "Yeah, I let them out." "It's been hard on you." Xiao Yan replied, "No, it's been hard on you. It's been hard on you." Hua Cheng smiled. After a moment, he said, "I thought, Gidge would blame me." Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "Why think so much, San Lang? I really won't. Actually, you're right about this. It's indeed not good for outsiders to interfere." After thinking about it, he still asked, "San Lang, in your opinion, what will that Blackwater Profound Ghost do to Lord Wind Master?" After a moment of silence, Hua Cheng said, "I don't know either. That Blackwater person is very strange. He's suffered alone for too many years. No one can understand what he's thinking. No one can understand what he's thinking." Xiao Yan suddenly remembered that this was a common comment many heavenly officials used to give to Blood Rain Tanhua. Blackwater sinking boat came from the battle of 10,000 ghosts in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Blood Rain Tanhua also came from that. He Xian endured alone for many years. Hua Cheng might have endured alone for as long as He Xian. What made Blackwater sinking boat into the Blackwater sinking boat of today was hatred. Then, what about Blood Rain Tanhua? What was it that made Flower City the Flower City it was today? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Xiao Yan's mind. He shook his head and shook off the thought of a noble. He organized his thoughts and said, "But, San Lang, I don't understand. The matter of the navy switching the beam and the pillar should have been very hidden. He hid it for so many years, so how did Blackwater find out? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer me. Hua Qing said. He already changed his territory and ran away. He also stopped being a fake heavenly official. What's inconvenient about that? It's easy to say. On the night Blackwater died, Shi Wudu specially went to confirm it. Xiao Yan said, because only when the prey is dead will the true immortal turn to look for the next target. Hua Qing said, yes. Blackwater didn't know who that person was, but he remembered that face. Later, when he became a ghost, he found out about the people and things in the heavens and earth. Only then did Blackwater discover that he was the water heavenly official. No wonder. This was very strange. Why would a dignified water heavenly official go and observe how an ordinary person died for no reason? Xiao Yan said, but this shouldn't be related to changing lives. Hua Qing said, so, he replaced the real Earth Master and infiltrated the heavenly court to investigate this matter. He's also very courageous. Xiao Yan slowly said, if he didn't kill the real Earth Master and get involved with more than 200 fishermen, he could still be called brave and resourceful. Chapter 126. Xiao Yan was slightly startled. Then who could it be? According to common sense, at most, less than 50 people should be affected by this kind of storm. Hua Qing said, my guess is that it might be the same person who sent the empty shell Taoist in the Ban Yu Pass incident. In that case, it seemed that there had always been a hand, pushing him into the center of all kinds of chaotic events. Xiao Yan suddenly felt inexplicable. Then what is this person's purpose? Hua Qing shook his head, deep in thought. At this time, he suddenly heard the sound of children playing outside the Pu Chi monastery. His sharp gaze swept across the area. Following his gaze, Xiao Yan looked out through the window and saw two children playing outside the door. Gu Zi was riding on Lang Ying's shoulder. He had a carefree attitude. Of course, the navy deceived the heavens and replaced the pillars. The Wind Master was an impostor, the Earth Master was also an impostor, and the navy was beheaded and nowhere to be found. Four things, four bolts of lightning, four shocking thunderclaps, one louder than the other, set off a huge uproar in the upper and middle heavens. For a moment everyone was so shocked that they didn't know what to say. No one in the Divine Martial Hall expressed their opinions. Even Jun Wu's hand seemed to be unable to support his forehead. Although Ming Yi didn't usually interact with people, only Shi Qingxian, who liked to pester people and was familiar with them, could get along well with him. No one had a deep relationship with him, but when they thought that their colleague was actually the legendary desperate Ghost King, the impact was too great. In order to act as a good Earth Master, this Ghost King had been diligent for so many years, gathering a large number of believers in the human world. He could even enter the top 10 at the Mid-Autumn Banquet, ranking higher than most of the heavenly officials. It was really too terrifying, as expected of the desperate Ghost King. Everyone couldn't help but mutter. Even if they were told that Hua Cheng was among them, or that Hua Cheng had planted someone in the upper heavens, they wouldn't be more shocked. Putting aside the grudge between the Blackwater Profound Ghost and the Blackwater Profound Ghost, there was no doubt that the real Earth Master died in the hands of the Blackwater Profound Ghost. Thus, the upper heavens officially issued an arrest order for the Blackwater Profound Ghost. But everyone knows that if a desperate Ghost King wants to hide, would it be so easy to find him? As the saying goes, when a wall is down, everyone kicks it. In the past, the Feng Shui masters were in high spirits, and hundreds responded to their call. Every time Shi Wudu appeared, he would be the center of attention. Now that he had died, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Shi Qingxian loved to make friends and was generous. At this time, the countless good friends that he usually had were nowhere to be found. Pei Ming collected the headless corpses of the sailors. On the day of the burial, it was cold and cheerless. Other than Xiao Yan and Ling Wen, there weren't many other heavenly officials present. Xiao Yan recalled that in the past few days, he didn't know if it was intentional or not, but a group of people had already begun to burn and smash the Feng Shui temple. Although he couldn't bear to do it and had tried to stop them a few times, as time passed, people would discover that the gods they worshipped had lost their effectiveness. The situation would only become more and more intense. He could stop them for a while, but he couldn't stop them forever. In another 10 years, or even just a few years, people would forget about these two Feng Shui divine officials who once stood at the peak of the heavenly court. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. In the end, Xiao Yan said to Ling Wen, Master Feng Shui, I'll have to trouble you to find Qing Xian's whereabouts. Ling Wen's face was also solemn. He hadn't smiled for many days. He said, Your Highness, you don't have to say much. I will do my best. Pei Ming said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, rather than letting Ling Wen Palace Hall slowly search for Qing Xian, why don't you directly ask your blood rain Tanhua if he could find out from that black mad ghost where Qing Xian went? He even took away senior apprentice brother Shui's head. What else does he want? Xiao Yan shook his head and said helplessly, General Pei is taking it for granted. Does a desperate ghost king need to tell another what he wants to do? Hence, Pei Ming didn't say anything more. When they returned to Pu Chi Temple, many villagers gathered in front of the temple and whispered. Xiao Yan didn't need to ask to know what was going on. Because there was a ghostly howl coming from Pu Chi Temple. The village chief was terrified. He pulled him back and said, Daoist, that crazy cousin of yours, he. Xiao Yan's excuse to outsiders was that Qi Rong was his crazy cousin. He was despised by others and no one was willing to take care of him. That was why he was obligated to take him in. In a sense, it wasn't a lie. He said, he's crazy again. It's fine. He's locked up. He won't come out. Everyone can disperse. The villagers said, oh, and dispersed. Before they dispersed, the village chief gave a basket of eggs to Xiao Yan and said, that, Daoist, your family's Xiaohua. Xiao Yan was stunned. Xiaohua. He finally reacted and said, oh, San Lang, right? Thinking of Hua Cheng's identity to outsiders as his own younger brother who ran away from home to play, he felt slightly embarrassed. The village chief said, yes. Your family's Xiaohua helped us fix something again today. You should reward him well tonight. Yes. Give him some nourishment. He'll be strong and able to work better. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh and said, okay. Of course. When he opened the door, Lang Ying was already curled up in a corner and sleeping, while Qi Rong was lying on the ground, screaming like a ghost as if his heart and liver were on fire. Gu Zi was massaging his back and shoulders. Father, are you feeling better? Xiao Yan took off his bamboo hat with one hand and put down the eggs with the other. What happened to you? Did you get a stomachache? Qi Rong spat, as long as you don't fucking cook for me, I won't get a stomachache even if I lick shit on the ground. Hearing him exaggerate, Xiao Yan folded his hands in his sleeves and said, then do you really want to try licking those things and see if you get a stomachache? Qi Rong said, Pei. What did I say? You've revealed your dark heart again. You're trying to torture me. Io, my good son is not bad. Let's change to another side. Hey mom, what the fuck is going on? I've been so irritated recently, so irritated that I'm like a cat crying in heat. Am I sick? Cousin Crown Prince. I'm sick. It's definitely because you mistreated me that I'm sick. You damn Shuel Yan, you're going to harm someone's life again. Xiao Yan squatted down and touched his forehead. Do you have a fever? Pausing, he removed his hand and frowned. I don't. You're not pretending, are you? Qi Rong was about to scold him again when Gu Zi pitifully said, Dao Zhang, my dad didn't lie to you. He hasn't been feeling well recently. He's been screaming for a long time today. Looking at Qi Rong wriggling on the ground, Xiao Yan shook his head. Standing up, he was about to look for the medicine box, but he suddenly discovered that the merit box was unexpectedly heavy. This merit box was newly made by Hua Cheng, so there shouldn't be anything inside. Feeling strange, Xiao Yan took out the key and opened it. He was dumbfounded. He was actually blinded by a box full of large, shiny gold bars. With a "pa" sound, Xiao Yan hurriedly closed the merit box again. Didn't he already return the box of gold bars sent by the Navy? Could it be that someone sent it back? It couldn't be Hua Cheng. He wouldn't do something as simple and crude as stuffing gold bars. Xiao Yan turned his head and asked, "Qi Rong, has anyone been here?" Qi Rong pointed at his nose and scolded, "Hey, did you make a mistake? Do you really think I'm raised by you to guard the door? Do you think you're absolute? You definitely don't have a face as big as yours. Even smelly Blackwater and dog Hua Cheng wouldn't dare use me as a guard." With a "quang" sound, the door to Puchi Monastery was kicked open. It was Hua Cheng who had kicked the door open and entered. As soon as he saw him, Qi Rong immediately went mute. He quietly wriggled to the side, not daring to mention what he saw that night. Xiao Yan said, "San Lang, you're back." Hua Cheng beamed and said, "Yeah." Xiao Yan said, "It's been hard on you. The village chief sent some things over and wanted me to reward you. Tonight, eat something good." Hua Cheng said, "Okay. However, do you want to come over to my place tonight?" Xiao Yan asked, "The ghost city?" Hua Cheng said, "Yeah. While you're at it, bring this thing with you." He pointed at Qi Rong and said, "Let's see if there's any way to pull out his soul." After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiao Yan said, "That's fine too." Continuing to drag things out like this wasn't a solution. Of course, the most important reason was that Qi Rong could eat too much. His Puchi monastery really couldn't afford it anymore. When Qi Rong heard that he was going to be sent to the ghost city, he turned pale with fright and resisted in every way he could. However, his resistance was ineffective. After a burst of smoke, he was turned into a cyan roly-poly doll by Hua Cheng. Guzi carried him in his arms and brought him to the ghost city. The ghost city was still as lively as ever. Walking on the main street, the ghosts still remembered Xiao Yan. When they saw him come again, they all shouted, "Uncle!" "Ah no, I mean, the city lord's friend, you're here again." "Ga. Do you miss our special snacks here, Ga?" Xiao Yan also brought the basket of eggs and distributed them as if they were local specialties from the human world. Many of the ghosts who received the eggs danced with joy. Some decided to eat the eggs with their own blood tonight, while others announced that they wanted to use this egg to hatch a demonic beast that was 8 zhang tall. Hua Cheng removed the spell on Qi Rong's body. After a burst of cyan smoke, the man that Qi Rong had possessed appeared on the street. He held his head and squatted down, not saying a single word. Some of the ghosts smelled the scent on his body and said, "Hey, isn't this a green ghost?" The group of ghosts surrounded him and sniffed for a long time. Then, they laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, it really is a green ghost. This idiot is here again, ha 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 ha. Didn't you get beaten up enough before? Ha 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 ha, you actually still dare to come." Hua Cheng said, "This little one will look after him. This big one will think of a way to drag him out for me without harming his physical body." "Yes. City Lord." Thus, a few good-looking female ghosts carried Guzi and hummed a few tunes before coaxing him to sleep. The rest of the demons and ghosts began to play a game with Qi Rong. One of them screamed and ran, and a group of ghosts chased after him. Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan watched for a while, then changed direction and entered Thousand Lantern Temple. The two of them slowly walked into the temple and approached the altar. The altar was still covered with ink, paper, and inkstones. Recently, Xiao Yan's mood had been heavy. Looking at this, he wanted to lighten the mood. He smiled and said, "The last time I taught you, I told you to practice calligraphy when you have time. But, you haven't been practicing recently, right?" Hua Qing coughed and said, "Big brother, you've given away the rewards to others. What am I going to eat tonight?" Xiao Yan imitated him and raised his eyebrows slightly. He said, "Don't change the topic." Hua Qing said, "I can practice with the knife, but I can't practice calligraphy. Without Big Brother by my side to guide me, I'm afraid I won't be able to practice well. The more I practice, the worse I'll get." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows even higher. He said, "San Lang is so smart. Is there anything you're not good at?" Hua Qing picked up his brush and dipped it in ink. He said in a seemingly humble manner, "Really? Please teach me, Big Brother." Xiao Yan sighed and said, "Why don't you write it first?" And so, Hua Qing seriously wrote 2 lines. Xiao Yan looked at it for a while. He really couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Stop, stop. You should stop. Don't waste good brush, ink, paper, and inkstone." Hua Qing said, "Oh." Sure enough, he stopped and put away his brush. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "San Lang, you don't tell others that I taught you how to write." Hua Qing said, "Big brother, I really tried my best." His words seemed to be a little wronged. A good ghost king of desperation, whose name would cause the entire 3 realms to tremble in fear when he announced it, was now standing like a primary school student, obediently listening to Xiao Yan's criticism. After explaining a few more important points, Xiao Yan, like last time, held his hand and said, "Let's do it again. This time, we have to be serious." Hua Qing said, "Okay." The 2 of them both concentrated on writing. After writing for a while, Xiao Yan casually asked, "Why is it still thoughts of separation?" Hua Qing also casually answered, "I like this poem." Xiao Yan said, "I like it too. However, does San Lang have any other poems that you like? Once you're familiar with this one, you can also write something else." Roughly calculating, this poem had a few dozen words, so the 2 of them had probably written it a few dozen times. It was about time for a new one. However, Hua Qing said, "Let's write this one." Putting down his brush, he gently blew on the ink and smiled. "If I like something, my heart will never be able to hold anything else. I will always remember it. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, no matter how many years pass, it won't change. This poem is just like that." Xiao Yan smiled slightly and said, "Is that so?" Hua Qing said, "MHM." Xiao Yan let go of his hand and lightly coughed. He said, "That's good. San Lang is a very emotional person, that's pretty good. Oh, you should practice some more." "Ah, right. Qi Rong seems to be a bit unwell recently." Hua Qing put down the paper and picked up his brush again. He asked, "What kind of unwell?" Xiao Yan turned around and said, "He seems to be saying that his whole body is restless. However, I've checked, and it doesn't seem like there's a problem with that person's body. It can't be because the weather is bad." Behind him, Hua Qing asked, "When did it start?" Xiao Yan said, "It should be these past few days. Today, it's especially serious." Before he could finish speaking, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Right at this moment, he heard a soft paw from behind him, as if something had fallen from the sky. Xiao Yan suddenly turned around and said, "San Lang?" Chapter 127. Looking at his expression, it was as if waves of pain were coming from his right eye. It was unbearable. Xiao Yan immediately took a step back. "How are you?" The corner of Hua Chang's mouth twitched slightly, but he resisted the urge to answer. The silver eye on the hilt of the misfortune blade opened, and the eyeball began to spin wildly. The veins on the back of Hua Cheng's hand that was placed on the altar slightly bulged, as if he wanted to overturn the altar. Xiao Yan raised his hand to touch him, but Hua Cheng shouted in a low voice, "Don't come over." Xiao Yan's movements became sluggish. Hua Cheng endured and said, "Your Highness. You, quickly leave me." "I might." Xiao Yan said, "How can I leave like this?" Hua Cheng was slightly annoyed. "If you stay here, I..." Wave after wave of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from outside the 1,000 lanterns. On the main street of the ghost city, a group of ghosts fell to the ground. They cried to the heavens, clutched their heads and screamed. It was as if they had a splitting headache, and it was better to die than to live. Qi Rong ran quickly in front of them. This was because he was attached to a living person. Although this body weakened his powers, it also acted as a barrier and weakened the attacks against the ghost body. However, it also served as a barrier that weakened the attacks against the ghost body. Thus, he was still able to barely move about. He seized the opportunity to run away. The female ghosts holding Guzi fell to the ground and cried out in pain. They couldn't sing their hypnotic songs anymore. Guzi woke up in a daze. He just happened to see Qi Rong madly running. He quickly got up and chased after him, shouting, "Dad! Dad! Wait for me!" As Qi Rong ran, he turned around and stuck out his tongue. He rolled his eyes and said, "Lu lu lu la la la, good son, Dad is leaving." Ha 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 ha. Guzi was still chasing after him with his 2 short legs. Seeing him running further and further away, he cried out, "Father! Don't leave me! Dad, take me with you!" Qi Rong spat, "Go away! Go away! Don't chase me! You're a hindrance!" His spit flew far away and hit Guzi's forehead, causing Guzi to fall backwards. He sat on the ground and cried loudly, crying his heart out. Xiao Yan couldn't bear to listen anymore. He rushed out of 1,000 Lanterns Monastery and angrily shouted, "Qi Rong!" When Qi Rong saw him blocking his way, he was so scared that he quickly ran back. In the process, he picked up the grains on the ground and said, "Don't come over. Come here, I'll bite off this little drag's skull right now for you to see. My good son, you want to be food for your father. How filial of you. Tomorrow, I'll cook you. Braise or steam, you can choose for yourself." Ha 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 ha. How could Xiao Yan be afraid of him? Just as he was about to chase after him, he heard a loud noise behind him. It turned out that Hua Cheng had swept the brush and ink on the table to the ground. As a last resort, Xiao Yan didn't have the time to care about Qi Rong. He turned around and said, "San Lang." Suddenly, Hua Cheng hugged him tightly and said in a trembling voice, "I lied. Don't leave." Xiao Yan stiffened like an iron board in his arms. "San Lang? Do you recognize who I am?" He seemed to be delirious and couldn't recognize who was in front of him. He just hugged Xiao Yan tightly and muttered, "I'm lying, don't leave." Xiao Yan's eyes widened. Outside the 1,000 Lanterns Monastery came Qi Rong's proud laughter and Guzi's loud wails. Qi Rong said, "Hee hee. Dog Hua Cheng. Who asked you to look down on me all day long? Who asked you to act all high and mighty all day long? This is karma, isn't it? You're down." The wailing ghosts on the street didn't have any strength left, but they also started cursing, "Green ghost. You useless trash, where did you get the guts to scold our master of the city?" Hearing the clamor of the people around him, Hua Cheng seemed to be especially angry. He raised his hand and was about to send them flying. Xiao Yan quickly hugged him and pressed down his hand. He said gently, "Okay, okay. I won't leave. I won't leave you." He raised his hand again and made the door of the 1,000 Lanterns Monastery close automatically. Qi Rong couldn't come in under such circumstances. He raised his voice and said, "If you want to leave, then leave. I don't have time for you. If you don't leave, be careful." Ah! Unexpectedly, it wasn't enough for Hua Cheng to just hug him. He suddenly pushed him down on the jade table. This time, the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were scattered all over the ground. Xia Lian's hand streaked across the plate of cinnabar on the table. As he struggled, he left a few dark red marks on the paper. In the thoughts of separation, the two words, Wu Shan, in the sentence, Wu Shan is not a cloud, were stained with tender and alluring red marks. Xia Lian said, 3, before he could finish speaking. Hua Cheng pressed down on his shoulder and kissed him. Qi Rong obviously heard something was wrong. He laughed and said, "Cousin Crown Prince, you have to be careful. Right now, dog Hua Cheng is definitely like a mad dog, biting whoever he catches. Laozi will go out and help you guys spread the news. There are a lot of monks and Taoist priests who have a grudge against dog Hua Cheng. Take advantage of this time to quickly come and settle accounts with him." Ha 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 ha. His voice gradually faded away. Xia Lian's heart tightened. What if Qi Rong really called over a large group of mages and Taoist priests that Hua Cheng had offended in the past and took advantage of the ghosts? With the current situation, how could the ghosts of the ghost city remain unscathed? However, Hua Cheng didn't give him the time to think about these things. He clearly wasn't a living person and didn't have any body temperature. However, at this moment, his body was abnormally hot, as if he was experiencing a high fever. Xia Lian's lips were tightly pressed against Hua Cheng's, and he was forced to endure the surging heat from Hua Cheng's body. The hand that was originally going to push Hua Cheng away instead grabbed the red shirt on his shoulder. Perhaps it was because Hua Cheng's magic was too strong, but his entire throat, chest, and abdomen felt warm and swollen. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xia Lian felt that if he continued to be forced to endure like this, his entire body would be penetrated by the thing that Hua Cheng had forcefully transferred over. Clenching his teeth, he forcefully struck out with his palm. However, although he struck out with his palm, he couldn't really attack Hua Cheng. He could only strike Hua Cheng's shoulder. This strike was neither light nor heavy. Hua Cheng forcefully grabbed Xia Lian's wrist, pressed it down, and continued to vent. If this continued, he really couldn't take it anymore. This time, Xia Lian used both his hands to forcefully push Hua Cheng away. He fled to the side of the altar, panting slightly. However, Hua Cheng's eyes were bloodshot as he pressed Xia Lian down on the altar. Xia Lian called out, "San Lang." Perhaps because his voice had some effect, Hua Cheng stared at Xia Lian's face for a long time before suddenly hugging him tightly. Seeing that Hua Cheng was obedient and no longer forcefully infused his magic, Xia Lian let out a sigh of relief. However, as he hugged Hua Cheng, he felt that the magic in Hua Cheng's body was going berserk. No wonder Hua Cheng kissed him the moment he caught him. He was so frantic that he had to find a breakthrough point to vent. If Xia Lian wanted to completely calm down and recover his consciousness, he might have to bleed him. However, Hua Cheng wasn't a living person, so how could he bleed him? After thinking about it again and again, Xia Lian still said, "Sorry for offending you." Thus, he held Hua Cheng's face with both hands and took the initiative to cover his lips. He slowly guided the dry and hot spiritual flow from Hua Cheng's body into his own, helping him relieve the pain and heat. Hua Cheng also wrapped his arms around Xia Lian's waist. Xia Lian lightly trembled, and in the next moment, the two of them tumbled onto the altar. It really was unfair. Xia Lian didn't dare to touch even the slightest bit of danger on Hua Cheng's body, yet Hua Cheng relied on his delirium to act unscrupulously on Xia Lian's body, forcing Xia Lian to suffer unspeakably. This altar was originally a place where gods were worshipped, yet at this moment, a ghost and a god were lying there, hugging and kissing each other. It was truly absurd and strange, yet it was also affectionate and gorgeous. The first few times, both sides were still relatively clear-headed. Every time, they seemed to have an incomparably proper reason for doing this. When they did this kind of thing, they could still be considered restrained, limiting it to only lips touching. However, this time, one side's mind was in chaos, causing the other side to be caught unprepared. In his daze, Xiao Yan finally confirmed one thing. Although it seemed as if he couldn't control himself every time, in reality, there were times when he couldn't help himself. After enduring this torment for most of the night, the restlessness in Hua Cheng's body finally slowly calmed down. His arms that were hugging Xiao Yan also loosened a little. Xiao Yan turned over and sat up. Gazing at Hua Cheng's closed eyes and sleeping face, he sighed. Evil fate was thrown to the side, his eyeballs still rapidly moving around. Xiao Yan took the scimitar and touched it in his hand for a long time. Only then did evil fate slightly narrow his eyes, as if he was finally satisfied. Not long after, Hua Cheng suddenly turned over and sat up. He said, "Your Highness." Xiao Yan quickly adjusted his expression. Turning around, he happily said, "You're awake. Everything's fine now." Hua Cheng looked around. Inside the main shrine of Thousand Lanterns Monastery, the floor was a mess. His expression was one of surprise and bewilderment, as if he didn't remember what happened last night. Xiao Yan took the initiative to calmly ask, "What happened last night? All of your subordinates suddenly had headaches, fevers, and were restless. You too, your temper was very big." Hua Cheng asked, "Apart from that?" Xiao Yan said, "Apart from that, that's all." Hua Cheng stared at him and said, "Is that really all? Then how did I calm down?" Xiao Yan lightly coughed, a little embarrassed as he said, "To tell you the truth, San Lang, please don't blame me. Aside from this." He raised his hand that was currently stroking Misfortune's sword and said, "I also, cough cough, fought with you." Hua Cheng asked doubtfully, "Fought?" Xiao Yan's expression didn't change. He looked at him sincerely and said, "Yes, you see, this shrine is in such a mess. It was all because of our fight." After a while, Hua Cheng let out a breath and held his forehead with one hand. Seeing that he didn't ask any more questions, Xiao Yan finally put down his hanging heart and secretly sighed in relief. At this moment, Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "It's opened." Xiao Yan said, "What?" Hua Cheng looked up and said in a deep voice, "Bronze Cauldron Mountain has reopened." Both of them were very clear about the meaning of this sentence. Xiao Yan's eyes widened. A new Ghost King is about to be born. When Xiao Yan went back to report, the thunder above the immortal capital was rumbling incessantly. Stepping into the divine martial shrine, Xiao Yan subconsciously wanted to find someone to ask, what happened to Master Lei? But after he said that, he remembered that the position where Master Lei usually stood was no longer occupied. The Navy Master at the front and the Earth Master at the corner were also gone. He was startled and sighed in his heart. Turning his head, he saw Lang Qianqiu enter the shrine. After not seeing him for a long time, Lang Qianqiu had lost a lot of weight and looked a little more depressed. He looked at Xiao Yan and turned his head without saying a word. Xiao Yan looked around but couldn't find anyone he could casually talk to. A voice answered, "Nothing much, the Ghost King is about to be born. Ghosts are crying and the thunder can't be stopped." The one who answered was Feng Xian. For some reason, seeing him made Xiao Yan feel very close. However, one of Feng Xian's eyes was black. Xiao Yan couldn't help but look at Mu Qing, who was far away on the other side of the shrine. Mu Qing's cheek was swollen. It seemed that the two of them had a grudge for many years. Jun Wu said, "I'm sure everyone knows why I called everyone here this time." The heavenly officials all nodded in agreement. Jun Wu slowly said, "Heaven and earth are the cauldron, and all living beings are the copper. Bronze Cauldron Mountain is a naturally dangerous place. It is an active volcano that can erupt at any time. Every 100 years, the Goose City in the mountain opens and thousands of ghosts tremble. The previous ghost kings were especially affected. All the demons and ghosts who desire to ascend will rush to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Once they gather, Bronze Cauldron Mountain will be closed again and the slaughter will officially begin. When there is only one left, the Ghost King will be born. Blood Rain Tanhua and Blackwater Sink's boat are both Ghost Kings from Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It took Heishui 12 years and Huaqing 10 years. Mu Qing coldly said, "One Blackwater and one Huaqing is already very troublesome. Let's see what they did. If there is another one, it will be troublesome." Xiao Yan warmly said, "General Xianzhen, I won't comment on what Blackwater did. However, Huaqing didn't do anything too excessive, right?" Mu Qing puffed up his swollen cheek and looked at him. Pei Ming said, "It is quite troublesome. That's why we have to stop the tens of thousands of ghosts this time, right?" Jun Wu said, "Yes. It will take a few months for the ghosts to gather. We must try to stop them before they gather." Xiao Yan asked, "What if we can't stop them in time? Can we still salvage the situation?" Jun Wu said, "Yes, but I hope it won't come to that. The most important thing now is that the ghosts have stirred up a wave of chaos. Many of the demons and ghosts that were suppressed in various places have escaped. Many of them are extremely dangerous and non-human, such as the female ghost Xian Ji, the fetus spirit, and the immortal in brocade clothes. They must be rushing towards Bronze Cauldron Mountain now. We must capture them immediately." Xiao Yan said, "They all escaped. Then this is indeed a big mess." Jun Wu said, "So I'm afraid that the martial gods from the various halls will have to spend more effort to thoroughly investigate the areas under their jurisdiction." Xiao Yan said, "Then, what about me?" Chapter 128. After a pause, Jun Wu asked again, "Where's Qiying?" Xiao Yan looked around. He didn't see the young martial god at the martial hall. Perhaps it was because of the recent incidents in the Heavenly Court, but Lingwen Hall was extremely busy. Lingwen also had a few dark circles under his eyes. Qiying hasn't come for a meeting in a long time. I can't contact him. One of the priests smacked his lips. Where did that kid run off to? He didn't come again. He doesn't come every day. I'm so envious. Jun Wu said, "I don't know where Qiying is now. After I find him, I will inform you to meet up as soon as possible." Xiao Yan bowed and said, "Yes." Autumn had already entered the world. The weather was slightly cold. Pu Qi Temple was the same. Although Xiao Yan was wearing a single layer of clothing, he didn't feel cold. However, on the way back, he still bought 2 new clothes with the money he got from collecting trash. He brought them to Langying. Huaqing returned to the Ghost City, and Qi Rong grabbed Gu Zi and ran away. Right now, Pu Qi Temple only had Langying left. A while ago, it felt very crowded. But now it seemed deserted. From afar, Xiao Yan saw Langying silently sweeping the ground in front of the temple. She swept the golden leaves into a pile. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Xiao Yan always felt that Langying used to be hunched and timid. Now that his limbs were much more relaxed, he finally looked like a young man. He couldn't help but feel gratified. He went up to take the broom and was about to bring him into the temple when the villagers who had been lying in ambush all surrounded him. Aunties, uncles, aunties, sisters, they all talked at once. "Dao Zhang is back. Went to the city to collect trash again. You've worked hard. Why haven't I seen Xiaohua recently?" Yes, I haven't seen him for a few days. I miss him." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Xiao Hua went home." The village chief said, "What? Which home? I thought this was Xiaohua's home. Isn't he already living with you?" Xiao Yan said, No, no. He just came out to play. Now that we all have things to do, we'll separate first. That night, Hua Qing repeatedly questioned Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan insisted that the two of them had only fought. With the reopening of Bronze Cauldron Mountain, Hua City had more things to deal with. If a new desperate ghost king was born, it would have a huge impact on the three realms. Between Flower Town and Blackwater, although one was high-profile and the other was low-key, they both had their own style. They both had their own identities and had their own sense of propriety. Who knew what kind of thing would be born this time? If they gave birth to a madman like Qi Rong who wanted to divide territory with them, then it would be very troublesome. Thus, Xiao Yan used the recent eventful times as an excuse, saying that it was best for the two of them to be busy with their own matters during this period of time and not meet up for the time being. They would meet up again after they were done with their work. Thus, Xiao Yan said his goodbyes amiably. Although it seemed abrupt and cold, as if he had turned hostile, Xiao Yan really had no choice. He didn't have the confidence to hide it well for now. At this moment, Lang Ying, who was behind him, suddenly said, "Fire." Only now did Xiao Yan realize that in his absent-mindedness, he had actually picked up the iron pot and spatula again, ruining the meat and vegetables he had just brought back to Puqi Monastery. The fire at the bottom of the pot rose a few feet high and was about to burn the ceiling. He quickly put it out with a slap. However, he used too much strength, causing the entire stove to collapse. After a series of bangs and bangs, Xiao Yan was stupefied. With one hand holding the pot, he didn't know what to do. It was mealtime, and the villagers were all holding large bowls and eating happily at the door. They were so frightened that they surrounded him again. What happened? What happened? Dao Zhang, did your house explode again? Xiao Yan hurriedly opened the window and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing." Cough, 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 cough. The village chief came over to take a look and said, "Oh my God, it's so miserable." Dao Zhang, I think you should call Xiaohua back. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan said, "Forget it. After all, he's not a member of my family." By the time he came back to his senses, Lang Ying had already helped clean up the mess on the floor. There was also an additional plate of brightly colored food on the table. He had randomly put it on the plate when he was distracted. If that bowl of food from last time was called 100 Years of Harmony Soup, then this time, it should be called 1,000 Colors Stir-Fried Pork. Other than Hua Cheng, there probably wasn't a second person who could eat this kind of food. Xiao Yan himself couldn't stand it anymore and turned around to wash the pot. Rubbing the space between his eyebrows, he said, "Forget it, don't eat it anymore. Throw it away." Unexpectedly, when he turned around after washing the pot, he saw Lang Ying take the plate and silently eat it. Xiao Yan was startled and hurriedly came over to stop him. Supporting him, he asked, "Heavens, are you all right? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Lang Ying shook her head. Because his face was tightly covered by bandages, he couldn't see what expression he was wearing. Even Qi Rong and Blackwater would become delirious after eating the food he made, yet Lang Ying could actually endure it. Was it because he was hungry to a certain extent, or did he accidentally open up his conception and governing vessels? Xiao Yan teased himself and forced a smile. After cleaning up, he went to rest. Inside Puqi Monastery, there were 2 mats, one for each person. When Xiao Yan remembered that he and Hua Cheng used to lie on this mat, he couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. However, he didn't dare to toss and turn and disturb Lang Ying. After struggling for a long time, he was about to get up and go out to get some fresh air when he suddenly heard a creaking sound from the window. Someone had gently pushed open the wooden window and flipped inside. Xiao Yan was lying on the ground with his back facing the window. He was shocked. Who would be so stupid to actually dare to come to Puqi Monastery to steal things? Wasn't this a complete loss? That person's movements were extremely light and extremely skilled. If it weren't for Xiao Yan's 5 senses being more sensitive than others, he definitely wouldn't have noticed. After he flipped inside, he went straight to the merit box. Xiao Yan immediately remembered that the merit box was previously stuffed full of gold bars. Could it be that this person came for the gold bars? However, he had long since taken those gold bars to the heavenly court and handed them to Ling Wen so that she could help find the owner. Listening carefully again, Xiao Yan discovered that the person wasn't actually picking the lock, but was instead stuffing something into the merit box one by one. After stuffing, the person stopped working and seemed to want to jump out of the window. Xiao Yan thought to himself, I'll wait for him to go out before following him. I'll see where he's going and who this person is. Who knew that when the person passed by the offering table, he would look at the big and small plates on the table. He seemed to be hungry. Without thinking too much, he casually picked up the unfinished dish of stir-fried meat and took a few bites. In the next second, with a plop, he fainted and fell to the ground. Xiao Yan immediately turned over and sat up. He thought to himself, how convenient. When he got up and lit the lamp, he saw a person lying straight on the ground with a purple complexion. He hurriedly poured a few mouthfuls of water into his mouth. Only then did the person slowly wake up. The first thing he said when he woke up was, "What is this?" Xiao Yan pretended not to hear this sentence. He sincerely said, "Your Highness Qi Ying, you're too bold. You didn't know anything yet you dared to stuff things into your mouth." This youth had a high nose, deep eyes, and a head full of black curly hair. If it wasn't the Western martial god Quan Yizhen, who else could it be? He glared at Xiao Yan and said, "How would I know that someone would poison the food served in their monastery?" Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and opened the merit box. He discovered that it was once again stuffed to the brim with gold bars. He asked, "That box from last time was also stuffed by your highness?" Quan Yizhen nodded his head. Xiao Yan asked, "Why did you give me this kind of thing?" Quan Yizhen replied, "Because I have a lot." In fact, even if he didn't say it, Xiao Yan could still roughly guess. It was most likely because of the time during the Mid-Autumn banquet, when Xiao Yan's chopsticks flew out and cut off the stage's curtain. Xiao Yan said, "You can take these back. I didn't do anything to deserve a reward." Quan Yizhen didn't say anything. It was obvious that he wasn't listening at all. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, Lang Ying coldly said, "I'll let you take it." Xiao Yan didn't know when he had also sat up. Xiao Yan turned his head to look at him, feeling a bit strange. In the past, Lang Ying basically acted as if he didn't exist. Lang Ying wished he could hide in the ground. Why did he take the initiative to say a few words today? Moreover, he was actually using such an unfriendly tone. However, he didn't think too much about it. In his heart, if worst comes to worst, he'll just have Ling Wen give it back to him. With a stern expression, he said, "Your Highness, you came at the right time. Today, you didn't come to the Divine Martial Palace's assembly. The Emperor gave us a task. Have you seen the scroll?" "Forget it, it's fine. I know you haven't seen it. In any case, I have. This time, we'll be in a team of 2. The thing we're responsible for is called the Embroidered Celestial." In the vernacular, Celestials were called Celestials because people didn't dare to directly call them scoundrels, rogues, or loathsome ghostly things. Why was the Embroidered Celestial called a Celestial? It was because it was said that this thing could originally become a celestial being. Legend has it that several hundred years ago, there was a youth in an ancient country. Although he was born stupid and his intelligence wasn't as good as a 6-year-old child's, once he entered the battlefield, he wasn't like this. His martial arts skills were superb, and he was kind and brave. When the 2 countries were at war, the only reason his country was able to struggle on while at death's door was because he alone was able to charge and break through enemy lines. However, because he had a head disease, he had no relatives or friends. All the military achievements that he fought with his life on the line were taken by others. He was penniless. No one was willing to marry their daughter to him, and very few girls were willing to get close to him. This youth was also stupid to a certain extent. He had never interacted with a girl since he was young, so he didn't even dare to speak much. However, this person had the potential to ascend. After a few more years of fighting, he would ascend to heaven. Originally, it didn't matter if there was a girl who liked him or not. However, the bad thing was that he still liked a girl. He liked her to death. On the day of his birthday, this girl personally made an embroidered dress for him. It was said to be an embroidered dress, but it was incomparably strange. It would be better to say that it was a terrifying pocket. This was the first time in his life that the youth received a gift from a girl he liked. He was extremely excited and overjoyed. In addition, he was born stupid, so he didn't find it strange at all. He couldn't wait to put the embroidered dress on his body. His hand didn't have a sleeve to put through, so he asked his beloved girl, "Why can't my hand stretch out?" The girl smiled and said, "It's my first time doing it, so I don't have much experience. But, can't I stretch out without my hand?" Thus, the youth cut off his hands that were holding the weapon. This time, it finally fit. However, it wasn't enough. He asked again, "Why can't my foot stretch out?" The girl answered, "Can't you stretch out without your foot?" Therefore, the young man asked someone to chop off his legs as well. Finally, he asked, "Why can't my head stretch out?" The final result was obvious. Xiao Yan originally thought that the embroidered dress immortal was referring to a demon or ghost wearing embroidered clothes. Who knew that it really was referring to a piece of clothing? When Mount Bronze Cauldron reopened and thousands of ghosts were in a frenzy, this piece of clothing was stolen. This embroidered dress was stained with the youth's infatuated blood and turned into an extremely powerful and insidious magic treasure. All year round, it passed through the hands of demons and ghosts who used it to harm people. Thus, one should never casually accept old clothes from an unknown source. If you meet someone on the road in the middle of the night with an embroidered dress for you, don't accept it under any circumstances. If you wore this embroidered dress, your heart would be blinded by lard. You would become infatuated and be trampled on by others. Your blood would be sucked dry. Chapter 129. Your Highness Qiying. Your Highness. Are you listening? Xiao Yan waved his hand in front of Kuan Yizhen. Kuan Yizhen seemed to be lost in thought. Only then did he return to his senses. Oh. It seemed like he wasn't listening. Xiao Yan couldn't say anything and said, "Then our top priority right now is to find this embroidered robe? Its original form is..." Kuan Yizhen continued, "A sleeveless and headless piece of clothing that looks like a sack of blood." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Don't you know? I thought you hadn't seen the scroll before. However, because this piece of clothing is a demonic item, it's extremely magical. It's ever-changing. There are millions of clothes in the world, to find such a piece of clothing is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack." Kuan Yizhen said, "Oh. Then what should we do?" Xiao Yan said, "The demons and ghosts that obtain this piece of clothing will usually turn into merchants. They will ask people in densely populated areas if they want to buy it or trade it for the old. However, that was a matter from hundreds of years ago. If someone did that now, it would be a bit strange. However, their habits and way of thinking won't change so easily. In short, let's go to the city first and pay attention to this information." This kind of thing, ghosts paid more attention than humans. The Ghost Realm's information network was better than the human world's. In other words, directly asking Flower City would definitely save a lot of trouble. However, not long ago, Xiao Yan told him not to meet for the time being. It wouldn't look good if he immediately returned to ask for help. Moreover, the embroidered robe fairy had just been stolen. The thief definitely wouldn't dare to use it to harm people so quickly. Kuan Yizhen nodded. He got up and followed him 2 steps. Xiao Yan sensed that Lang Ying was also following and said, "You can stay here." Lang Ying shook her head. Xiao Yan hadn't said anything when he suddenly heard a thud behind him. He fell down again. Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head and said, "What happened to you?" The purple aura on Kuan Yizhen's face rose again. After holding it in for a while, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned over and knelt on the ground. With a wah sound, he vomited all over the ground. After he finished vomiting, Kuan Yizhen turned over and faced the sky, puffing out soul smoke. Xiao Yan said, "Qi Ying, can you still walk?" Kuan Yizhen spread his limbs and said, "I think I can't." Xiao Yan had no choice but to drag Kuan Yizhen, who had lost his ability to fight, to the side and covered him with a blanket. On the second day, Kuan Yizhen's complexion became slightly better. In any case, Xiao Yan didn't dare to let him eat carelessly. He borrowed some porridge from the village chief and brought it back for the 2 of them to eat. Kuan Yizhen sat on Hua Cheng's usual seat. He didn't know why, but Lang Ying kept staring at him, as if she wasn't very friendly. Xiao Yan placed the porridge in front of the 2 of them and inadvertently said, "San Lang." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them looked at him. Xiao Yan's body stiffened. Only now did he realize what he had just blurted out. Coughing lightly, he said, "Everyone, continue." While the 2 of them were eating porridge at the table, Xiao Yan carried his axe and went out. As he chopped firewood, he recalled the clues provided by the scroll. The plane of brocade clothes immortal was originally stationed in a divine martial palace. The seal of the divine martial palace was extremely strong. Furthermore, the palace was heavily guarded, and there were many skilled martial artists. I'm afraid it wouldn't have been able to escape on its own. Someone must have seized the opportunity to steal it during the chaos. In the past, when it was his turn to chop firewood in Hua Cheng, he didn't know why, but he always felt that his chopping wasn't as good as Hua Cheng's. Kuan Yizhen miserably drank a few mouthfuls of thin porridge before falling asleep in Pu Chi Monastery. Lang Ying walked out as if she wanted to help, but Xiao Yan said, "No need." "San Lang Ying, in a moment, boil some water. Let's take a bath." He remembered that Lang Ying hadn't taken a bath in a long time. Ghosts indeed wouldn't have grease, sweat, or dirt, but after wandering around outside all day, they should have gotten quite a bit of dust. However, he couldn't say it directly, or else it would hurt her self-esteem. Lang Ying seemed to be startled and didn't reply. Xiao Yan had already moved the firewood inside to boil the water. He said, "Yesterday, I went into town to sell junk and bought you 2 autumn clothes. After washing them, can you see if they fit?" Lang Ying had just put on the new clothes. When she heard this, she didn't say anything else and turned around to leave. Xiao Yan pulled her back and sincerely said, "Don't go. Bathing is a must. Don't worry, I won't remove the bandages on your face." Lang Ying still refused. She gloomily went out to chop the firewood and refused to come back in. Xiao Yan was helpless. He could only pick up a pile of firewood, boil water, and take off his clothes. Ruoxia rolled down from his chest. Lang Ying then carried a pile of firewood in. When she saw his bare upper body, her eyes immediately widened. Xiao Yan used his hand to test the water temperature. When he felt it was just right, he had already put on his pants and sat down. Seeing him come in, he said, "Oh, you came at the right time. I'll have to trouble you to pass me the scroll under the bamboo hat hanging on the wall over there." Not only did Lang Ying not come over, she even retreated outside the door. With a "pa" sound, she closed the door with the back of her hand. Xiao Yan was baffled. After a while, Lang Ying seemed to remember something and suddenly kicked the door open. Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "Don't kick this door. This door is." However, Lang Ying didn't look at him and directly walked inside. She picked up Kuan Yizhen, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, and dragged him outside. Kuan Yizhen seemed to be in a deep sleep. Only the earth shaking and mountains shaking could wake him up. Just like that, he was dragged all the way without feeling anything. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "What are you doing?" "It's fine, you're not a girl. Come in." When Hua Cheng wasn't here, it wasn't like he hadn't bathed in Puqi Monastery before. After all, Puqi Monastery was really too small and the living conditions were difficult. It was already good enough to have a water tank to bathe in. There weren't any large bathing pools with screens that he could row a boat and slowly bathe in for fun. However, intentionally or unintentionally, Xiao Yan had never done this in front of Hua Cheng. But because the person in front of him wasn't Hua Cheng and was someone else, he didn't feel anything at all. Lang Ying flipped Kuan Yizhen over and used a pile of messy clothes to press on his head. Then, she lowered her head and handed him the scroll Xiao Yan wanted. She then continued to sit in the corner. Xiao Yan opened the scroll. While he frowned, he loosened his hair. The hot air made his face slightly pink. His long hair and eyelashes became even darker and damper. After a while, he suddenly felt the thin silver chain on his chest. At the end of the chain was a diamond ring. Xiao Yan held the ring and slightly tightened his fingers. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a small flower in the corner of the altar. He subconsciously picked up the flower and held it in front of his eyes. He kept feeling that his mind was blurry, just like the hot air in front of him. He needed a hand to wave it away and disperse the fog. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking suddenly came from outside the door. This sound pulled him back from his thoughts. Xiao Yan put the flower back and was about to ask who it was when he discovered that the knocking wasn't on the door of Puqi Monastery. Instead, it was on the door of the neighboring village chief's house. Amidst the knocking, a sweet female voice said, "Is there anyone home? Old for new, old for new. I have a brand new robe here, but I don't need it anymore. I want to exchange it for an old robe that suits me. I wonder if the owner of the house is willing. Is there anyone home?" She didn't even need to go out to find him. This thing actually came knocking on his door. She knocked on every door and asked. However, not a single family came out to open the door for her. That was only natural. Normally, when Xiao Yan wasn't collecting junk, he would give lectures in Puqi village, telling all the uncles and aunties about the hundreds of little tricks to distinguish between demons and ghosts. Encountering this kind of uninvited guest in the middle of the night who was obviously not right, the villagers would simply ignore her. People nowadays weren't as gullible as they were in ancient times. That thing knocked in a circle, but no one paid any attention to her. Finally, she arrived at the door of Puqi Monastery. Xiao Yan held his breath and waited with rapt attention. Who knew that before that thing knocked on the door, she could already sense that this wasn't a place she should be at. She cried out and the footsteps seemed to go further away. Xiao Yan immediately said, "Wait. I want to change." Immediately, he said to Lang Ying in a low voice, "Quickly open the door. Don't be afraid, it's fine." Lang Ying wasn't afraid at all. She went forward and opened the door. There was a young girl standing outside the door. Her figure was graceful. Just looking at the lower half of her face, she was quite lovely and lovely. However, she wore a headscarf that covered the upper half of her face. It was as if she didn't have eyes, making people feel uncomfortable. She glanced into the house, covered her mouth and laughed, "This Taoist priest, what kind of old clothes do you want to use to exchange for my new clothes?" Xiao Yan was still soaking in the water jar and hadn't come out, just to make it lower its guard. He smiled and said, "That depends on what your new clothes are like." That young girl stretched out her hand and shook it lightly. A shiny brocade robe fell from the bundle. It was extremely gorgeous, but the style seemed to be a little old. Moreover, the whole body was emitting a strange demonic aura. Xiao Yan praised, "Good clothes, good clothes. Lang Ying, give the clothes I brought back from town to this young lady." Chapter 130. Half-Face Makeup Girl. Half-Face Makeup Girl. It was a low-level demon formed from the jealousy of an old woman towards a young girl. They could not face their own aging calmly. He firmly believed that sucking the flesh and blood of young women could restore his youth. He liked to pinch his voice and pretend to speak with a young girl's voice. However, as the saying goes, the eyes are the window to the soul. Aging was something that could not be concealed no matter what. The younger the lower half of the face, the upper half of the face with eyes was older. The contrast between the top and bottom of a face was even more intense. Even so, they were still unrepentant. Xiao Yan came out of the water dripping wet. He stepped on the edge of the water tank. Just as he was about to fly over and capture Kuan Yizhen, it was as if Kuan Yizhen had the last radiance of a setting sun. With a flick of his wrist, he slapped her across the face. The woman with half of her face in makeup was too weak. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was slammed onto the ground. "Spare me." Xiao Yan calmly grabbed the Taoist robe and casually put it on. "Are you the one who stole the embroidered gown, immortal?" The half-made-up woman hurriedly said, "It's not me, it's not me. How would I dare to barge into the divine martial hall?" Thinking about it, it made sense. Ordinary low-level ghosts. He really didn't have the guts to barge into the divine martial palace. It would be strange if his soul wasn't shattered. Moreover, this half-dressed woman probably had nothing to do with the immortal in embroidered clothes. The age of the ghost was only about 80 years old, while the legend of the immortal in embroidered clothes was several hundred years old. Xiao Yan asked, "Then where did you get this brocade robe from?" The half-made-up woman picked up the headscarf and covered the upper half of her face again. Her voice became shrill again as she said, replying to Taoist priest. "I found it in the ghost city." "Was that even possible? You found it in the ghost city?" Xiao Yan was speechless for a moment before asking, "Then who was the one who sold you this brocade robe?" The woman with half a face in makeup said in fear, "Taoist. Please let me go. I don't know either." There's no need to check 18 generations of ancestors when doing business in the ghost city. That's true. If doing business in the ghost city had to go through 18 generations of ancestors, the ghost city wouldn't be so lively. Only when there was a gap would something come to life. Xiao Yan asked for a while, but he couldn't get anything out of her. He was sure that the woman with half of her face in makeup was just an ignorant minion, so he said, "Qi Ying, let the priests in your hall come and take care of this ghost." Kuan Yizhen said, "No. I don't have any priests in my temple." Xiao Yan asked, "Not a single one? Haven't you ever picked anyone?" Kuan Yizhen replied confidently, "Not a single one." It turned out that the Western martial god had always been a loner and had never appointed anyone. He didn't even have an assistant to deal with miscellaneous things. In any case, Xiao Yan couldn't afford to raise Kuan Yizhen. As for Kuan Yizhen's situation, it could only be said that she had a strange temperament. He had no choice but to dig out an earthenware jar and put away the half-dressed woman. Then he took the embroidered gown from Lang Ying's hand and shook it open to take a closer look. He could not help but frown slightly. The demonic energy was indeed quite demonic, but how should he put it? In Xiao Yan's opinion, this type of demonic energy was too superficial. It was as if a thick layer of rouge and face powder had been applied on it, rather than being emitted from the inside out. Xiao Yan's intuition told him that this thing wasn't as dangerous as the rumors said, but he still maintained 120% vigilance. At this time, Kuan Yizhen came over and took a look at the gown before saying, it's fake. Xiao Yan was startled and asked, what do you mean? Kuan Yizhen said, this gown is fake. I've seen the real embroidered immortal before. It's much more powerful than this. Xiao Yan asked curiously, when did you see it? In fact, there are many people who have seen the embroidered immortal before, but none of them were able to distinguish it. Why are you so sure? Kuan Yizhen didn't say anything. Just at this moment, Ling Wen's voice rang in his ear, Your Highness the Crown Prince, we've received news that a little ghost carrying the embroidered immortal has appeared 20 miles west of your Pu Chi monastery. We'll have to trouble you to take a look. Xiao Yan said, again. All right. Glancing at Kuan Yizhen, he quietly said, oh, that's right, there's one more thing. Ling Wen, has Qiying seen the embroidered immortal before? Ling Wen said, Qiying. Ah, how could he have seen him before? He's much more powerful than the one I've seen. Xiao Yan asked, why do you say that? Ling Wen said, then it's complicated. I don't know if your highness has heard of this matter. The martial god guarding the west wasn't originally from Qiying Palace, but rather Yinyu Palace? Xiao Yan recalled that this was what Wind Master had told him while taking off his clothes at the Extreme Happiness Square. He couldn't help but feel a bit bitter as he said, I've heard of it. I heard that these two highnesses were originally a pair of apprentice brothers. It turned out that before Yinyu ascended, he was the head disciple of his sect. One time, he saw a brute-looking child wandering the streets. Out of kindness, he begged his master to take him in. That child was Kuan Yizhen. They had been in the same sect for several years. It could be said that Yinyu had always taken care of Kuan Yizhen. He was the first to ascend and had even appointed Kuan Yizhen as his general. Ling Wen said, you've seen Qiying a few times, so you more or less know. He's a bit, Xiao Yan continued, ignorant of the ways of the world. That's a good thing. Ling Wen smiled and said, whether it's good or not depends on the person and the situation. Some people feel that he does things his own way, doesn't understand etiquette, and doesn't give people face. During those years when he first ascended to Immortal Capital, if it weren't for His Highness Yinyu helping him, who knows how many people would have already beaten him to death. Xiao Yan said thoughtfully, those two highnesses should have a very good relationship. Ling Wen said, at first, they were very good. But the bad thing was, later on, Qiying himself also ascended. Both of them ascended from the west, so what should they do? Thus, the two of them agreed to guard the west together. Apprentice brothers guarding the same land sounded like a beautiful story. However, in the end, one mountain couldn't accommodate two tigers. If it was said that Yinyu's aptitude was worthy of the heavens sending down a heavenly tribulation for him, 1 in 10,000 people, then with Kuan Yizhen's aptitude, he could endure 3 heavenly tribulations, 1 in 1,000,000 people. In the beginning, it was still alright, as it wasn't obvious. But as time went on, the gap between the two of them grew larger. Kuan Yizhen clearly didn't understand the ways of the world. He didn't know how to get closer to his fellow immortals, nor did he bother to curry favor with his followers. On the contrary, he simply didn't remember the names of any of the clerics he worked with other than Yinyu. He even dared to violently beat his followers and tell them to eat shit. However, his territory grew larger and larger, and his followers also grew larger and larger. Compared to this, Yinyu's hall lost its splendor. Finally, he couldn't sit still anymore. These two apprentice brothers would give each other gifts on their birthdays. One year, on Kuan Yizhen's birthday, Yinyu gave him an awe-inspiring armor. Xiao Yan said, the embroidered clothed immortal. Ling Wen said, that's right. Other than being able to suck blood and kill people, this embroidered clothed immortal also had a strange characteristic: whoever was given the armor would listen to the person who made him wear it. Because the two apprentice brothers had always had a good relationship, Kuan Yizhen didn't hesitate to wear the armor. Not long after, Yinyu pretended to unintentionally make a joke. Kuan Yizhen was controlled by that embroidered clothed immortal, so he was possessed and wanted to do as he was told. If it wasn't for Junwoo noticing that something was wrong and stopping him in time, he would have cut off his own head and used it as a ball. Lingwen said, therefore, this matter caused a huge commotion that year. Enyu, as a heavenly official, did this kind of thing to harm his colleague, so of course he was demoted immediately. Logically speaking, because of this, the two heavenly officials should have fallen out. But Xiao Yan recalled the farce performed by the Qiying Palace's followers during the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. A clown was jumping behind Quan Yizhen, and he should be acting as Enyu. However, at that time, Quan Yizhen's reaction was to fly into a rage and jump down to beat his own follower. He said, I feel that Qiying Palace should still be very respectful to His Highness Enyu. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Lingwen said, I don't know about this. Whether there's a misunderstanding or not, I don't know how many years it's been since he was demoted. Who would still pay attention to him? Xiao Yan nodded his head. Just as he was about to bid farewell, Lingwen spoke again, wait a moment. Your Highness the Crown Prince, there's one more thing. I didn't finish speaking just now. 60 miles east of your Puqi monastery, there are also unknown people carrying embroidered clothed immortals. Xiao Yan said, isn't that too far away? How could there be more? Lingwen said, I'm not finished. Listen carefully, there's also 42 miles northwest, 15 miles southeast, 22 miles north. In one breath, she reported 27 or 8 locations before Lingwen said, for now, that's about it. By the time she finished reporting, Xiao Yan had already forgotten everything. He felt a bit depressed as he said, this time, your palace's efficiency is quite high. However, for now. For now. In other words, will there be more? Could it be that the ghost city is selling embroidered clothed immortals wholesale? Lingwen said, more or less. In the ghost city, there are many mobile sellers with unknown origins who often sell fake goods under the skin. After selling the fake goods, they will change to a new skin. Therefore, most experts won't randomly buy things there. However, there's no lack of ghosts who treat it as antiques, always thinking, what if they pick it up cheap? This time, when the embroidered clothed immortals were stolen, many peddlers in the ghost realm got wind of the news and took the opportunity to swindle people. They casually found a piece of clothing and said it was the embroidered clothed immortals. What's inconceivable is that there are still many ghosts who buy it. After buying it, they will find someone to try it on. It really adds a lot of trouble for us to gather information on this side. This was simply disrupting their line of sight in finding the real embroidered clothed immortals. All of a sudden, so many embroidered clothed immortals appeared from all directions. Who knew which one was the real one? However, since the task had been handed over to them, they had to think of a way to complete it. Xiao Yan said, let's start from the nearest one and look one by one. Xiao Yan had no choice. Quan Yizhen didn't know how to draw a shrinking ground 1,000 li. Neither of them had a deputy general heavenly official under them. However, fortunately, the nearest place Lingwen reported was only 5 miles away. It was an abandoned dye house. Xiao Yan immediately made a decision and hurriedly set off under the cover of the night. Xiao Yan originally wanted Lang Ying to stay at Puqi Monastery. Who would have thought that Lang Ying would actually follow them out on his own and wouldn't be able to rush back in time? Thinking that this trip shouldn't be considered dangerous, he could also let Lang Ying broaden his horizons. In any case, he was going to bring Lang Ying along to cultivate in the future, so he might as well bring Lang Ying along this time. The three of them walked through the night for a while. Suddenly, a strange chant could be heard from the roadside in front of them, huff huff huff. Huff huff huff. Hearing this familiar chant, Xiao Yan stopped his footsteps. In the dense fog in front of them, a tall silhouette slowly appeared, as well as 4 gloomy ghost flames that were rotating and fluttering in the air. Quan Yizhen seemed to be preparing to make a move. Regardless of the consequences, he would fight first and then think later. However, Xiao Yan pressed him down and said, "It's nothing. We know each other." Sure enough, 4 golden skeletons carrying a carriage appeared in front of the 3 of them. Kuan Yizhen seemed to have never seen this kind of mystical thing before. His eyes widened and sparkled. The leading skeleton sang, "Are you His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Xianlu country?" Xiao Yan replied, "That's me." "What's the matter?" The golden skeleton sang, "It's nothing, it's nothing. It's just that we brothers have nothing better to do, so we wanted to ask if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince needs us to help give him a ride in the middle of the night. The journey wasn't too far." Xiao Yan was just about to tactfully decline when Kuan Yizhen said, "Okay." He had already impatiently climbed up the carriage, as if he really wanted to sit on this gorgeous and strange carriage. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He went up to pull him, but the carriage suddenly tilted and fiercely flung Kuan Yizhen off. Xiao Yan also tilted a bit, but someone supported him. He blurted out, "Third." When he turned his head around to look, he discovered that Lang Ying had boarded the carriage at some point in time. She was tightly holding onto his arm, and a pair of pitch-black eyes were staring at him in silence. The skeletons hurriedly lifted the carriage, and the 8 legs spun like 4 pairs of wind and fire wheels. While steadily running, they shouted, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't block the way, don't block the way." Kuan Yizhen was ruthlessly flung onto the ground. He flipped over and leaped up. It seemed like he still hadn't given up and was about to jump back up again. However, the skeletons were running too fast, and he was always 1 step behind. They were relentlessly chasing him from behind. It seemed like he really wanted to sit on this carriage and satisfy his craving. Seeing him earnestly chasing from behind, Xiao Yan who was on the carriage couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He wondered if this was bullying a child. Although he knew that this carriage belonged to Hua City and might not necessarily welcome other heavenly officials, he still couldn't help but ask, "That can't it carry 3 people?" The skeletons sang, Can't. It can only seat 2 people." Like a pair of wind and fire wheels, they ran all the way while Kuan Yizhen chased after them. Once they arrived at their destination, the golden skeletons put down Xiao Yan and Kuan Yizhen, lifted the carriage, and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Kuan Yizhen didn't get on the carriage from start to finish. He was extremely disappointed, and he still looked at the carriage with a reluctant expression. Xiao Yan brought Lang Ying down from the carriage, but he heard sorrowful cries in front of them. They all came from the abandoned dye house. Xiao Yan felt strange in his heart. Didn't they say that there was no one in the dye house at night? When he got closer to listen, he found out that the sorrowful cries were, "I don't dare to sell fake goods in Hua City Lord's territory anymore. I really don't dare to. But, please tell Hua City Lord that I bought these fake embroidered clothes immortals wholesale from other ghosts. I'm also a victim." The 3 of them arrived in front of the dye house. Coincidentally, a black-clothed ghost-masked man came out from inside. It seemed like he had been waiting for a long time. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Chapter 131. The Wind Master once told him, this person should be Yin. Because of the heavenly officials that had been demoted these years, no matter how he counted, there were only a few of them. Thus, Xiao Yan asked, "How should I address you?" The ghost-masked man replied, "I don't dare. I'm just a nobody." Entering the abandoned dye house, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be startled. He saw all kinds of clothes hanging on wooden racks, wedding clothes, official robes, daughter's veil, child's clothes. There was also a very simple and crude blood-stained hemp garment. It was as if he was afraid that others wouldn't find these clothes strange. Layer upon layer, a dense aura, heavy evil aura, as if the living dead were standing there. Even if it wasn't the embroidered clothes immortal, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Long pieces of colorful cloth hung high on the wooden racks, some were deathly pale, some were dirty. It had been a long time since anyone took care of them. Kuan Yizhen squatted at the edge of a black dye vat, his head buried in it. He was engrossed in studying the strangely colored and odorous liquid inside. Xiao Yan was always worried that in the next moment, he would dip his finger into it and lick it. He hurriedly dragged him down. In the courtyard, a group of demons and ghosts were all strung up by an iron chain. Holding his head, he squatted down and said, "This is." The ghost-masked man said, "Recently, the ghost city sold the embroidered clothes immortal as well as the demons and ghosts that use the embroidered clothes immortal everywhere. They're all here. A total of 98 pieces. There were actually 98 pieces. Moreover, they should have all been captured in a very short period of time." Xiao Yan was slightly moved. The ghost-masked man continued, "If there are any new movements, we will capture them for your highness as soon as possible." Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but say, "No need. Please tell San Hua City Lord, there really is no need to go through so much trouble. I can do it myself. The result would be the same, it would just take a little more time and energy." However, he himself was a heavenly official serving in the heavenly court. Even if there weren't many people worshipping him, this was the only proper task he had to do. The ghost-masked man said, "City Lord naturally understands that your highness can easily do it. But because of this, I hope you don't have to spend your energy on this kind of small matter that anyone can do. Your highness's time and energy should be used to do more important things." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan still said, "May I ask, your city lord is currently—" Lang Ying seemed to be carelessly swaying around Xiao Yan. The ghost-masked man said, "The city lord is currently very busy." Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "Oh. That's good. I hope everything goes well on his side." He asked this group of demons and ghosts one by one, and every one of them insisted that they bought it from the mysterious masked man. They didn't seem to be lying, but in a place like the ghost city, wouldn't there be hundreds of mysterious masked men in a day? Unable to get an answer, the devil-masked man pulled the rope and led the howling ghosts away, saying goodbye. However, the 98 ghost garments were left behind. Xiao Yan only felt that even when he was in charge of collecting old and tattered clothes in the past, he had never seen so many clothes. He flipped the clothes over and over again, suspecting that perhaps none of them were genuine. He said to Kuan Yizhen, "Qi Ying, take another look." Kuan Yizhen scratched his fluffy curly hair, shook his head and said, "Too much. There were too many ghost clothes." The evil aura of each piece of clothing interacted with each other, causing people to lose their judgment. This was like a person with a sensitive sense of taste. Although he could distinguish between pear-flavored and apple-flavored candies, if 98 different kinds of fruit fillings were mixed together and then let him taste them, he would basically lose his sense of taste. Xiao Yan was currently thinking of another method, but when he turned around, he saw Kuan Yizhen directly taking a piece of clothing and preparing to put it on. Xiao Yan hurriedly stopped him and hung the clothing back, saying, "Stop, stop, stop. Qi Ying, let me say this first. First, don't eat random things. Second, don't wear random clothes. These are all very dangerous actions." Kuan Yizhen pointed behind him and said, "Then what about like him?" Xiao Yan suddenly smelled a faint burning smell. Turning around to look in the direction Kuan Yizhen pointed, he saw Lang Ying had found a match from an unknown corner and lit it. She was currently holding it, calmly and skillfully burning the lower hem of a ghost garment. Xiao Yan. Also, don't play with fire. That ghost garment seemed to be in pain from being burned by Lang Ying. The hem of the garment curled up, crazily twisting, and kept dodging. It didn't look like a piece of clothing, but more like a live fish. This scene actually looked a bit cruel. However, although there was a burning smell, there were no burn marks on the fabric. It seemed that the yin aura of these ghost clothes was already abundant enough to prevent them from being burned. Hearing Xiao Yan telling him not to play with fire, Lang Ying casually threw away the match and stepped on the ground to extinguish it. She looked very obedient again. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He went over and said, "Why are you today?" Speaking up to this point, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Because he saw, not far from him, a long white cloth hung on a tall wooden frame, slightly swaying in the night wind. A black silhouette was reflected on the cloth, walking slowly. And this figure had no head. Xiao Yan pulled Lang Ying behind him, and with a sword in his hand, he said, "Be careful." This sword cut the cloth and the figure into two. However, when the cloth fell to the ground, there was no one behind it. The headless figure just now had disappeared without a trace. Before Xiao Yan had time to go forward to check, he felt a slight chill on his back. He quickly turned around, and his pupils shrank. He saw a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes standing behind him without him noticing. No. It was not a woman, it was just a piece of clothing. The piece of clothing that he had cut into two was also a piece of clothing. It fell to the ground and was covered by the cloth. From all directions, a group of shadows swayed and gathered towards the three of them. It turned out that unknowingly, the 98 ghost garments hanging in the courtyard, the corridor, and the dye house had all broken free from the shelves. Xiao Yan was shocked. Why are they all like this all of a sudden? A low voice came from beside him. 10,000 ghosts are restless. Xiao Yan turned around and saw that it was Lang Ying who spoke. Although he did not show any signs of uneasiness, the veins on the back of his pale hands were slightly bulging. It was obvious that he was also affected by something. 10,000 ghosts were restless again. The closer it was to the opening of Mount Bronze Cauldron, the more deafening its warning to the ghosts. Xiao Yan's first thought was, how is San Lang now? However, the situation did not give him much time to think. His thoughts turned quickly, and more than 20 ghost garments had already stuck to him. Kuan Yizhen did not hesitate and punched out. If this punch hit the wall or the ground, it would definitely cause the earth to shake and the earth to crack. However, this heavy punch actually hit a few pieces of clothing. Just think about it, even children knew about rock, scissors, paper. Cloth wrapped around a hammer. That light and soft material just happened to be the bane of fists. No matter how strong the wind from his punch was, the soft cloth wrapped around them would not be injured at all. Xiao Yan could only raise his sword and attack. However, the ghost garment's dodging was extremely light and nimble. Every time they moved, they could cover a distance of 4 to 5 feet. Moreover, because they were almost weightless, they did not make any sound. It was much more difficult to catch their movements and guard against their sneak attacks than to guard against people. Normally, it was people who picked their clothes. But this time, it was the clothes that picked the people. 98 ghost garments could not wait to find someone who matched their body and eyes. Among people, women loved to pick their clothes the most. Among ghost garments, women loved to pick their people the most. Dozens of women's long dresses of different colors and styles crazily stuck to Xiao Yan's body. Even his sword could not force them away. The situation was even more intense than a group of women who saw beautiful clothes to their liking. For a moment, Xiao Yan seemed to be surrounded by a circle of women's clothes. Kuan Yizhen pulled off a few children's clothes that were stubbornly trying to put on his head and threw them to the side. He curiously asked, "Why do these women like you so much?" Xiao Yan replied, "Maybe it's because they think I'm more intimate." However, none of the ghost garments bothered Lang Ying. Perhaps it was because he was a ghost and they knew they could not get any benefits from him, so they did not approach him. Xiao Yan slashed his sword at the waist and cut a few women's dresses. The ghost garments that were cut into two pieces could still move freely. Moreover, they dodged even faster and more swiftly. From the corner of his eyes, Xiao Yan saw a few ghost garments sneakily fumbling around the window. He shouted, "Close the door. Don't let them go out." The two gods and one ghost could still deal with them, but if these ghost garments slipped out to look for other people, then it would be troublesome. However, his shout was still too late. The courtyard of the dye house was open air. There was already a long robe fluttering its wide sleeves a few times as it soared into the sky. Like a giant bat, it flew into the night sky. Xiao Yan complained incessantly and said, "Chieying, I'll leave the dye house to you." After he finished speaking, he tapped the ground with his feet and flew over the wall. He then grabbed onto the hem of that ghost's long robe. With the added weight of a person, the long robe, no matter how hard it fluttered, its sleeves couldn't fly up. When it fell to the ground, Xiao Yan still held onto its collar tightly. However, it was actually very cunning. With a kachila sound, it tore off a corner of its own robe. Like a warrior who had just cut off his own wrist, it hurriedly slipped away from Xiao Yan's grasp. Coincidentally, a passerby who had just finished drinking some wine and was heading home saw a strange headless person dashing towards him. The passerby was so frightened that he screamed, "Ah, headless ghost. It doesn't have a head." Xiao Yan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed the robe to show it to the person. He comforted, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Look. It's not that it doesn't have a head, it's that it's all gone." That person took a look. Sure enough, the collar was empty. There was nothing there. This was even more frightening than a headless ghost. His eyes immediately rolled back and he fainted. Xiao Yan hurriedly caught him and gently placed him on the ground. He said, "I'm sorry. I'll take care of it right away. I'll take care of it right away." After this bout of panic passed, Xiao Yan finally managed to catch all of the ghost clothes that had flown out of the dye house. After counting them once and confirming that not a single piece was missing, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Since things had already developed to this point, Xiao Yan said, "We can only use Chieying's simplest and crudest method. Let's try them on one by one." He was actually willing to try them on himself, but right now, it was a bit hard to say for his other two partners. He was afraid that if he happened to wear the embroidered clothes immortal and something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Thus, he decided to let Xiao Yan control the situation and watch the other two try them on. Thus, Lang Ying and Kuan Yizhen both took off their coats and tried them on one by one. Every time they tried on a piece of clothing, Xiao Yan would issue simple commands such as jump twice or turn in a circle to see if they would obey. However, after trying on all 98 pieces of clothing, the two of them each wore 40 to 50 pieces each, yet there wasn't any abnormal reaction. It seemed that among these ghost clothes, not a single one belonged to the embroidered clothes immortal. They had worked for half the night for nothing. Lang Ying and Kuan Yizhen wore only unlined clothing as they squatted on the ground. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, sat in the mess of clothes on the ground. Holding his forehead, he said, "Selling fake goods really isn't advisable." After supporting them for a while, he went to find Ling Wen. Using his spirit, he said, "Ling Wen, I've collected some ghost clothes. Although there probably aren't any genuine embroidered clothes immortal items among them, they are all quite strange and a bit troublesome. Can you send someone over to collect them?" Ling Wen said, "All right, I'll immediately arrange it." "How many pieces did you collect?" Xiao Yan replied, 98 pieces. Ling Wen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is truly capable. You actually collected more than what I reported to you." Xiao Yan lightly coughed and said, "Actually, it wasn't me." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a familiar chill run down his spine. Slightly startled, Xiao Yan raised his head to look. In front of him, he saw a black silhouette of a person reflected on several pieces of deathly white cloth. Chapter 132. Xiao Yan immediately stood up. He said, The embroidered fairy? Of course, the silhouette did not respond. He didn't move, he just stood there. Xiao Yan held the other two down with both hands and said in a low voice, "Don't move." Not long after, a gust of night wind blew, and the silhouette seemed to sigh. It was as if they were collapsing. Gone with the wind. Xiao Yan suddenly stood up. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of the dye house. The three of them turned around to look. Xiao Yan asked, "Who?" A man's voice came from outside, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." It was me. Xiao Yan went to open the door. Outside the dye house was a man with a clear and upright appearance. He walked in with his hands behind his back. Xiao Yan was slightly stunned. "Ling Wen, why did you come personally?" Ling Wen straightened her sleeves. "Your Highness the Crown Prince," he said, "I heard you say that it's a thorny problem. I'm afraid ordinary heavenly officials won't be able to handle it. Therefore, he came over to take a look." "Hello, Prince Qi-ying. Why are you sitting on the ground? What's wrong? Why do they all look like this?" It was the male Ling Wen. Xiao Yan walked in front of the curtain. When he opened it, it was indeed empty. After a while he turned his head and said, "The embroidered clothed deity has revealed himself." Ling Wen asked curiously, "What?" Xiao Yan said, "That should be it. It's a young man. He's very tall, about 2 inches taller than me. Looking at the shape of his frame, he must be a skilled martial artist." Ling Wen hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Highness, are you sure?" In the past many years, no one had ever heard of the embroidered clothed immortal appearing in front of people. Also, didn't you say that none of the 98 ghost garments were authentic? Could it be that someone is trying to deceive us? Xiao Yan replied, "I'm afraid not. After the chaos, we closed the doors and windows to prevent the ghost clothes from going out to harass mortals. We also set up a formation. The things inside couldn't get out, and the things outside couldn't get in. There are only the 3 of us in this dying house. Who can do anything?" After muttering to himself for a moment, Ling Wen said, "Then, the genuine product encountered a special situation? Or could it be that the silhouette you saw was a vengeful spirit attached to another ghost's clothing?" Lang Ying and Quan Yizhen were squatting on the ground, seemingly in a daze. Xiao Yan and Ling Wen stood to the side with their arms crossed like adults. They had a serious discussion for a while. Finally, Ling Wen suggested, "I think it would be better to bring these ghost garments to Lingwen Palace Hall and let my people have a look. If it really doesn't work, we can gather next time to ask. There are always experts in the heavenly courts." After thinking about it, Xiao Yan nodded and said, "That's fine." However, this is a mission entrusted to us after all. I still want to complete it thoroughly. Since the real embroidered dress immortal is inside, I'll think of a way to give it a try. If there is still no result by tomorrow, then I will transfer these 98 ghost clothes to you. After all, this matter was originally not under the jurisdiction of Lingwen Palace Hall. Lingwen said, "Why is your highness so polite? By the way, if you want to deliver them tomorrow, you should send 101 of them." Xiao Yan stared blankly for a moment. "Why are there 3 extra pieces?" Then, he reacted. "Are you suspecting that there's a problem with the 3 pieces of clothing we're wearing?" Ling Wen said, "It's not impossible." Xiao Yan raised the sleeves of his Daoist robe that had already been worn to the point that the threads were coming off. He said, "I've already worn this robe for 4 to 5 years, so there's definitely no problem. The one Lang Ying is wearing is a new one I bought. However, he doesn't listen to me, so there shouldn't be any problem." When he told Lang Ying not to work, Lang Ying still chopped firewood. When he told him to obediently stay at home, Lang Ying still followed him out the door. However, Ling Wen shook her head and said, "That's not what I meant. Your Highness, you might not know this, but this embroidered dress immortal's demonic aura is extremely heavy. With it here, the demonic aura will spread to the other ordinary clothes. In short, to be on the safe side, it's better if you don't wear the clothes you're wearing today. Get rid of them. Hearing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly took off Lang Ying and Quan Yizhen's coats. He said, don't wear them, don't wear them. Take them off, take them all off. Then, tomorrow, I'll wrap up the clothes and send them to Lingwen Palace Hall. Lingwen said, should I send someone to pick them up? Xiao Yan said, no need, no need. I'm already very embarrassed to trouble you every time, but I still need you to personally make a trip. You guys are too busy on your side, so it's better if I do it. The next day, Xiao Yan really did put in a lot of effort to pack up a large pile of clothes. Carrying a few huge bundles on his back, he went to Immortal Capital. Lingwen had already been respectfully waiting inside the palace hall for a long time. Today, the palace hall wasn't as busy and crowded as it usually was. Xiao Yan untied the large bundles of ghost clothes. The brightly colored clothes burst open and scattered all over the floor. He casually wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lingwen leisurely walked over and asked, did you gain anything? Xiao Yan helplessly sighed and said, I'm ashamed, I didn't gain anything. Let me apologize first. I don't have any helpers by my side, so it's hard to avoid losing things here and there. Yesterday's large pile of clothes was a complete mess, so I don't know if I missed anything. I keep feeling like I missed 1 or 2 pieces, but I'm not too sure. Lingwen said, it's fine. She lowered her head and nodded. Indeed, I missed something. Your Highness the Crown Prince, it seems like the clothes worn by the little demon by your side yesterday didn't come in? Xiao Yan formed a fist with his right hand and lightly hammered it against his left palm. He said, ah, you're right. I remember now. Lang Ying had gotten used to draping those clothes over her, so I forgot to take them in. I'll go get them now. Lingwen smiled and said, there's no rush. Take care, Your Highness. However, Xiao Yan didn't leave. Instead, he stood in place, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Lingwen was just about to order her subordinate heavenly officials to collect the ghost clothes when she turned around and saw that he was still there. There were only the 2 of them in the palace hall. Feeling strange, she asked, Your Highness the Crown Prince, is there something else? Xiao Yan looked at her with a complicated gaze and said, it's nothing. It's just that I'm thinking, if I sent the real embroidered clothes immortal over, would you take the real thing away and hide it the moment I turn around? Lingwen's smile faded slightly, but she was still extremely polite. She said, Your Highness. Xiao Yan calmly looked at her and said, from the beginning, I had a vague idea. Lingwen calmly asked, what idea? Xiao Yan said, ordinary people and ordinary demons and ghosts wouldn't dare to trespass into the Divine Martial Palace. If there's someone familiar with the Divine Martial Palace to the point where they could steal the things guarding there without being caught on the spot, I'm afraid that besides Junwu himself, it would be you, Lingwen Supreme. After all, Lingwen Palace traveled between the various halls all year round. It could be said that she couldn't be more familiar with other people's territories. Lingwen smiled and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince is taking things for granted. Whoever is the easiest to do is the one most worthy of suspicion. According to your line of thought, isn't it more likely that Di Jun stole what was guarding there? Xiao Yan nodded and said, I admit, this is taking things for granted. However, what started to make me feel that something was wrong was that half-dressed woman. Lingwen asked, what's wrong with that half-dressed woman? Xiao Yan said, she took a fake embroidered clothes immortal and just happened to come to my door. How could there be such a coincidence? Moreover, she practically wanted to write suspicions on her face, as if she was afraid that I wouldn't suspect that she had something up her sleeves. Her purpose was truly too strong. Oh. What purpose? Xiao Yan said, didn't she already say it? Exchanging the old for the new. What she wanted was precisely the old clothes from my Pu Chi monastery. On the other hand, if the embroidered clothes immortal was stolen, the divine martial palace would discover it very quickly and react very quickly as well. As soon as it was stolen, they would immediately start investigating. Therefore, the thief might not dare to keep it in their hands and would first hide it. In that case, where was the hiding place that would be the hardest to find? Hiding the leaves in the forest. If Xiao Yan wanted to hide the embroidered clothes immortal, he would turn it into an extremely unremarkable and ordinary hemp garment and throw it into the human world's bazaar, where he would watch it from afar. According to common sense, no one would want to buy such a coarse garment. However, Xiao Yan's life couldn't be estimated with common sense. He himself had worn Taoist robes for 4 to 5 years, and the money he had on hand was only enough to buy this kind of clothing. Moreover, his current requirements for clothes were to keep warm and be clean. He wasn't picky at all. In addition, he was a person who had the ability to pick out the most dangerous piece of clothing among the countless clothes on sale. Thus, he happily bought the legendary embroidered clothes immortal at an extremely low price. Ling Wen said, "Your Highness, your words are too excessive. After all, you're a martial god. If you think about it, you should know that the half-masked woman who came looking for you would immediately be subdued by you. Regardless of whether it was the new or the old clothes, none of them could be taken away." Xiao Yan said, "Indeed, she couldn't take away all of them, but who said she had to? If nothing unexpected happened, how would she be dealt with in the end?" If Xiao Yan thought that the half-masked woman was holding onto the real embroidered clothes immortal, he would definitely report it to Ling Wen. Then, Ling Wen would most likely personally come down, and just like yesterday, she would tell Xiao Yan that for the sake of insurance, he had to take all the clothes here back to Ling Wen Palace Hall to deal with them. Unfortunately, at that time, Kuan Yizhen was also present. Moreover, she didn't expect him to gain experience after wearing it once. He actually directly determined that the embroidered clothes were fake. Thus, it wouldn't be logical for Ling Wen to come over and take away all the clothes in Pu Chi Monastery. All of Xiao Yan's information was provided by Ling Wen. She could also openly ask questions and understand Xiao Yan's movements at any time. After the half-masked woman was seen through, Ling Wen immediately sent a new telepathic message to Xiao Yan, telling him that a lot of fake goods had flowed out of the ghost city and needed to be dealt with. She threw him a new task, leaving him no time to ponder over the oddities. Xiao Yan said, "I don't know if those fake goods were leaked out from your place, but you were indeed the one who told me about it." This step was probably to transfer me away from Pu Chi Monastery, and then make a move on Langying. Who knew that Langying would also come out? I don't know if the embroidered clothes immortal suddenly appearing was within your expectations, but for you, adapting to the situation isn't a difficult matter. With so many ghost clothes, it was unknown whether they were real or fake. In the chaos, there would always be an opportunity to steal away the real embroidered clothes immortal. And when the embroidered clothes immortal appeared, Ling Wen could also personally appear and openly take away everyone's clothes. In the end, how to verify, determine whether or not there were real goods, and how to explain that silhouette, all of this could be done with just a word from Ling Wen Palace Hall. Hearing up to here, Ling Wen made a pause gesture and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, can you first stop? So, you think that Langying is called this, right? You think that the one he's wearing is the embroidered clothes immortal? Don't forget, after he put it on, he didn't listen to your words, right? That's what you said yourself. You should know that the might of the embroidered clothes immortal is extremely strong. Even if he encountered the Ghost King, he wouldn't be an exception." Xiao Yan said, "You also said that he encountered a special situation. As for what kind of special situation it was, I think you know it better than me. I hope you can give me an answer." Ling Wen slightly wrinkled her brows. Putting her hands behind her back, she softly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you already certain that I'm the clothes thief? Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but this makes me a little unhappy." Xiao Yan slightly bowed his head and said, "I apologize. Ling Wen said, I accept. However, Your Highness, if you insist, it's not impossible. You can also take out evidence. After all, up until now, it's still just speculation. Xiao Yan slowly said, before today, there wasn't any evidence. Even before I stepped into Lingwen Palace Hall, there wasn't any. However, from just now, there is. Lingwen made an inviting gesture with her hand and said, please. Xiao Yan said, the evidence is that just now, you didn't count the number of ghost clothes. Lingwen's expression didn't change at all. However, the tips of her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Xiao Yan said, the number of ghost clothes I sent over was indeed lacking, but it wasn't just one piece missing. In fact, I only sent you 88 pieces, an entire 10 pieces missing. As for the clothes that I felt were more suspicious, I kept all of them and didn't send them over to you. However, you didn't even notice that there was a problem with the number, yet with a glance, you discovered that Lang Ying's piece wasn't sent over. In that case, may I ask, in the end, how did you only discover that one piece was missing? Lingwen raised her hand and said, please wait a moment. Unhurriedly, she once again counted the ghost clothes on the ground. Discovering that there really were 88 pieces, she remained calm and said, I think, this can be explained by, 100 secrets have one flaw. Xiao Yan said, all right. Since you've been serious, you should have looked through them one by one. In that case, let me tell you something. Didn't you notice just now? The piece of clothing that Lang Ying wore yesterday was clearly among these 88 pieces of ghost clothes. Lingwen said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, what do you mean? Xiao Yan squatted down and pulled out a piece of clothing from the mess on the ground. Shaking it open, it was shockingly a simple white hemp garment. He said, yesterday, Lang Ying wore this. Isn't it right here? Why didn't you find it after you checked it once? Lingwen said, Your Highness the Crown Prince should also know that this hemp garment isn't very eye-catching. Since I didn't see it in a hurry, you can't blame me for being blind. Xiao Yan said, Indeed, it's not eye-catching. Then, with your meticulousness and prudence, how could you, Lingwen Jinjuan, recklessly open your mouth and conclude that such an unremarkable piece of clothing wasn't here without checking the number? Lingwen's smile didn't change as she said, There are too many clothes, my eyes are blurred. The files are piled up like a mountain, my mind is blank. Xiao Yan said, Your eyes aren't blurred. On the contrary, your eyes are too good. Let me tell you the second thing, the piece of clothing that Lang Ying wore yesterday, I indeed didn't bring it here. The one in my hand is merely another piece that I imitated from the original. However, my imitation was still very meticulous and meticulous. How could you tell with a glance that Lang Ying's real piece wasn't here? Lingwen was baffled as she said, In fact, regardless of whether it's real or fake, I didn't see it. Your Highness the Crown Prince, could it be that you handle too much official business that you can't help but think too much on normal days? Why did you waste time and energy to make an imitation? Seeing her avoid the sharp edge, Xiao Yan said, It's not over yet. I'll tell you one last thing. He lifted up the white hemp garment and softly said, This hemp garment is nothing more than a random piece that I randomly picked out from the pile. What, imitating from the original, and meticulous, it's all nonsense. If it's as you said, why would I make an imitation for no reason? You fell for it. It's completely different from the one Lang Ying wore yesterday, even the color is different. I took it and asked you, but didn't you feel that something was wrong? Xiao Yan stared at Lingwen and said, Lingwen, right now, I only need you to answer a very simple question of mine. Yesterday, the piece of clothing that Lang Ying wore, what color was it? Lingwen didn't immediately reply. Instead, she slowly raised her eyes. That white hemp garment fell to the ground. Xiao Yan said, You're the dignified number one Wen Shen. Every day, when you went to the heavenly court, tens of thousands of files, no matter big or small, would be taken from your hands. How could your memory be so bad? Why can't you even remember the color of the clothing that Lang Ying wore yesterday? You can't answer because you're on guard against me tricking you, so you don't dare to rashly answer. It's because you simply don't know what color it is. It's because yesterday, you saw that he was wearing nothing but a headless, sleeveless, tattered cloth bag. He enunciated each and every word clearly. The embroidered-clothed immortal's innumerable transformations is nothing more than an extremely formidable smokescreen. However, no matter how formidable this smokescreen is, it will never be effective against one person. The person who personally made it. Chapter 133. Originally, he only intended to leave behind the suspicious ghost clothes, but he didn't expect Ling Wen's casual words to give him a shocking flaw. Xiao Yan came back to his senses and beat her at her own game, deceiving her all the way. In the end, she actually blew up Ling Wen's armor. Ling Wen stood motionless. Xiao Yan said, "Of course, you cannot admit it, but it's very simple to know if it's true or false. As long as I take that dress to the Divine Martial Hall now, I can make it change its form in front of the Emperor and ask you if you can see what it has changed into, and the truth will come to light." When the embroidered-clothed immortal was wandering in the mortal world, it sucked the blood of more than 500 people. It was an evil object with a heavy yin energy. If Ling Wen had only trespassed into the Divine Martial Hall to steal the embroidered clothes, she hadn't had the time to take it out to harm people, so it wasn't an unforgivable crime. However, Ling Wen was first appointed and then ascended. The earliest time the legend of the embroidered-clothed immortal spread was far later than the time Ling Wen was appointed. In other words, after Ling Wen entered the heaven realm to serve, the embroidered-clothed immortal made with the body of a heavenly official. The heavenly official who was supposed to protect the safety of mortals instead lured and killed mortals. This should have been investigated and dealt with, not to mention that the mortal she lured and killed was a future heavenly official. Perhaps, this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. Ling Wen sighed and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you really," pausing, she said, "it's probably my bad luck that this matter just happened to involve you. Although there are only the two of us in this Ling Wen palace today, you and I have hundreds of years of friendship. However, I think that if I asked you to turn a blind eye to our many years of friendship, you probably wouldn't agree. Next, you should advise me to go to the Divine Martial Hall and ask for forgiveness, right?" Xiao Yan also sighed. Although he and Ling Wen had known each other for hundreds of years, they had always been on official business. Although they weren't deep friends, their relationship was still pretty good. Even when he had just ascended for the third time and everyone mocked him as a broken immortal, Ling Wen had never neglected him in the slightest. On the contrary, she had taken care of him. This embroidered-clothed immortal mission had been assigned to his hands. In the end, he had investigated it thoroughly. He couldn't report it, but not to report it was even more impossible. Xiao Yan sincerely said, "I was also unlucky." Ling Wen folded her arms and shook her head. "Your Highness, you. Sometimes you are very smart, sometimes you are not. Sometimes you are very soft-hearted, and sometimes you have a heart of stone." After a pause, she said, "That dress, where is it now?" Xiao Yan replied, "It's in my hands. I will personally deliver it to the Divine Martial Hall." Ling Wen nodded, seemingly speechless. Xiao Yan continued, "So, can you tell me, why did the embroidered fairy dress not work on Lang Ying?" Ling Wen said, "I can roughly guess. However, if your Highness wants to know the answer, can you promise me a favor first?" Xiao Yan said, "Speak." Ling Wen said, "Can I take a look?" Embroidered clothes immortal. Xiao Yan was startled. Ling Wen said, "Just give me a day's time. After all, if I go to the Divine Martial Hall to apologize, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see it. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to do anything. It's just, when you said yesterday that he revealed himself, I was really shocked. She shook her head, her gaze slightly unfocused as she said. It's been so many years, yet I've never seen Bai Jin reveal himself. Xiao Yan said, that young soldier's original name was Bai Jin. Ling Wen seemed to have just recovered from her daze. Oh, that's right. However, most people call him Xiao Bai. Xiao Yan said, Xiao Bai. That sounds. It was a bit like calling a dog, but also a bit like calling an idiot. Ling Wen smiled and said, it's exactly what you're thinking right now. The name Bai Jin was given to him by me. Other people never call him that, so not many people know of this name. However, if you call him that, he will be very happy. In the legends of the embroidered fairy dress, the way that the woman the youth loved treated that youth could only make people feel that it was cruel and terrifying. If it wasn't because she had a bone-deep hatred, then it was because she was naturally cold-blooded. However, when Ling Wen mentioned that youth, her tone was very easygoing. There was neither tenderness nor hatred. She only said, is that all right? If your highness is afraid that I'll escape, then it would be better to use Rui to lock me down. I'm not a martial god, so I can't escape. He didn't know why, but Xiao Yan felt that he should believe in Ling Wen. After muttering to himself for a moment, he slowly nodded and said, all right. The two of them pretended that nothing had happened and left Ling Wen Palace Hall. As they walked on the main street of Xianjing, they still greeted other heavenly officials as usual. Ling Wen's expression was the same as usual. She simply couldn't see that her hands had been locked up by Rui. They didn't walk far before they bumped into Pei Ming, who had just returned from patrolling the streets. The two of them greeted each other and stood on the side of the road chatting. After a few words, Pei Ming stared straight at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan became slightly vigilant and asked, General Pei, why are you looking at me like that? Pei Ming rubbed his chin and sincerely said, I won't hide it from your highness the crown prince. Right now, whenever I see you, I feel fear and trepidation. I always feel that whoever stands next to you will be in trouble. That's why when I see you walking with Ling Wen, my heartbeat sped up again. Ling Wen, you must be careful for the next few days. Ling Wen laughed and said, how could that be? General Pei, don't joke around. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In a sense, Pei Ming's intuition was really accurate. When they returned to Puqi Monastery, they saw from afar Lang Ying leaning against an old tree in front of the monastery. Lang Ying's left hand was absent-mindedly twirling a broom to play with. A pile of swept golden leaves was piled at his feet. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and watched for a while. Only then did he deliberately slow down his footsteps as he walked over. Lang Ying didn't turn his head, but he must have sensed their presence. In an extremely natural manner, he changed his posture and continued sweeping. When he turned around to look, he seemed to see Xiao Yan and Ling Wen slowly walking over. Xiao Yan lightly coughed and said, sweeping again. Lang Ying nodded. Seeing him like this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but pretend to act like an elder. He rubbed his head and praised, good child. Lang Ying calmly accepted it. Ling Wen looked at them but didn't comment. Xiao Yan led her to open the door of Puqi Monastery and said, it's here. Who knew that the moment they opened the door, they would see a figure squatting in front of the merit box. Once again, he was surreptitiously stuffing gold bars into the box. Xiao Yan hurriedly pulled him away and said, Qi Ying, don't stuff anymore. It's really enough. I still haven't gotten the gold bars you stuffed in last time. They're already stuck. Ling Wen nodded and said, hello, Your Highness Qi Ying. Quan Yizhen also said to her, hello. In the center of Puqi Monastery stood a wooden shelf. On the shelf hung a simple hemp garment. Of course, this was only what Xiao Yan could see. Ling Wen walked forward and stared at it for a while. That garment didn't react at all. She tilted her head and said, Your Highnesses, I want to look at it alone. Is that all right? Xiao Yan said, sure. Ruoxia bound Ling Wen's hands. She wasn't a martial god, so she basically wouldn't cause any trouble. Xiao Yan was still relieved. He placed his hand on Kuan Yizhen's shoulder and said, go out. Xiao Yan's mood slightly relaxed as he had solved one problem. Coincidentally, the neighbors on his left and right had sent over some fruits and vegetables. He took them to the kitchen and prepared to cook. It could be said that he was indomitable. Over the past few days, Kuan Yizhen seemed to have turned his Pu Chi monastery into a farmhouse. He jumped up and down, sometimes climbing trees, sometimes stealing melons, sometimes catching fish, and sometimes catching frogs. When Xiao Yan wasn't paying attention, he allowed Kuan Yizhen to sneak into the kitchen and steal a sweet potato. When he turned around, he saw Kuan Yizhen sneak out with the sweet potato in his mouth. Like a fish that had escaped the net, Xiao Yan hurriedly said, it's not done yet, don't eat it. However, it was precisely because it wasn't done that he had to eat it in a hurry. If he waited until it was done, then he wouldn't be able to eat it. Xiao Yan shook his head. When he saw Lang Ying walk over, he narrowed his eyes and said, Lang Ying, are you free? Come help me, cut some vegetables. Lang Ying originally wanted to snatch the sweet potato that Kuan Yizhen had stolen. But when she heard Xiao Yan's words, she didn't say anything else and came over to help. Picking up the kitchen knife on the chopping board, she pressed down on the cabbage and cut it seriously. Xiao Yan looked at her before turning his head away. While washing the rice, he casually said, Lang Ying you've seen a lot of gods and ghosts that have come to our Pu Chi monastery, right? Each and every one of them was strange and bizarre. Behind him, Lang Ying said, Xiao Yan said, then, let me ask you a question. If you were to choose, among these gods and ghosts, which one do you think is the most handsome? Lang Ying lowered her head while cutting vegetables, seemingly pondering. Xiao Yan lightly raised his eyebrows and said, say it. Just tell me the truth in your heart. Thus, Lang Ying answered, you. Xiao Yan smiled and said, other than me. Lang Ying said, the one dressed in red. Xiao Yan held back his laughter to the point of suffering internal injuries. He solemnly said, I think so too. Pausing, Xiao Yan asked again, then, which one do you think is the most powerful? Lang Ying still answered, the one dressed in red. Xiao Yan then quickly asked, which one is the richest? The one dressed in red. Which one do you admire the most? The one dressed in red. Which one is the stupidest? The one dressed in green. These questions were closely connected, yet he actually changed his answer in such a timely manner. It could be seen how nimble his thinking was and how quick-witted his reaction was. Xiao Yan said, it seems like you quite like the older brother dressed in red. His name is Hua Cheng. Remember it well. So, you think he's very good? Unknowingly, Lang Ying's knife seemed to have become several times faster. She said, very good. Xiao Yan said, then, if we have time, do you think we should invite him to our place again as a guest? Lang Ying said, Of course. That's a must. Xiao Yan said, I also think so. However, his subordinates said that he's been very busy recently. He's definitely busy doing very serious things, so I think it's better not to disturb him. After he said this, the ka-ka sound of Lang Ying cutting vegetables suddenly became a few notches louder. Xiao Yan held onto the stove and held back his laughter until his stomach twitched. Kuan Yizhen's head suddenly popped in from outside the window. Taking a bite of a sweet potato, he looked at it for a moment before saying to Lang Ying, you cut it into so many pieces, it won't taste good anymore. Lang Ying said, What did you say? Xiao Yan turned around to take a look. Not only was it broken, it was practically broken into pieces. He lightly coughed and said, it's true. Your knife skills are too bad. Xiao Yan poured a large pile of messy ingredients into the pot. Then, he clapped his hands and decided to let them cook like this for 2 hours. Exiting the kitchen, he looked at Ling Wen. Seeing that she was still obediently staying in the monastery, he continued to work. From the pile of firewood, he took out a slightly larger wooden tablet. Then, he went to the village chief's house to borrow a brush and ink. Sitting at the doorway, he held the wooden tablet in one hand and the brush in the other. He was lost in thought. Lang Ying also walked over. Xiao Yan raised his head and warmly said, Lang Ying, can you read? Can you write? Lang Ying replied, I can. Xiao Yan asked, then how are your words? Lang Ying replied, average. Xiao Yan said, it doesn't matter. It's fine as long as you can see it clearly. Help me with one more thing. He handed the wooden tablet and brush to Lang Ying and said with a smile, our monastery has never had a horizontal board. How about you write one for me? Under Xiao Yan's urging, Lang Ying picked up the brush. In his hands, that small brush seemed to weigh 1,000 catties. No matter how he waved it, he couldn't move it at all. After a long time, he seemed to admit defeat and put down the brush and wooden tablet. Behind the bandages, a helpless voice rang out. Gidge, I was wrong. Chapter 134. Previously, Xiao Yan felt that it had been a long time since they last met. He missed her very much, although this long time was only for a few days. Who knew that Hua Cheng had been hiding by his side all this time? He was in a good mood. What had he been worried about before? He had forgotten everything and was laughing so hard that he couldn't even stand up. Hua Cheng said, brother is teasing me. Xiao Yan picked up the pen and the wooden board. He said, you really dare to say it? It was clearly San Lang who teased me first. Let me think. You've been here since I smashed the stove, right? Hua Cheng praised, ah, that's true. How did Big Brother find out? He's really a god. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, what god? San Lang, if you want to pretend to be someone else, then do it seriously. Don't be so perfunctory. I would be a true god if I couldn't tell. To think that I thought there would be a second person who could eat, but which one is the most handsome? Which one was the strongest? Who was the richest? Which one do you like the most? Ha ha ha. Hua Cheng said gently, Big Brother. Forget about that part. Xiao Yan flatly refused, no. I will always remember it. Hua Cheng said helplessly, Big Brother. Although I'm happy that you're happy, is it really that funny? Xiao Yan clutched his stomach and said, of course. After I got to know you, I realized, so happiness is such a simple thing, ha 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 ha. Hearing this sentence, Hua Cheng blinked, and Xiao Yan's laughter weakened slightly. He also suddenly realized that his previous sentence was a little too revealing. When he realized it, he felt a little nauseating. He coughed lightly, rubbed the corner of his eyes, and said with difficulty, all right, don't be naughty. Where's the real Lang Ying? Why are you pretending to be him? Hurry up and get that kid back. Hua Cheng slowly says, I've temporarily invited him to the ghost city as a guest. Since it was Hua Cheng who was taking him away, Xiao Yan was very relieved. He nodded and was about to speak again when he heard the creaking of the wooden door. Ling Wen walked out from Puqi Monastery with her hands behind her back and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Since Hua Cheng had no intention of revealing his identity, Xiao Yan also kept his mouth shut. In front of other people, he was still Lang Ying. Seeing Ling Wen's grave expression, he could not help but become serious as well. Withdrawing his smile, he asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem with brocade, white brocade? No, Ling Wen said. There was nothing wrong with him. However, I seem to smell a strange smell coming from the kitchen. Is your highness cooking something? Xiao Yan hurriedly said, oh, yes, it's cooking. After thinking about it, Ling Wen still used a tactful tone and said something that was not tactful. Accept it, your highness. Whatever you're cooking, it's probably going to be rotten soon. Two hours later, night fell. Inside Puqi Monastery, Hua Cheng, Ling Wen, and Kuan Yizhen sat around the small wooden table. Xiao Yan brought out a pot from the kitchen and placed it on the table. As soon as he opened the lid, dozens of cute, round, and smooth little meatballs were nestled on the plate. Kuan Yizhen said, didn't you use water to boil it? Why did it turn into a meatball? Xiao Yan introduced, this is called pure jade clear ice pill. Kuan Yizhen said, didn't you use water to boil it? Why did it turn into a meatball? Xiao Yan continued, because the process of kneading the meatballs requires the use of both hard and soft hand strength, it takes a lot of time. Kuan Yizhen said, didn't you use water to boil it? Why did it turn into a meatball? Because Kuan Yizhen was really too persistent, Xiao Yan warmly said, originally, it was indeed not bad to boil it in water, but because of a small problem with the control of the heat and time, the entire pot was cooked dry. Thus, I simply added some new ingredients and made it into meatballs. When Ling Wen heard this, she sincerely exclaimed in admiration, Your Highness the Crown Prince's wonderful thinking is truly unprecedented. This one can't help but admire you. Xiao Yan said, You flatter me, flatter me. Ling Wen said, No. At least, I believe that in this world, there definitely won't be a second person who can create such a pure jade clear ice pill. Xiao Yan handed over the chopsticks and said, Well said, well said. Come, everyone, please. Ling Wen and Kuan Yizhen both took the chopsticks with their right hands. Then, their left hands coincidentally reached for the plate of cold steamed buns at the edge of the offering table. Only Hua Cheng picked up a pure jade clear ice pill and placed it in his mouth. After a moment, he said, It's pretty good. Seeing this, Kuan Yizhen opened his eyes wide. Hua Cheng then said, The taste is slightly bland. Xiao Yan said, Okay, I'll remember it. Watching helplessly as the youngster beside him, whose face was covered in bandages, ate 5 or 6 pills that flickered with the luster of a mudslide. Moreover, his evaluation was so sincere, Kuan Yizhen seemed to be convinced. After thinking for a moment, he also picked up a pill. From beginning to end, Xiao Yan maintained a smile. He smiled as he watched him eat it. He smiled as he watched his complexion turn pale. He smiled as he watched him fall to the ground and not get up. Finally, he smiled and asked, What's wrong? Hua Cheng replied, Maybe I ate it too quickly and choked. Ling Wen smiled. At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly heard a familiar voice ring in his ears. Gidge. This wasn't Lang Ying's slow voice, nor was it Hua Cheng's melodious and leisurely voice. Instead, it was Hua Cheng's voice from before. He was actually using spiritual communication techniques to talk to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan slightly raised his eyes and replied, What's the matter? Hua Cheng said, Ling Wen is a cunning and callous person. She's also vicious and merciless. If you bring her back, I'm afraid it won't be so simple. This was the first time Xiao Yan heard someone evaluate Ling Wen like this. After pondering for a moment, he replied, I saw that she had some goodwill towards that embroidered-clothed immortal, so it shouldn't be fake. Hua Cheng said, having some goodwill doesn't conflict with being vicious and merciless. She's the #1 Wenshin of the heavenly court. Her eyes and ears are observant and her hands are long. Gidge needs to be on guard against her finding helpers. Xiao Yan asked, General Pei? Hua Cheng replied, that shouldn't be the case. If Shui Hengtian was still here, she would definitely look for Shui Hengtian to suppress this matter. That's because Shi Wudu has always helped those close to him and not reason. However, if it's Pei Ming, you only need to explain the ins and outs of the matter. He might not choose to help the wicked. Gidge, be careful. Xiao Yan said, okay, I'll be careful. Fortunately, a day will pass very quickly. However, Hua Cheng's voice sounded in his ears, no. Gidge, you've misunderstood. What I'm saying is to be careful about something else. Someone's coming. At this moment, the crisp ringing of a bell entered Xiao Yan's ears. Hua Cheng frowned slightly. Xiao Yan looked out through a crack in the window, only to see a middle-aged Taoist shaking a bell as he swaggered over from the entrance of Puqi village. That Taoist was dressed in a gorgeous Taoist robe and carried a treasure chest on his back. The chest was covered in yellow talismans, and the bell rang as he walked. Xiao Yan was knowledgeable and recognized that this was a good item. If it were an ordinary demon or ghost, hearing this bell would cause them to have a terrible headache and retreat. Before he could get any closer, a few tall, white-browed, yellow-robed monks slowly walked over with magical staffs in their hands. Not long after, 50 to 60 people arrived one after another. As if they'd made an appointment, they weren't surprised to see each other and surrounded Puqi Monastery. This group of people weren't just for show. Their bodies were covered in all kinds of magical artifacts, and their hands and feet were very steady. Clearly, they had some skills. Heavenly officials could absorb mana from the offerings of their believers, and some Taoists and Buddhists could also obtain mana from the heavenly officials they believed in. These monks and Taoists might even have higher mana than Xiao Yan, a heavenly official. With so many of them coming all at once, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and felt that they didn't come with good intentions. Hua Cheng put down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Xiao Yan heard him snort and said, the old monk and stinky Taoist actually chased us all the way here. I've troubled Big Brother. I'll go lure them away. Xiao Yan grabbed him and said, don't move. Ling Wen was confused and asked, what's wrong? Xiao Yan used his psychic art to speak to Hua Cheng, don't go. Tell me honestly, does the reopening of Bronze Cauldron Mountain affect you greatly? Hua Cheng said, no. Xiao Yan stared at his eyes behind the bandages and said, stop lying. You are a ghost king of desperation, and you don't need to be afraid of mortals like them. Why don't you just chase them away and lure them away instead? You became like this because you are not joking at all, right? When Bronze Cauldron Mountain reopened, the higher the realm of the demons and ghosts, the greater the impact. Xiao Yan saw with his own eyes how uncomfortable Hua Cheng was during the first wave of the demons and ghosts. The closer it was to the day of the reopening, the stronger the tremors. Under such circumstances, if it was Xiao Yan, he would choose to temporarily seal his original form and turn into a younger form to store his mana and prevent himself from going berserk. He would only release the seal after the reopening. That way, although he could avoid the pain of being agitated, because his strength was sealed, it would give others an opportunity to take advantage of him. Xiao Yan cursed and said, Qi Rong, that night, Qi Rong shouted that he would call all the Taoists and monks who had a grudge against Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng shook his head and said, Big Brother, they are here for me, I'll just leave. Although I can't kill them in one move in my current form, I can make them scram far away. Xiao Yan said, if you leave now, don't ever come back to see me again. Hua Cheng said, Your Highness. Hua Cheng had always been calm and watertight. In the past, he had helped Xiao Yan so many times. This time, Xiao Yan finally had the chance to help him, so how could he let him leave by himself? Xiao Yan said in a low voice, You sit. I'll come and meet them. Kuan Yizhen opened his eyes with difficulty. With a dazed expression, he said, Outside, are there people coming? Do you want me to beat them away? His voice was hoarse. Xiao Yan helped him close his eyes and said, Qi Ying, you should just lie down. Also, you can't randomly hit mortals, that will deduct your merits. Xiao Yan leaned against the wooden door and carefully observed the movements outside. Some of the villagers who had just finished their work outside and hadn't had time to go home for dinner saw so many Taoists and monks all of a sudden. They were very surprised and asked, "What are all the masters gathered here for? Are you all looking for Taoists yet?" A monk with a murderous aura put his palms together and said, "Ba. Benefactor, do you know that this place has already been invaded by demonic beings?" "What?" All the villagers were shocked. "Demonic beings? What kind of demonic beings?" Another monk said in an unfathomable manner, "An unprecedented devil incarnate." All the villagers, what should we do? The Taoist in luxurious clothes who came the earliest said, "Just leave it to us. Today, all of us from the Taoist community have gathered here for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to capture this demonic being." After he finished speaking, he was about to walk forward when he was pulled back by the village chief. That Taoist glared at him and said, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The village chief said, "Well, masters, I'm the village chief of this village. I'm very grateful to all of you. However, I'll tell you the truth. All of you look very expensive." That Taoist in luxurious clothes said, "We came here to subdue demons and subdue demons. Do you think we're here for a reward?" As he said that, he wanted to rush forward again, but the villagers stopped him again. The monks and Taoists were somewhat unhappy, but they couldn't force their way in. Thus, they patiently asked, "What now?" The village chief rubbed his hands and said, "If it's free, then that's great. Thank you all for your selfless subduing demons and subduing demons. But, this village's work has long been taken over by Taoists. Masters coming here to snatch work, as the village chief, I can't answer to Taoists. The monks and Taoists looked at each other, "Taoists. Thus, they gathered together and discussed for a while, "Are there any famous Taoist masters with the surname Xie? I don't think so. Anyway, I haven't heard of them. Probably from the 18th century. If there isn't, then he's not famous. Don't bother about it." After the discussion, that Taoist in luxurious clothes turned around and said, "The Taoist Xie you mentioned, is he the one living inside?" The villagers said, "Yes." They all shouted, "Taoist Xie! Taoist Xie! You have a colleague here. There are so many people. Are you home?" An old monk in yellow clothes put his palms together and said, Ba, it doesn't matter if that Taoist Xie is here or not. But that demonic being is now hiding in this house." The villagers were stunned. "What?" At this moment, Xiao Yan calmly pushed open the door and said, "I'm here." "What's the matter, everyone?" The villagers hurriedly said, "Taoist Xie, these monks and old Taoists said that your house is hiding." "Ghost?" Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Eh? You can even tell that?" The people outside the monastery were shocked. "Really? You admit it so quickly?" Xiao Yan threw a jar. "That's right, there is indeed a ghost." The Taoist in luxurious clothes caught the jar and was delighted at first, but when he opened it, his smile collapsed. "A woman with half-face makeup?" Then, he threw the jar back, looking displeased. "Fellow Taoist, don't play dumb. This kind of low-level demon can't even be considered evil. You know very well what we are talking about." Xiao Yan caught the jar and felt that the strength of the person who threw it was not weak. As expected of someone who had cultivated for many years, he was definitely not a fake. A few monks said to the Taoist in luxurious clothes, "Fellow Taoist, I see that this Taoist has a strong demonic aura. Could it be that he is?" The Taoist in luxurious clothes said, "Whether it is or not, I will know once I open my heavenly eye." As he said this, he shouted loudly, bit his finger, and wiped a vertical mark on the center of his forehead. It was as if he had grown a third eye on his face. Looking at his technique, Xiao Yan also secretly praised him. Leaning against the door, he admired the technique. The Taoist in luxurious clothes stared at him for a moment, then said, "Sure enough, there is ghost energy." "Such a gloomy ghost energy. Ghost King. You really changed your skin again." Xiao Yan was shocked. He was a dignified heavenly official, how could there be ghost energy on his body? Just now, he was thinking that this person had some skill, so how could he be talking nonsense in the blink of an eye? Hearing this, the 50 to 60 mages in a circle all acted as if they were facing a great enemy and took up a fighting stance. Hua Qing said to Xiao Yan, "This group of people is really annoying." Xiao Yan said, "It's okay. It's okay, it's okay. You just need to sit down." After a while, the Taoist in luxurious clothes said doubtfully, "That's not right." The monk on the side said, "What's not right?" The Taoist in luxurious clothes rubbed the bloody mark on his forehead as if he was rubbing his eyes. He said, "It's really strange. From what I see, this person is sometimes full of ghost energy, sometimes his face is full of spiritual light, and sometimes it's dull and lifeless. It's really strange." "What? How can it be like this? Fellow Taoist, can you do it? If you can't, let us do it." "Yeah, how can it be so strange?" The Taoist in luxurious clothes said angrily, "What? I can't. If I can't, then you can. I've been on the path of heavenly eye for so many years, and I've never made a mistake before." Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows, shook his head, and said in a warm voice, "Then why don't you see where the ghost energy on my body is the heaviest?" The heavenly eye vigorously rubbed his forehead again. After looking for a moment, he confidently said, "Lips." Chapter 135. That's right. It's the lips. The heavenly eye swore solemnly. The monks and Taoists felt it was strange. Why the lips? How can there be ghost aura coming from the lips? Lipstick? Xiao Yan subconsciously covered his mouth. He didn't expect that the smell on Hua Cheng's body hadn't faded after a night of kissing at the Thousand Lanterns Monastery. The heavenly eye pointed at him and said, "Look, he's feeling guilty, isn't he?" Xiao Yan immediately put his hand down. He resisted the urge to turn around and look at Hua Cheng's expression. Although Hua Cheng's face was covered in bandages, he couldn't see his expression. He said gently, "Hey, fellow Taoist. You've misunderstood. Actually, it's because I'm poor. One thing can be used for many purposes. For example, this jar." He raised the jar in his hand and said sincerely, "Although I occasionally use it to pretend to be a ghost. Under normal circumstances, I use it to pickle vegetables. The pickled vegetables made with this jar have a unique flavor. If you eat it, you will naturally. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Logically speaking, this method was not impossible. The monks and Taoists were skeptical. The villagers covered their mouths. "Ah. Priests, yeah, could it be that the pickled vegetables you gave us in the past, were they pickled like this? Then wouldn't our mouths taste like ghosts when we eat them?" Normally, the villagers would provide some fruits and vegetables. Xiao Yan would give them some of his pickled vegetables in return. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Don't worry. The jar I gave everyone was separated." The heavenly eye said angrily, "Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of losing your lifespan by eating this kind of thing? Cut the crap. There are more than one person hiding in your monastery. Get out of the way." This time, he was afraid that he would be stopped by the village chief again. He rushed forward before he finished speaking. Xiao Yan saw that the situation was not good. He quickly retreated into the house and grabbed Kuan Yizhen, who had fainted on the ground. He grabbed his collar and shook him violently. He whispered into his ear, "Chieying. Listen well. I'm going to feed you the pure jade freezing pill again. Hearing this, Kuan Yizhen's eyes widened. At the same time, the Heavenly Eye who had just rushed in screamed. He covered his forehead and jumped out again. Don't go in. There's an ambush. As expected, the monks and Taoists did not dare to act rashly. They surrounded him and asked, Brother Heaven's Eye, what did you see? The Heavenly Eye opened and said, I didn't see anything, I just saw a huge mass of blinding white light. Oh my, fellow Taoist, you're incredible. Your Heavenly Eye is emitting smoke. He opened his third eye and found that the red mark on his forehead had indeed turned black, and a wisp of white smoke, like that of a candle that had been blown out, slowly rose from it. He turned pale with fright. This. Ling Wen put down the half-eaten bun and said, It's so noisy outside. What's going on? A monk said, Brother Heaven's Eye, take a look. There are 2 children and a woman in the monastery. In addition to this Taoist, which one of the 4 is him? The third eye opened, and he rubbed his forehead hard. However, he just couldn't open it. The ball of white light he saw was Kuan Yizhen's spiritual light. When a heavenly official felt that he was about to encounter a great danger, a challenge to his life, the spiritual light covering his body would instinctively increase by several times. Xiao Yan had taken advantage of the dazzling light of this explosion to blind that Taoist's third eye. It wasn't that he had destroyed his dozens of years of cultivation, but he probably wouldn't be able to open his third eye for the next few days. Next, Xiao Yan picked up the plate of meatballs. Kuan Yizhen was completely awake. He tightly grabbed onto Xiao Yan's hand and said in a hoarse voice, I'm not eating. Xiao Yan held onto his hand and said, Don't be afraid, it's not for you to eat. The group of mages surrounding Pu Chi Monastery exchanged glances in a disorderly manner, before shouting loudly in unison and surging forward at the same time. However, before Xiao Yan could go up to them, they were bounced back by an invisible barrier. A heavy voice came from all directions in the sky. You bunch of old monks and smelly Taoist priests are like flies. Are you addicted to pestering me? You actually dare to chase me here? You must be tired of living. Hua, hua, hua. After saying, hua, a few times, the third eye was still intimidated by the person's power. He didn't dare to call out the person's name directly. He stuttered and said, Master of Hua City. You can stop scaring people. We all know that Mount Bronze Cauldron is about to open. In order not to be affected, you sealed your mana. Right now, you can't be as arrogant as before. Tie your hands and surrender. Although he didn't have much confidence in the end, Xiao Yan could feel that Hua Cheng was very angry. He immediately rushed into the house and carried him up. He said in a low voice, Don't say any more. Don't waste your mana. Save your strength. Just leave it to me. Hua Cheng's body was slightly stiff at first. After he was carried up, he seemed to gradually calm down. He said in a low voice, Okay. Xiao Yan carried him. He felt that Hua Cheng's age seemed to have become even younger. Now, he was at most the age of a 12 or 13-year-old child. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He carried Hua Cheng in one hand and held his heart in the other. He walked out and said, Didn't you guys think that green ghost Qi Rong lied to you? Who knew that when they heard this, the monks and Taoist priests had strange expressions on their faces? The third eye asked in confusion, Green ghost Qi Rong? What did he lie to us about? Why would he lie to us? Xiao Yan slightly frowned and said, Didn't he tell you guys to come here? The third eye sneered, Who do you think we are? You even need a fierce to inform us. Why would we be in cahoots with that kind of thing? Not Qi Rong. Then how did the news get out? Before he could think carefully, the monks and Taoist priests had already attacked. Xiao Yan used his sword to deflect 7 to 8 swords and 5 to 6 magic staffs. A monk said, Amitabha. Why must Taoist friend protect this evildoer? Xiao Yan didn't give an inch. He said, Master, no matter what, it's not good to take advantage of someone when they're weak. The third eye said, he's a ghost, not a human. You young man, you're still wet behind the ears. Do you have to be so pedantic and fake? Magic staffs, treasured swords, and treasured knives attack together. If he used his heart, it would be hard to avoid harming mortals. From a moral point of view, mortals could hit heavenly officials, but heavenly officials couldn't hit mortals. This was because they had to be tolerant, magnanimous, compassionate, and care for all living beings. They couldn't bicker with mortals. If they dared to hit mortals, then they would record a demerit and have their merits deducted. Xiao Yan wasn't as unrestrained and extravagant as Kuan Yizhen. He didn't have much merit to begin with, so if he deducted it again, it would be negative. He sheathed his sword and said, Ruo Xia, come here. Qi Ying, look after Ling Wen. When Ruo Xia was tying up men, he often felt wronged. When he was tying up women, he had a completely different expression. Xiao Yan called out twice before reluctantly taking off Ling Wen's hands. In the next moment, a streak of white lightning whipped past the wrists of dozens of people. Those whose hands were slightly unsteady couldn't hold their weapons anymore. Stunned, they asked, what kind of magic tool is this? Is this a magic tool? Why does it look like a white silk used for hanging? It's very demonic, I couldn't tell, but this brat had some skill. Unexpectedly, while Xiao Yan was fighting with this group of mages, Ling Wen shook her head. Lightly tidying up her clothes, she stood up and said, Many thanks to your highness the crown prince for your hospitality. I'll be leaving first. Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He said, Ling Wen, the day is coming. Where do you want to go? Could it be that you want to break your promise? Ling Wen said, That's right. I want to break my promise. Her words were bold and confident, as if she was saying, I want to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Xiao Yan was left speechless. After a moment, he said, The one who leaked the news wasn't Qi Rong, it was you. Ling Wen smiled and said, Although I'm not a martial god, and I've been tied up by Ruo Xia, I can still do a lot of things just by using the psychic technique. As expected. However, how did Ling Wen know that this bandaged youth was from Hua City? She and Lang Ying hadn't even exchanged a few words or met each other a few times. Even Xiao Yan couldn't detect it as quickly as she did. Seeing that she was about to openly leave with her hands behind her back, Xiao Yan couldn't free his hand. He said, Qi Ying, you can't let her leave. Although she had just eaten a pure jade clear ice pill, Kuan Yizhen had already crawled up and recovered her vitality. Moreover, Ling Wen was a Wen Shen, so she basically didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Kuan Yizhen could easily stop her with a single finger. Hearing Kuan Yizhen say from afar, Okay. Xiao Yan felt relieved and went to fight the group of Taoists. Not long after, a loud noise suddenly rang out. The roof of Pu Chi Monastery was broken, and a figure soared high into the sky. Xiao Yan turned his head and was startled. He shouted towards the house, Qi Ying, you can't fight like this. It wasn't a big deal for a martial god to be tossed around like this, as martial gods were born to fight. However, no matter what was said, Ling Wen was still a female official, and she was also a Wen Shen. With Kuan Yizhen's rough fighting style, she would definitely be crippled. Unexpectedly, a figure slowly walked out of the house and said, By Jean, you can't fight like this. This voice was clear and cold. It was clearly Ling Wen. However, the moment she came out, Xiao Yan had the illusion that the person who walked out of the house wasn't Ling Wen, but rather an extremely tall youth with a murderous aura that soared to the heavens. However, when he looked carefully again, it was still Ling Wen's frail figure. Ling Wen was a Wen Shen, this was absolutely true. In the past, if she had deliberately concealed her strength, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hide it from Xiao Yan. How could she suddenly be able to beat Kuan Yizhen into the sky? Hua Qing said in a low voice, "Brother, be careful, she's wearing those clothes." Really? Although on the surface, Ling Wen was still dressed in black, a layer of black aura was currently enveloping her, making her seem like a completely different person. Her murderous aura was wild, but her fair complexion was also extremely calm, forming a strange contrast. Xiao Yan tried to stab her with his sword. Ling Wen flicked her sleeves and blocked it. Coincidentally, Kuan Yizhen fell from the sky and smashed into the ground with a bang. When she saw this, her eyes immediately shone and she said, "Good." Xiao Yan's eyes also shone as he said, "Good." That move of Ling Wen's just now was really beautiful. No, it should be said that it was the move that the embroidered celestial helped Ling Wen block. When the embroidered celestial was on other people's bodies, they would either lose their mind or suck their blood dry. But when it was on Ling Wen's body, it was invulnerable and could even take the initiative to attack, instantly throwing the Western martial god away. In the past, they had never heard of the embroidered celestial having this kind of miraculous effect. Who would have thought that after this embroidered celestial's head and limbs were chopped off by her, she could actually still use it? This time, not to mention the villagers of Pu Chi village, even the monks and Taoists were all dumbstruck. Heaven's Eye opened and said, "What's so good about it? It's good to be beaten up. Is there still a normal person in this monastery? I think none of them are human." Kuan Yizhen was eager to give it a try. She jumped up from the ground and attacked again. Ling Wen said in a low voice, "I said, don't stay any longer." The wind from her fists and the energy from her palms shocked the old wall of Pu Chi Monastery to the point that it was on the verge of collapsing. That embroidered celestial was indeed worthy of having the potential to ascend. Kuan Yizhen was actually faintly at a disadvantage. Xiao Yan couldn't help but say, "That. Excuse me, can you guys stand a bit further away to fight? Stand a bit further away." Before his voice fell, the crowd of monks and Taoists once again surrounded him. 40 to 50 knives, swords, hammers, and staffs came smashing over. Xiao Yan's expression changed as he raised his hand and said, "Wait, don't ah." Amidst this sorrowful cry, the Pu Chi monastery that had endured countless devastation but still stood firm for a long time finally truly and thoroughly collapsed. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment. His heart was filled with desolation as he said, "Sure enough, none of my houses can last for more than half a year. This time, I really need to ask for donations to repair the houses." Hua Qing said, "Gij doesn't need to be sad. It's just houses, there's plenty of them." Xiao Yan forced himself to pull himself together. However, he saw Tian Yen Kai holding his forehead as he stumbled over. Pointing at him, he said, "You're just a young man using little tricks, you dare to ruin my cultivation. Who's your master? How many years have you been in this profession? Which monastery are you affiliated with? What kind of god are you worshipping?" Xiao Yan fiercely turned his head. A biting cold intent suddenly flashed between his brows as he sternly said, "You're asking who I am? Listen carefully. I am the noble crown prince. You bunch of thugs and unruly commoners, all of you kneel before me." This voice was like a clap of thunder in a clear sky. There were people on the spot who almost knelt before him. Only when they were pulled back by their companions did they come back to their senses. "What are you doing? You're really kneeling." Strange, unwittingly, Xiao Yan sternly said, "I'm over 800 years old. I'm older than all of you here added together. I've crossed more bridges than you've walked. I have temples and temples all over the world. I have believers and pilgrims everywhere. If you don't know my name, then you're ignorant and inexperienced. I don't worship gods. I am God. When everyone heard this imposing and shameless speech, they were all stunned. Unconsciously, they opened their mouths wide. Ah! Xiao Yan had been waiting for this moment. The plate in his hand flew into the air, and dozens of white meatballs flew out in all directions with the sound of iron bullets and steel balls tearing through the air. They accurately shot into the shocked mouths of a row of people. After he finished throwing them, he wiped his sweat and said, "Everyone, please forget what I just said. In fact, I'm just a trash collector." The complexions of those who ate the meatballs changed greatly. Ah! We've been hit. A few people with especially nimble movements raised their swords and intercepted the meatballs. When they raised their swords in front of their eyes, the meatballs were unexpectedly still spinning at high speed. The blades of the swords rubbed against each other, creating intense sparks. Everyone couldn't help but be terrified. What kind of hidden weapon is this? It's incomparably hard, and its luster is strange. Could it be the legendary? Xiao Yan said, "That's right. This is the legendary pure jade clear ice pill. It's incomparably poisonous. If you can't drink 9981 cups of clear water within a day to detoxify it, your stomach will explode." Although they had never heard of this name, everyone was even more terrified. Hey! Is it really that poisonous? In short, drink water first. In any case, detoxifying only requires drinking water. Let's go. Let's go find water. Immediately, they ran away as if they were flying. More than a dozen people had been hit. On the other side, Ling Wen's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. She actually grabbed Quan Yizhen's neck and lifted him up. Although she had the upper hand, Ling Wen's expression wasn't very good. She shouted in a low voice, "Bai Jin. Do you want to kill him? Don't fight anymore. Hurry up and leave." Coincidentally, Xiao Yan still had one meatball left. When Ling Wen said the word "leave," he quickly threw the meatball into her mouth. In a flash, the luster in Ling Wen's eyes disappeared, as if it had been sucked away by the thing she swallowed. The black aura on her body also suddenly faded by a layer. She looked at Xiao Yan, her lips silently opening and closing for a moment. After enduring for a while, she threw Quan Yizhen to the ground, held her forehead, and left. Quan Yizhen jumped up and chased after her. Xiao Yan originally wanted to follow, but the group of monks and Taoists blocked in front of him and shouted, "Everyone hold on, there will be reinforcements coming soon." Again. They couldn't stay in Puqi village anymore, they had to leave first. Quan Yizhen chased after Ling Wen and disappeared without a trace in a short while. Xiao Yan pulled Hua Cheng into his arms and said, "Hold on to me." With a tap of his foot, he passed the crowd and left with large strides. Sure enough, Hua Cheng followed his words and tightly hugged him. He didn't know why, but this scene made Xiao Yan feel vaguely familiar. However, he didn't have time to reminisce about it. This matter had to be reported immediately. Xiao Yan didn't hesitate to send a telepathic message. "Something happened to Ling Wen." Ling Wen. I know. Xiao Yan. Sorry for disturbing." In a flash, Ling Wen cut off the telepathic message. Chapter 136. Who knew? No one in the spirit communication array was listening to him. Something big had happened. The heavenly officials were making a racket. Xiao Yan heard Feng Xian shout, "Your Highness." "What did you say?" "It's very chaotic here." Xiao Yan raised his voice, "Feng Xian. I said, Ling Wen is the one who made the embroidered fairy. She ran away wearing it, be careful of her." "Feng Xian, what? There's such a thing?" Xiao Yan wanted to explain in detail, the noise in her ears suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He couldn't hear anything anymore. He was stunned. He said, "Everyone. Are you all still there?" He shouted a few times, but no one answered. Hua Qing said, "It's useless." The spirit communication array in the heavenly court was built by Ling Wen. She must have destroyed the entire array just now. We have to rebuild it. Xiao Yan said, "What should we do?" Usually, he didn't contact the heavenly court through the spirit communication array. It was through Ling Wen. Next was the Wind Master. He didn't know the commands of the other heavenly officials. There was no hope for Ling Wen and the Wind Master. The array was also destroyed. What should he do? Hua Qing seemed to see his worry. "Don't worry. Didn't Big Brother already tell us the most important thing? Not all of the heavenly court's officials were good-for-nothings. Junwu is also an immortal capital. We just need to inform them." Xiao Yan thought so too. He nodded. He ran wildly and climbed over a few mountains. He had already left the group of mages far behind, but the embroidered fairy and Kuanizhan couldn't catch up. Hua Qing said, "If Big Brother still wants to investigate the embroidered fairy, we have to hurry." Xiao Yan shook his head, "That's before. Qi Ying has already gone to chase after Ling Wen. We have more important things to do." San Lang. He gazed at Hua Qing in his arms. "Your appearance seems to have changed again." Previously, Hua Qing had disguised himself as Lang Ying and looked like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Xiao Yan didn't want to carry him. Even if he did, he didn't look good. But now, Hua Qing's body had shrunk again. He looked at most 11 or 12 years old. Xiao Yan could already carry him with one hand and let him sit on his arm. But even though he was young, Hua Qing's calm and composed aura didn't change. He said, "It's fine. Brother, you don't have to worry. The day of opening the mountain is approaching. Changing forms is just a temporary measure. After this, the original me will be back." As he spoke, he took off the bandage on his face. On the snow-white face, a pair of deep, jet-black eyes stared at Xiao Yan. Between his brows, he could faintly make out a few traces of that handsome youth. His face was clearly childish, but his expression was as calm as ever. Xiao Yan blankly stared at him, not saying a word. Hua Qing frowned slightly and said, "Your Highness, you..." Xiao Yan suddenly stretched out his other hand and pinched his cheek. Hua Qing was caught off guard. One side of his face was pinched out of shape. He widened his eyes and said, "Brother." Xiao Yan laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, San Lang, you're really too cute. I really couldn't help it, ha 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 ha." As Xiao Yan gently pinched him, he gently said, "Then, San Lang, will you continue to change? Will you become 5 or 6 years old? Or even a little baby?" Hearing his tone of anticipation, Hua Qing helplessly said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint brother." Xiao Yan loosened his hand and said with a smile, "I won't. San Lang will never disappoint me. I'm really happy to have the chance to protect you." However, Hua Qing said in a low voice, "I'm not happy." Xiao Yan asked, "Why?" Hua Qing's voice was slightly cold as he said, "I hate this appearance the most." Xiao Yan could actually hear a trace of hatred in his tone. He couldn't help but be startled. Hua Qing hung his head and said, "I don't want you to see this useless appearance of mine, and even more so, I don't want you to protect me." Xiao Yan didn't know if it was because Hua Qing had become younger, but there seemed to be a slight fluctuation in his emotions. Xiao Yan's heart slightly moved. He hurriedly pulled Hua Qing into his embrace and gently patted his back. With a smile, he said, "Then according to what you're saying, you've seen me in a mess many times. Do I not want to live anymore? Furthermore, it's not like you're really useless right now. You're just temporarily preserving your strength. Hua Qing buried his face in his shoulder and said in a muffled voice, "It's not the same. Your Highness, I must be the strongest. I want to make myself stronger than everyone else. Only then, can I." Although his voice was young and tender, it carried a trace of fatigue. Xia Lian said, "You've always been the strongest. However, you don't need to be like this all the time. Just think of it as, occasionally giving me face and letting me protect you once. Please, okay." After a long time, Hua Qing finally raised his head from Xia Lian's embrace. Placing his hands on Xia Lian's shoulders, he looked at him and said, "Your Highness, wait for me." Xia Lian said, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Hua Qing earnestly promised, "Give me a bit of time. I'll be back immediately." Xia Lian smiled and said, "Don't rush. Take your time." The next day, the two of them arrived at a small town. Xia Lian held Hua Cheng's hand as they slowly walked down the street. They seemed to be casually chatting. Xia Lian said, "When Mount Bronze Furnace reopened, the previous Ghost King was affected by the tremors. Will that black water be the same?" With one hand held by Xia Lian and the other behind his back, Hua Qing replied, "Yes. However, our situations are different. Our cultivation methods are also different. The methods we use to deal with stress are also different." Xia Lian asked, "For example, how does he deal with stress?" Hua Qing said, "Maybe, hibernation." Suddenly, 8 words appeared in Xia Lian's mind: when he's hungry, he eats. After eating, he sleeps. Hua Qing said, when Blackwater was a human, he suffered the calamity of being imprisoned. In prison, he had to eat 1 meal every 3 days. Even if he was given swill, he still had to eat it. When his stomach was starving, he would sometimes have gluttony, and sometimes have anorexia. Xia Lian looked pensive and said, "No wonder he's so good at swallowing things." In fact, according to He Xian's situation, he could focus on swallowing hungry ghosts because he had this attribute. Starving ghosts should be more to his taste. However, among the 500 or so famous ghosts that were swallowed by Blackwater Xian Gui, the majority were water ghosts. Presumably, he remembered Shi Wudu's face and deliberately swallowed them in order to break his water magic. But if he swallowed too much, he would need to hibernate to digest after a period of time. Hua Qing said, "That's right. By the way, Qi Rong's gluttony was to imitate him." Xia Lian was speechless for a moment. In his heart, he said, "How can eating people and eating ghosts be the same?" After thinking for a bit, he said, "Could it be that the forest of hanging corpses was trying to imitate you?" Hua Qing said, "That's right. Because he also wanted the scene of a rain of blood, but he didn't know how I did it, he simply and crudely hung a row of dead people in the sky." Up until today, Xia Lian could completely understand why it was hard to say anything when mentioning Qi Rong. He had done all the formalities, but his taste was still low. He sighed and thought, the grains were taken away by Qi Rong. I don't know if he ate them or if he threw them away. Wind Master. I don't know if he was captured by Blackwater. I hope they're all safe and sound. Then, he said, "Are you all right over at the Ghost City? Will there be people looking for trouble and causing trouble?" Hua Qing said, "Before I left, I had already sealed off the Ghost City and released some fake news about my whereabouts. Even if there are people looking for trouble and can't find me, I won't make things too difficult for them. But right now, there are definitely a lot of eyes watching that place." Hua Qing couldn't return to the Ghost City, and Xia Lian also couldn't bring him to the heavenly realm. If they were seen through by a heavenly official, it would be terrible. Thus, the two of them could only wander aimlessly in the sea of people in the human world. Xia Lian slightly frowned. "You released fake news, but Ling Wen leaked real news. I still don't understand how she could see through your disguise as Lang Ying." Hua Qing said, "What I don't understand is another matter. Xiao Yan asked, "What is it?" Hua Qing said, "That smelly Taoist priest has heaven's eye-opening. I've played with him a few times, so he can be considered to have some skill." Xiao Yan agreed. That's indeed the case. He still has genuine skill. Hua Qing said, then, why would he say that Gija's lips have ghost energy? Xiao Yan's hand suddenly tightened. Remembering that this hand was still holding Hua Qing, he hurriedly relaxed. Hua Qing said in a low voice, "Gij, don't use the same words you used to coax those fools to deceive me. Tell me, what did I do to you that night?" Xiao Yan thought to himself, "Probably, it's not what you did to me, but rather, what I did to you." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Wait, San Lang, look over there." Hua Qing said, "Gij." Xiao Yan had already pulled him into a luxurious and extravagant shop by the side of the road. The shopkeeper sized up this strange combination of one big and one small, one Taoist and one vulgar, and said, "What does this Taoist priest want to order?" Xiao Yan lifted Hua Qing up and smiled. "It's not me, it's him." Hua Qing tilted his head in his hand. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Hua Qing walked out from the back room. Lang Ying's original 15 or 16-year-old clothes were no longer suitable for the current Hua Qing, so Xiao Yan specially picked out a new set for him. As soon as he came out, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. What a young master with skin as white as snow. He wore red clothes that were like maple and fire, and a pair of deerskin boots with a silver chain dangling from it. He looked handsome and spirited. His black hair was scattered. Previously, he had only braided a very thin braid on the right side of his face. Xiao Yan couldn't help but braid his left as well. This time, it was symmetrical and made him look even more mischievous. The most excessive thing was his expression. It was disdainful and radiant, calm and composed. How was he like a child? This kind of contrast simply made it hard for people to take their eyes off him. The girls strolling in the shop were all stunned. They surrounded him in a large circle and couldn't help but cover their hearts as they cried out, "Io, Io." Hua Qing leisurely walked in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan softly clapped his hands and said, "As expected, San Lang is most suited for red." Hua Qing helplessly pulled on his left braid and said, "As long as Gij is happy, then it's fine." Xiao Yan put his arms around him and smiled as they walked to the front of the shop, preparing to pay the bill. Hua Qing's outfit wasn't cheap. Xiao Yan normally didn't have any pocket money, so he wouldn't enter a shop like this. However, he had saved up a small sum of money to repair his house. Now, he didn't need to repair it, so he didn't want to care about anything else. He would first buy clothes for Hua Qing before anything else. Just as he was slowly counting the copper coins and the silver bits, Hua Qing squeezed in front of him and slapped a piece of gold leaf in front of the shopkeeper. "Xiao Yan, the shopkeeper, the girls," Hua Qing said, "no need to keep the change. Gij, let's go." He pulled on the corner of Xiao Yan's clothes and took the lead to leave the shop with his hands behind his back. Xiao Yan smiled and also took a few steps forward. Suddenly, Hua Qing returned to his original position and crashed into his embrace. Xiao Yan held onto his shoulder and asked, "What's wrong?" When he raised his eyes, he saw a figure in the stream of people on the street. Just at this moment, the shopkeeper said, "Is there anything else the two of you would like to buy?" Chapter 137. The boss was stunned. "Ah. That one? Taoist priest, are you sure?" Xiao Yan said affirmatively, "Yes, it's that one." After saying that, he rushed forward to grab the clothes, carried Hua Qing, and rushed to the back of the clothing shop. He went into the curtain. This clothing shop was very bold and had a novel idea. They set up a small compartment in the shop for changing clothes, and people who came to buy clothes could try them on the spot. Everyone was stunned. A moment later, a well-dressed Taoist passed by the entrance of the clothing shop. As he walked, he muttered and rubbed his forehead. Behind him was a large group of ferocious and strange-looking monks and Taoists. Seeing that there were many people gathered in the clothing shop, he said unhappily, "What are you looking at?" "Sai, don't worry about it, let's go, I want to go to the toilet again." "Wait, Brother Heavenly Eye, there are many people here, why don't we ask them if they saw it?" "Female patrons, have you seen a Taoist priest in white clothes passing by here with a child with a bandaged face?" Everyone was silent. However, some people could not help but glance at the back room of the clothing shop. The monks and Taoists were vigilant. They gestured for him to go over and take a look. The Heavenly Eye opened and strode in. He held his breath and slowly approached the curtain. A moment later he suddenly pulled it open, and there was a scream. He saw a woman sitting behind the curtain. Her long black hair was tied up in a loose bun. Her neck was slender and fair, and she wore a black necklace the width of a finger and a very thin silver chain. Her clothes were half off, and her snow-white shoulders and a small part of her vest were exposed. It was a sight that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. After the curtain was pulled open, the woman's body trembled. She covered her face with her sleeves and let out a soft cry, as if she was frightened by such a rude and reckless action. The Heavenly Eye opened and suddenly lowered the curtain, saying, "Yes, yes, yes, I can't stand it anymore." The monks and Taoists who followed the Heavenly Eye also shouted, "Sin, sin, sin." They all covered their eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the woman suddenly turned around. Who else could it be but Xiao Yan? Hua Cheng was sitting in his arms, but he was blocked by his body. Although Xiao Yan was a man and his shoulders were wider than an ordinary woman's, he had only pulled down half of his clothes. The exposed areas were just right, so the effect was quite good. Xiao Yan hugged Hua Cheng with one hand and lifted the hem of her skirt with the other. Passing through the crowd of monks and Taoists who were covering their eyes and shouting, he quickly slipped away like a wisp of smoke. The owner of the clothing shop and the girls were stunned. Seeing him running away, the owner wanted to stop him. He opened his mouth and looked down at the piece of gold leaf. It was more than enough to buy 2 more pieces. He shrugged his shoulders and didn't care anymore. Xiao Yan carried Hua Cheng and sprinted away, leaving behind a trail of dust. The pedestrians on the road could only vaguely see a woman carrying a child as she dashed past. She was as vigorous and swift as a cheetah, causing dust to fill the sky and causing people to cough repeatedly. It was simply unbelievable. The roadside food vendor got a pot full of dust and scolded, "Are you kidding me?" Xiao Yan took the time to turn around and loudly apologize, "I made a mistake. Sorry. I'm sorry." At this moment, he heard someone shouting behind him, "Stop." When he turned around to look, it was actually that group of people rushing out of the clothing shop. Xiao Yan thought to himself, "I really don't know what the person shouting, 'Stop,' from behind me is thinking. Even if I think about it, the person being shouted at wouldn't stop. It's better to concentrate, hold your breath, and focus on running faster." At this moment, he lowered his head and ran even faster. With such a majestic large group of people rushing past, dust filled the sky. This time, the food vendor couldn't even curse anymore. He angrily threw his pot and said, "Motherfucker, how can I do business?" After chasing for 4 hours, sure enough, the monks and Taoists who were shouting while chasing lost their breath and ran slower and slower. Xiao Yan, who had rich experience in escaping, didn't make a sound and persevered until the end. After shaking off all the pursuers, he put down Hua Cheng and stood on the side of the road, gasping for breath. Hua Cheng supported his shoulders and said in a deep voice, "Don't breathe too fast, be careful of hurting your heart." Xiao Yan raised his head and saw Hua Cheng frowning slightly, but still with a childish face. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ouch! When he laughed too suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. Clutching his chest, he saw Hua Cheng's expression change slightly. Then, he waved his hand and said, "It's fine." "Hey, isn't there an inn over there?" Indeed, not far in front of them, in the blue curtain of night, there was an inn emitting a warm yellow light. It seemed to be guiding passers-by forward. Xiao Yan straightened his back and said, "Let's go in and rest." Hua Cheng said, "Okay." At this moment, Xiao Yan pulled him and walked forward step by step. When they arrived at the inn, Xiao Yan discovered that this inn had 2 floors. It was much more luxurious and spacious than it looked from afar. The main door was closed. Xiao Yan raised his hand and lightly knocked on it, saying, "Seeking shelter, is there anyone here?" After a while, someone shouted from inside, "Coming, coming." In a flash, the door opened, and a few waiters greeted them with smiles on their faces. This guest, presumably, they wanted to call him guest, but when they saw that the person who came was wearing women's clothing, they changed their words. This lady, before they could finish speaking, Xiao Yan pulled Hua Cheng out of the darkness and slowly walked out. With a child, it seemed like she wasn't an unmarried girl, so they changed their words again. This husband, while the word madam was still in their mouths, Xiao Yan's face was illuminated by the yellow light from inside the inn. Although this person was wearing women's clothing and had gentle features, in all honesty, no matter how they looked at this face, it looked more like a man's. The waiters were immediately dumbfounded. After a while, they still obediently returned to the way they had addressed him before. "This guest, please come inside." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. The current him was already very familiar with wearing any kind of clothing, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort in his heart or physiology. Carrying Hua Cheng, he stepped through the extremely low threshold and picked a seat in the corner of the lobby to sit down. Inside the inn, aside from a few waiters, there was no one else. The moment they arrived, all the waiters immediately closed the door and surrounded them with smiles on their faces. On the contrary, it was these smiles that made Xiao Yan feel slightly uncomfortable. He took the menu and said, "To be able to find an inn in the middle of nowhere, it really isn't easy." The waiters also said, "Isn't it? In the middle of nowhere, it's rare to have guests. It really isn't easy." He didn't know why, but although they were all smiling, it was as if their smiles had been painted on, making it seem very fake. Xiao Yan didn't bat an eyelid as he flipped through the menu and ordered a few dishes. Only then did the waiters laugh and laugh as they went to the kitchen to call for someone to cook. Hua Cheng played with his chopsticks and said, "Gidge, we entered a black inn run by demons and ghosts." Xiao Yan said, if it wasn't strange, in this kind of wilderness, having a small one-story inn with 1 or 2 waiters would already be amazing. How could there be so many waiters and such an extravagant shop? Of course, this wasn't a strong proof. The main reason was because the moment Xiao Yan entered the inn, he smelled a thick, fresh scent of blood. Most people probably wouldn't be able to detect this scent of blood, but for Xiao Yan, whose 5 senses were sensitive and had rich experience, it was already thick to the point that he couldn't ignore it. Xiao Yan said, "There's still someone on the 2nd floor. I heard footsteps, but I don't know if they're also travelers who came to seek shelter. If they were, then they definitely had to be rescued." The 2 of them sat across from each other and conversed in low voices for a long time. Finally, the waiters served the dishes and said, "Coming." Xiao Yan was just about to speak when he caught a trace of movement coming from outside. He immediately stood up and said, "Innkeeper, we want to go inside and rest. I'll have to trouble you to send the dishes upstairs." Okay. Xiao Yan held Hua Cheng with one hand and skillfully lifted his skirt with the other as he went upstairs. He turned his head and said, "Oh, that's right. If anyone asks if they saw us, I'll have to trouble you to say that you didn't." "Okay, okay." Xiao Yan hurriedly went upstairs. Not long after he went up, he heard someone knocking on the door and shouting, "Open the door, open the door." The waiters opened the door with smiles on their faces. The ones who rushed in were impressively the group of monks and Taoist priests who had been relentlessly chasing after them. At this time, Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng had already entered the room on the second floor and closed the door behind them. They heard someone shouting as soon as they entered the inn, "Toilet! Toilet! Toilet!" They ran over. Someone then said, "Boss, do you have water?" Seeing so many people come all of a sudden, the waiters happily said, we do. Please wait a moment, we're coming." Heaven's Eye opened and said, I'm going to die from drinking too much." Preposterous, that so-called pure jade ice clear pill is truly a deadly poison in the world. I've only drunk 20 cups. When will I be able to drink the full 9 by 981 cups? Xiao Yan really didn't expect these monks and Taoist priests to be so honest. If he asked them to drink 9 by 981 cups, they really intended to drink 9 by 981 cups. One of the monks even said, "Amitba, this poor monk has already drunk 25 cups. I have to say, the antidote is still very useful. This poor monk really does feel much better now." Hearing this, Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He searched everywhere to see if there was a crack or a hole he could peek through. He saw Hua Cheng half squatting on the ground and said, "Brother, look here." Xiao Yan also squatted down and looked at the place he was pointing at. There wasn't a trace of abnormality and he asked, "What's going on here?" Hua Cheng suddenly poked down with his finger. In a split second, a small hole appeared on the hard ground and a trace of yellow light shone through. He said, "Here, we can see." Xiao Yan bent down and peeped through the hole. Everyone sat around the long table in the middle of the lobby. Heaven's Eye slammed the table and said, "Humph. This time we were careless. Next time we see that evil Taoist priest, we definitely won't give him an opportunity to take advantage of. We must capture Hua Cheng in one fell swoop and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Xiao Yan whispered, "San Lang, how did you offend them?" Before Hua Cheng could answer, someone had already asked on Xiao Yan's behalf, "Oh right, I haven't asked yet." "Why did you guys also come to capture that ghost king? Did you guys have some grudges with him?" Thus, everyone began to criticize each other. Speaking of which, it's really hateful. 20 years ago, there was a pig spirit in a village who went crazy and knocked down the owner's house. The house collapsed and the whole family died. That pig escaped to the ghost city. At that time, I had just entered the profession and went to capture it, but I was beaten out by a group of ghosts. It was really a great shame and humiliation. He even sent his subordinates to tell me that there's no reason for you to eat the pig's whole family, but the pig can't take revenge and kill your whole family. If you don't take revenge, then you're lucky. If you do, then you deserve it. Tell me, how can there be such a twisted logic in this world? What a coincidence. Our sex situation is similar, but because of a chicken spirit. It's very simple. Because our sect's heavenly priest was named by him to be taken down, so no matter how many temples we built, he burned them all. It's really infuriating. That's too unreasonable. There's more. You guys know my Xixiang, right? He's a genius with a boundless future. It's just that he has a small problem, which is that he loves women as much as his life. More than 10 years ago, a prostitute's ghost seduced my Xixiang and sucked him dry while he was still alive. Hua, that ghost king actually shielded her. While the people below criticized fervently, Hua Cheng had a bored expression on his face. He didn't even have the interest to give a mocking smile. At this time, Heaven's eye opened and said, I seem to have heard of your Shixiang before. Wasn't he the one who used the name of performing rituals to rape a few married women and was imprisoned for 3 months before being released? Cough, cough, cough. Just at this time, the waiter delivered the dishes. Everyone hurriedly said, the dishes are here, the dishes are here. Come come come, Brother Heaven's eye, don't talk anymore. Come eat. Xiao Yan straightened up and glanced at the dishes on the table that the waiter had delivered. Hua Qing said, no need to look. It'll fall as soon as it enters your mouth. Xiao Yan said in a low voice, this is troublesome. Although this group of monks and Taoist priests pestered him endlessly and were extremely annoying, he couldn't let them fall into this strange black shop. However, he also couldn't say anything to warn them. At this time, Heaven's eye opened and said, wait. He stared at the dishes and stopped the others, his gaze sharp. Xiao Yan secretly praised in his heart, sure enough, he has some skill. Everyone asked, Brother Heaven's eye, what's wrong? Heaven's eye opened and stretched out a finger to wipe the edge of the plate. He raised that finger high up and angrily said, I wiped it with one finger and there's so much oil. You guys don't even wash the plates clean. How are you guys doing business? Xiao Yan thought that Heaven's eye had sensed some clues, but he didn't expect it to be a clue in a different sense. Although he was slightly speechless, it was fine as long as the result was the same. When he said this, everyone said one after another, Aya, it's true. What kind of thing is this? It's so sticky, it looks like saliva. Wait. There's hair in this dish. Someone reached in with his chopsticks and stirred it a few times. Sure enough, he stirred up a few strands of black hair. Everyone said, my God, what's going on with your kitchen? What kind of people are in there? The waiter rubbed his hands together and smiled. This. I recently slaughtered a few pigs. It might be the mane of a pig. However, the chopsticks picked up those strands of black hair and pulled them longer and longer. There's such a long mane of pig. Isn't your lady boss washing her hair in the kitchen? Why aren't you taking it away and redoing it? The waiter hurriedly said, yes, yes, yes. We'll immediately redo it, immediately redo it. Gentlemen, drink some water, drink some water. Xiao Yan thought to himself, drinking water won't work either. That water must also have something in it. However, that waiter hadn't gone down yet. When everyone's water reached their mouths, Heaven's eye opened and said, come back. The waiter returned and smiled apologetically. Does this Taoist master have any other instructions? Heaven's eye opened and said, let me ask you, did you see a strange-looking woman with a child pass by? Sure enough, he asked. Xiao Yan thought to himself, fortunately, I told him in advance not to tell him. Unexpectedly, just as he was thinking this, he heard the waiter say without hesitation, oh, I did. Xiao Yan. Everyone was greatly alarmed. They put down the water and lowered their voices before asking, where? That waiter also lowered his voice and said, upstairs. Everyone immediately became vigilant as their gazes uniformly rose. Xiao Yan's eyes and hands were quick as he blocked the black hole that Hua Cheng had poked out. In a flash, he heard a series of rustling sounds. It seemed like a group of people had come upstairs. Xiao Yan quietly leaned against the door and listened to the sound of footsteps. It was that waiter leading that group of people as they sneakily walked over. With Hua Cheng in his left hand and a sword in his right, Ruo Xia guarded by his side. Both of them were fully armed and on high alert. However, when he heard the sound of footsteps pass by his door and head towards the depths of the long corridor, he suddenly felt strange. He moved closer to the door and peeked outside through the crack in the door. That group of people had actually passed by this room and were blocking the entrance to another room. Chapter 138. They never expected that. It turned out that the waiter actually kept his promise and really did not give them up. He was talking about someone else. It seemed that other than them, there was also a strange woman with a child. He stayed in this inn for the night. The heavenly eyes and the others looked at each other. He made a circle of hand gestures and was about to kick the door. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out, the silhouette disappeared. Following that, there was a burst of rapid footsteps. A girl suddenly opened the door. She cursed, "What do a group of stinky men want to do in front of my door in the middle of the night? I want to take a bath. What do you want to do here?" Ah. This woman had a slim figure and was barefaced. Although her aura was like a fighting cock, she was definitely a woman. She spat, rolled up her sleeves and scolded again, "It's still a group of monks and Taoists, aren't you monks? Why are you so unclean?" The few monks stammered, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." The girl's eyebrows furrowed. She raised her hand and pretended to hit, "I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or a meeting. If you don't leave, Grandma will give you a basin of bathwater." Hey, why are you like this, female patron? Why are you so inconsiderate of your character? Let's go, let's go. Although the girl's face was unfamiliar, Xiao Yan felt that her voice and posture were extremely familiar. After a moment, he whispered, "Lan Yi?" Hua Qing said, "That's right. It's her." Seeing that everyone had left, Lan Yi seemed to heave a sigh of relief. She looked left and right before quickly entering the room and closing the door. She did not wear heavy makeup and appeared barefaced. Although there were some fine lines at the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, making her look rather old, she was surprisingly beautiful. Xiao Yan almost did not recognize her. If she had appeared like this at the Divine Martial Hall that day, Pei Ming's clarification would not have been so effective. Previously, when the Bronze Cauldron Mountain reopened for the first time, many of the suppressed demons and ghosts ran away, including Lan Yi and the fetus spirit. If the strange woman the waiter was referring to was Lan Yi, then wouldn't the child she brought be? Xiao Yan whispered to Hua Cheng, "The fetus spirit must be with her. That thing is too dangerous, we can't let them run around like that." However, the inn itself was a shady place. There was also a group of human mages from Chasing Flowers City bothering them. It was easier said than done to capture them under such circumstances. The group of monks and Taoists walked to the top of the stairs. The waiter said, "How is it? Isn't he the person you're looking for?" The heavenly eye said, "No." Sigh. "Let me ask you again, did you see a Taoist priest with a child?" The shop assistant thought for a moment and said, "There are no Taoist priests with children, but there are Taoist priests who are alone." Hearing this, everyone became spirited again. They lowered their voices and asked, "Where?" The waiter also said in a low voice, "Here." This time, he pointed to another room. Everyone looked at each other again, then tiptoed to follow him. Unexpectedly, this time, when they were about 30 feet away from the door, they suddenly heard a sharp sound of wind breaking. A yellow talisman flew out from the crack of the door, brushed past the heavenly eye's cheek, and nailed to the wall behind him. Everyone was shocked and looked at the talisman. It was really like a piece of steel, half of it stuck in the wall. They were quite shocked. A few people were about to rush into the room, but the heavenly eye stopped them and said, "It's not him. But he's also a powerful person. Don't act rashly and cause more trouble." He then cupped his hands and said, "Sorry to disturb the master. It's just a misunderstanding." The person in the room didn't answer. He indeed had the demeanor of a master. Everyone retreated. Someone asked, "Brother, why did you say it's not him in the room? Isn't the technique of that tattered Taoist throwing a concealed weapon strong?" Tattered Taoist. Xiao Yan thought for a while and realized that the concealed weapon was referring to the pure jade ice pill. He thought, "All right," the heavenly eye said in a low voice, "Of course not." They both threw concealed weapons, but the technique and strength of the person in the room were slightly weaker than that tattered Taoist. Before he finished speaking, 7 or 8 yellow talismans shot out from behind them. Like feathered arrows, they nailed themselves to the door and the wall. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to say anything else. They quickly ran downstairs. Seeing that everyone had left, Xiao Yan quietly opened the door and pulled out a yellow talisman from the wall. Hua Cheng pinched the yellow talisman with 2 fingers and glanced at it. Then, he lightly tossed it away and lightly said, "The heavenly eye's insight is indeed not bad." That yellow talisman was coated with a layer of spiritual energy. That was why when it was shot out, it was as sharp as a blade and pierced 3 inches into the wall like steel. But before, when Xiao Yan shot out the power of a steel marble with a pill that could enter his stomach, it was all based on his own control and explosive power, without any magic or spiritual power. After all, he had lived for hundreds of years without any spiritual energy. He had long since become accustomed to only relying on himself for everything and not relying on spiritual energy. The heavenly eye would determine who was superior and who was inferior based on this. Xiao Yan inwardly pondered, in the end, how many people have gathered in this inn? Why is there such a Taoist in the inn? Could it be that he came to subdue demons? It was normal that these ordinary monks and secular Taoists didn't discover him. With this person's level, it was impossible that he didn't discover that there was something strange about this inn. No matter what, he couldn't let those monks and Taoists discover that San Lang was here. If they made a ruckus and the Taoist in this room heard them, I'm afraid there would be more people chasing after them. I'm afraid this one person is harder to deal with than dozens of them combined. Everyone went downstairs and returned to the main hall. They sat around the long table. Xiao Yan looked at the waiter through the hole Hua Cheng had made and said, "I'll go down and ask the kitchen to redo it. Taoist masters, please wait a little longer." He. Wait. The water has also been removed. Wash your cups and bring them up. Okay. He. The waiter went down with a face full of smiles. He should be going to the kitchen. Xiao Yan remembered that when he was outside, he seemed to have seen that the kitchen was in the inn. He immediately carried Hua Cheng and jumped out of the window. He went outside the inn and circled around. He picked up a few small stones on the ground and held them in his hand as a backup. Outside the kitchen wall, Hua Cheng pointed again. Like tofu, that wall quietly had a hole in it. Xiao Yan moved closer to see what kind of owner this unscrupulous inn had. The kitchen was dimly lit. There were only a few dying oil lamps lit, and there wasn't a single person in sight. However, if one listened carefully, they would hear crunching sounds coming from a certain place. Xiao Yan changed his angle a few times and finally found that the sound was coming from under the stove. His line of sight was blocked by the stove, but beside the stove made of bricks, a pair of legs could be seen. It was obvious that the person was already dead, but they still moved slightly from time to time along with the sound of chewing with relish. At this time, a few waiters walked into the kitchen and said, "Your Majesty," behind the stove, a man with disheveled hair and a dirty face suddenly raised his head. Chewing something in his mouth, he vaguely said, "What?" This man's mouth was full of blood, and his eyes were glowing green. He was holding a human hand in his mouth like he was holding a chicken claw. Although his expression and appearance were so terrifying, one could still tell at a glance that this was the man Qi Rong had possessed. He puffed up his cheeks and quickly sucked the unfinished hand into his mouth. Not long after, he spat out a few pieces of bones and hit the faces of those fellows. He scolded, "You are a bunch of trash that grew out of shit. You're screaming like a funeral. I thought the food had been delivered. Where's the person? Where's the meat? Didn't I give you the medicine? Why haven't the group outside collapsed yet?" It seemed that the person lying on the ground and being bitten by him was either the original owner of this place or some other traveler who was passing by. The waiters felt wronged and said, "Your Majesty, it's not that we're trash, it's that group of monks and Taoist priests. Each and every one of them is forced to do this. One moment, they complain that the dishes are oily, and the next moment, they complain that there's hair in the dishes. They refuse to eat the food we deliver." Chi Rong sucked the blood from his 10 fingers and said, "What? Motherfucker. I personally cooked their last meal, yet I didn't let them kneel on the ground and lick it clean. They should be crying bitterly. Who gave them the face to dislike it? I should let them taste the shit made by my cousin, the Crown Prince. Only then would they know to kneel down and be grateful to me." Xiao Yan. Hua Qing said, "Gidge, don't mind the words of a trash." Xiao Yan said, It's all because of you bunch of trash. You can't even wash the dishes clean." The waiters were jumped up and scolded by him. After venting his anger, Chi Rong rolled up his sleeves and wiped his bloody mouth. Then, he picked up the spatula and knocked the iron pot with a clanging sound. He cursed, again. "I'll let you open your dog eyes wide and see my skills. Let's see what kind of bullshit you have to say this time." The atmosphere was in full swing. Not long after, he made another table and ordered the waiters to deliver it. This table was very fragrant. Meat was meat, vegetables were vegetables, and it was full of oil. Xiao Yan once again went up to the guest room on the second floor. Looking down, the monks and Taoists all sighed and said, "Good craftsmanship. Yeah. Really good craftsmanship, especially this salt and pepper chicken feet, fat and tender. Isn't it too fat and tender? I've never seen chicken feet with such slender fingers before." The waiters said, "Oh. This is our restaurant's signature dish. It's not an ordinary chicken foot, it's a carefully selected and rare white phoenix chicken foot with its fingernails removed. Isn't it like the tenderness of a young girl, making people's hearts beat faster? Makes sense. However, I like this stir-fried pork skin the most. The pork skin is tender, and the heat is just right. Wait, why does this pig have a tattoo?" The waiters said, "Oh. It's not a tattoo. It's just that our head chef wanted to show off his godly carving skills and specially carved it. It's just a little bit of a show-off. This sweet and sour pork ribs doesn't seem to have been cooked for long enough. They gave too much ingredients. Could it be that it's not fresh, so they wanted to use the sweet and sour taste to cover up some other taste?" The waiters said, "Oh. There's no such thing. Our restaurant's ingredients are all sold on the same day they were killed. It's just that our head chef's taste is a bit heavier." Seeing that they were full of praise and about to eat, Xiao Yan really couldn't stand it anymore. He tossed a pebble that he had picked up just now and hit it out of the small hole. This time, it hit Heavenly Eye's hand that was raising the teacup to drink water to detoxify. His arm shook, and the tea in the teacup spilled out, splashing onto the face of the waiters who couldn't stop laughing. The tea was clearly not hot, but the waiters seemed to have been splashed with boiling water. They covered their faces and screamed loudly, "Ah!" This time, everyone at the table was stunned. They raised their swords one after another. "What's going on?" Heavenly Eyes grabbed the waiter's hand and pried it open. Everyone let out an "ah." They saw that more than half of the waiter's facial features had actually melted, as if a cup of water had been splashed on a white paper. The ink had melted and was blurry. The ink spread along his cheeks and slid down. His facial features and smile were actually drawn with a pen. Without another word, the monks and Taoists flipped the table and started fighting with the waiters in the restaurant. The waiters were beaten until they held their heads and screamed, "Taoist masters! Stop fighting! That strange woman with a child that you're looking for. Strange Taoist. He's upstairs. They're upstairs. Go and find them." Let me go. I'm just a temporary worker. Pfft. Temporary worker, who are you trying to fool? You want to lie to us? Is it that easy? It's too late now. The waiters felt bitter. I'm not lying. I'm serious. Below them, it was a mess. Xiao Yan saw that the mages were crushing them and shook his head. He didn't care anymore. He planned to take advantage of the chaos to capture Lan Yi and the fetus spirit. Unexpectedly, before the door opened, they heard a scream from the corridor. Lan Yi's frightened voice said, "No, please, I don't want to go. Please, let us go. I'll kneel and kowtow to you." A young man's voice said angrily, "Who wants you to kneel and kowtow? If you leave, what about my family's general? Damn it, you and your son are in trouble this time. Cut the crap, come back with me." Hearing this voice, Xiao Yan suddenly pushed open the door and said, "It's you?" In the long corridor, a black-clothed youngster blocked in front of Lan Yi. His face was dark. When Xiao Yan came out, he slightly raised his head and said in shock, "It's you?" Xiao Yan stepped out and said, "Fu Yao. Why are you here?" When Lan Yi saw him, his eyes widened. "Crown Prince?" Fu Yao looked him up and down for a moment. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched. Luckily, he didn't roll his eyes and asked, "Why are you here?" Xiao Yan looked down at himself and hurriedly took off his female clothes. It's a long story. Chapter 139. Fu Yao cried out involuntarily. "You?" Hua Qing snorted coldly, he ignored him. When Lan Yi saw this, she ran away. Fu Yao sensed it and turned around abruptly, saying, "Stop." Before he could take a step, a white silk had already reached out and wrapped around Lan Yi's ankle. Lan Yi fell on the spot, she rolled over on the ground and hugged her lower abdomen. It seemed that the fetus spirit was hiding in her stomach again. Xiao Yan said as he kept Ruoxi, "If you want her to stop, you should do this. It's useless to just shout." "Right, you just said that your general, what happened to your general?" Fu Yao did not answer, he snorted, he went forward and grabbed Lan Yi's arm. It seemed that he was really angry, he grabbed a woman. Not only was his action impolite, he even cursed, "Damn it, just now, this was not like the Fu Yao of the past at all." Unexpectedly, before he could pull Lan Yi up, Lan Yi's stomach suddenly swelled up like a balloon, and a white shadow suddenly popped out. It screamed and pounced towards Fu Yao's face. Fetus spirit. Every time it returned to its mother's stomach, it would accumulate a new round of energy. Therefore, this attack was very dangerous, and Fu Yao had no choice but to focus on dealing with it. He struck out with his palm. The fetus spirit was like a rubber ball that was hit by him, hitting the wall with a bang, and bouncing towards Xiao Yan. Fu Yao said, "Catch it. Don't let it run away." Before Xiao Yan could move, Hua Qing had already blocked in front of him. The ball-like fetus spirit came to a sudden stop in front of him and attacked Fu Yao again. A ball of ghost balls was bouncing around in the corridor, and it was also chaotic downstairs. The fellows downstairs begged for mercy. "Fellow Taoists, please be magnanimous. We are just trying to make a living." "That's right, we won't dare to do it again. Actually, we usually only steal a few chickens nearby to eat. It's all that green grandpa, he forced us to be his subordinates, that's why we did it. He's in the kitchen now." Seeing that the scene was already in chaos, Xiao Yan thought of something and jumped down from the second floor. Qi Rong was sitting in the kitchen with his legs crossed, happily picking his teeth while waiting for the food to be delivered to his door. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang. A figure kicked down a wall, jumped in, and asked, "Qi Rong, where's the grain?" Qi Rong jumped in fright when he saw the typical way an Einherjar entered the room. "You? Why are you here?" Why didn't you knock on the door and come in like this? Without saying another word, Xiao Yan went up and slapped him twice until he was stupefied. He pressed him down on the chopping board like a duck and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Where did you take that kid?" Qi Rong grimaced and said, "Ha ha ha, look, all these people are dissatisfied. What's all over the ground?" They were all human bones. Xiao Yan's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. His hand exerted force, causing Qi Rong to wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. His hand was broken. Broken, broken. Cousin Crown Prince, wait. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. I lied to you. I didn't eat. Not eating. Prepare to eat, I haven't eaten yet. Xiao Yan asked, then where is he? Qi Rong said, stop pressing me, stop pressing me. I'm telling you, the little drag is locked up in the firewood room next door. Just open the door and take a look. Xiao Yan ordered Ruo Xia to tie up Qi Rong. Then, he opened a small door at the side of the kitchen. Sure enough, the grain was curled up inside. Xiao Yan checked his breath and saw that his breathing was still steady. His little face was rosy, as if he was sleeping soundly. However, when he picked him up, he felt that the child's body was boiling hot, as if he was having a high fever. In his heart, he knew something was wrong. At this time, those monks and Taoist priests also rushed in. As soon as they entered the kitchen, they stepped on the bones all over the floor and almost slipped. The scene was shocking. They all said, "Ah. Black shop. Don't tell me those dishes outside are all made of human flesh. I already said that there wouldn't be chicken claws as slender as fingers." At this moment, another loud noise rang out. A large hole appeared in the ceiling, and a white ball smashed in. Everyone said, "What is that?" In a flash, Fu Yao also jumped down from the hole. With one hand, he threw out a dozen or so yellow talismans and shouted, "All of you scram. Don't hinder me from doing official business." Everyone said, "Ah. Master." Immediately after, Lan Yi also dragged her body and rolled down. She said, "Don't hit him anymore." Everyone then said, "Hey. Women. Those yellow talismans were like steel nails or flying knives." Xiao Yan slightly dodged and missed them. However, Qi Rong couldn't avoid them. His back was densely covered in talismans as he screamed crazily, killing ghosts. Everyone swarmed over and surrounded his back to study it. They exclaimed in admiration, "This talisman throwing technique is really exquisite." In a split second, a perfectly good kitchen became incomparably crowded and noisy. Fu Yao chased after the fetus spirit, sometimes high and sometimes low. Meanwhile, Lan Yi chased after Fu Yao in a crazed manner. Half of Qi Rong's face was pressed against the chopping board by Xiao Yan and the other half of his back was nailed into a sieve by the yellow talismans thrown by Fu Yao. He was surrounded by a group of people, and from time to time, Lan Yi would step on his feet. He wailed, "Why? Why are there so many people? Who are you? And who are you? Motherfucker, can't you let people eat? Why is it like this everywhere? Do all of you have a grudge against me?" Speaking up to this point, his eyeballs turned and he suddenly looked through the collapsed wall of the kitchen, looking outside the inn. Hua Cheng acted as if he didn't see the chaotic scene here. He calmly and leisurely sat under a tree and actually had the mood to play with the gold leaf in the hall. No one knew how long he played around in boredom. In front of him, there was already a gorgeous little house built with more than 10 pieces of gold leaf. Qi Rong immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, quickly look outside. Blood Rain Tanhua has become a little ghost. Those who have a grudge against him, quickly go. This opportunity doesn't come again." If you miss this village, you won't have this in anymore. Before he could finish his sentence, a gleaming kitchen knife that was stained with fresh blood suddenly appeared between his teeth. And the handle of the knife was held in Xiao Yan's hand. He smiled and said, What the hell are you shouting for? Qi Rong completely didn't see how Xiao Yan shoved the knife into his mouth. He only felt a chill in his mouth and the tip of his tongue suddenly felt an extremely sharp object appear in front of it. Although he wasn't injured at all, if he moved an inch more, he would have vomited blood. His voice stopped abruptly. However, the crowd had already seen Hua Cheng playing with the gold leaf in the distance outside the inn. They said, "Is it him?" "Most likely it is." Rushing ahead of them, Xiao Yan grabbed Gu Zi with one hand and Ruoxi with the other and ran out. Qi Rong was tied up and dragged on the ground by Ruoxi. As he was being dragged, he screamed, "Fucking Xiao Yan, you must be doing this on purpose. I've never seen such a treacherous fake white lotus before." The crowd discussed for a while and said, "Charge. Should we charge? Be careful of tricks. Why don't we watch from afar first?" At this time, Hua Cheng also finished building the small golden hall. He stood up and raised one of his eyebrows. He looked down at the little house he had just built and gave it a light kick. Crash, the golden hall collapsed. As for that tavern, it collapsed with a loud bang. The illusion was also broken. Xiao Yan turned around to look. Behind him, there wasn't any inn at all. It was just a collapsed little thatched cottage. In this kind of wilderness, it was normal to have this kind of house. The inn just now was just a camouflage. The group of monks and Taoists who hadn't had time to discuss whether to charge or not were all crushed under the collapsed house. They were smashed by a pile of rotten wood and straw until they fainted. Xiao Yan jogged to Hua Cheng's side and said, "San Lang, won't you be affected by using your mana like this?" Hua Cheng casually waved his hand and the gold leaf disappeared into thin air. He said, "Brother, don't worry. This level is no problem." At this time, a piece of broken roof moved twice. Fu Yao pushed aside a handful of straw and dug his way out. He said angrily, "You're fine, but I'm fine." He finally caught the fetus spirit with great difficulty, but his vision darkened. When he looked up, he saw that the broken roof had fallen head-on. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. Fu Yao pulled a handful of straw from his head and aggressively walked in front of Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng. He looked at Hua Cheng who was shorter than him and said angrily, You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Hua Cheng blinked. He didn't refute nor did he mock him. He only raised a pair of dark eyes and looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan immediately put his arms around his shoulders and protected him behind him. He said, No, definitely not. A child doesn't know how to control his strength. I'm sorry, Fu Yao. Fu Yao's hair was messy and he said in disbelief. A child? Your Highness, do you really think I'm so blind that I can't tell who this is? Xiao Yan said blankly, What are you talking about? This is just a very ordinary child. Fu Yao narrowed his eyes as he stared at Hua Cheng. However, he heard a slight ka sound behind him. Lan Yi had also lifted a piece of the roof and climbed out. Fu Yao then turned around to look for her. Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief and placed Gu Zi on the ground. Right at this moment, a voice sounded beside his ear with slight hesitation. Your Highness. Xiao Yan immediately stood up and said. Feng Xin. As expected, it was Feng Xin on the other side. He also let out a sigh of relief and said, That's great. As expected, your password still hasn't changed. Xiao Yan couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. 800 years ago, the first spiritual password he used was just recite the sacred text of Tao and virtue 1,000 times. 800 years later, it still hadn't changed, and Feng Xian actually still remembered it. Xiao Yan recalled the first time Feng Xian heard this password and laughed himself hoarse. He couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. He said, "Yes, it hasn't changed. Is the heavenly court still all right? Does the emperor know about Ling Wen's matter?" Hua Cheng could tell that he was talking to a heavenly official from the heavenly court. He very consciously walked far away and placed his hand on Gu Zi's forehead to test if he was sick. On the other side, Feng Xian's voice became serious again. He said, "It's not good. I know. Right now, the heavenly court is in chaos." Xiao Yan sighed and said, "Ling Wen has always been in charge of the overall planning and distribution of the heavenly court's affairs. Is there no other Wenshen who can take over?" Feng Xian said, "Even if they do, it's useless. Normally, they would curse Ling Wen Palace more than anyone else, as if they could do 10 times better in that position. Now that something has happened, they have to take over. Not a single one of them can take up 30% of the responsibility." Just gathering and organizing the information makes them dizzy. Quite a few Wenshen have even refused to do it. Xiao Yan shook his head and listened to Feng Xian. Not only Ling Wen, but something has happened to Mu Qing. He was originally locked up, but he injured the heavenly official guarding him and escaped. What? Hearing this, Xiao Yan quivered and immediately raised his head to look at Fu Yao. That black-clothed youngster was saying something to Lan Yi. Between his brows, there was a hint of unhappiness and anxiety. Xiao Yan walked even further away. He lowered his voice and said, "What happened to Mu Qing? How could it be like this?" Feng Xian said, "Not only was he locked up, all the heavenly officials in Xianzhen Palace have been suspended and are awaiting investigation. It's all because of that fetus spirit." Xiao Yan's voice became even lower. "What happened to that fetus spirit? Is it really related to him?" Feng Xian said, "Yes. This time, the demons suppressed everywhere dispersed. Mu Qing was in charge of the female ghost Lan Yi and the fetus spirit. He didn't catch them and let them escape. However, during the process of catching them, that fetus spirit identified Mu Qing and said that the person who cut it out of its mother's womb and turned it into a living little ghost was Mu Qing." "Impossible." Xiao Yan blurted out, "Impossible. Mu Qing, this person. There's no reason for him to do this kind of thing." Feng Xian said, "I don't know. However, it's said that there's a kind of evil technique that uses dead babies to cultivate that can achieve the goal of rapid ascension. Now, many people are suspecting that there's something wrong with his ascension, so they originally planned to lock him up first and then slowly investigate all his past traces. Who knew that he couldn't hold it in and ran away on his own? Now, it's confirmed that he has a guilty conscience and has absconded to avoid punishment." Xiao Yan said, Wait. This matter really isn't right. If Mu Qing is the murderer, why didn't that fetus spirit and Lan Yi recognize him at the Divine Martial Palace? Why did they identify him when Mu Qing captured them? Isn't this clearly framing them?" Feng Xian said, "By the time I found out, it was already like this. I'm also not clear on what happened on their side. I heard that Lan Yi and the fetus spirit also didn't know who the culprit was. However, after that little ghost became evil and left the altar, it accidentally sobered up one time and couldn't control itself. It bit the culprit's arm and left a scar. When that fetus spirit was fighting with Mu Qing, it just happened to see that Mu Qing also had a bite mark on his arm. It's an old wound that's been there for hundreds of years." Xiao Yan said. "This bite mark, does it match the mark left by that fetus spirit's teeth?" Feng Xian said, "It completely matches." Xiao Yan asked with rapt attention, "How did Mu Qing explain this wound?" Feng Xian said, he admitted that he had indeed seen this fetus spirit, but he didn't admit that he was the culprit. He said that he only helped out of kindness and saved this fetus spirit, but he was accidentally bitten by it. This explanation is worse than not explaining at all. That's right, because in everyone's impression, things like helping out of kindness, loving children, and doing good deeds without leaving a name were things that Mu Qing had absolutely nothing to do with. Mu Qing was a very solitary person. He had never shown any superfluous love. Normally, he didn't have any close friends in the heavenly court. When something like this happened, even if he tried to defend himself, no one would believe him. Naturally, no one would take the initiative to speak up for him. It was probably because of this that he chose to escape on his own and investigate the truth. Feng Xian said, in short, it's a mess right now. Your Highness, where are you right now? Di Jun said that 10,000 ghosts have gathered, so I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. Hurry back and gather for a meeting. Xia Lian said, right now, I'm... Chapter 140. Xia Lian sighed. He turned around and said, I want to, but now that the Heavenly Court's spiritual communication array has been destroyed, I don't remember the other heavenly official's spiritual communication password, so I can't say it even if I want to. Fuyao, do you remember which heavenly official's password? Let me send some news back, tell them I'm here, ask for some people to help. His expression was extremely natural and persuasive. The dark clouds on Fu Yao's face dispersed. He said perfunctorily, I don't know. Right now, the heavenly court is in chaos, and everyone is busy. You can handle your own. At this time, Hua Qing said, Brother, this child has been hungry for 2 days. He has a fever. Xia Lian went over to take a look. Sure enough, Guzi's forehead was so hot that it could fry an egg. He immediately grabbed Qi Rong. He questioned. How did you raise a child? Qi Rong's face was covered in blood as he spat, I'm not really his father. I'm already being merciful by not eating him. Quickly give me a great merit. Xia Lian said, I think you didn't eat him because he had a fever and the taste wasn't good. On the other side, Lan Yi hesitated for a moment. She said, is that child sick? Why don't I take a look? She had also been smashed by the beam of the small broken house, but the pitiful child crawled over and picked up Guzi. She covered his forehead with her palm as if she wanted to use her cold-ean body to neutralize the heat of Guzi. Fu Yao grabbed the fetus spirit wrapped into a ball by the yellow talisman and walked over. It's time to go. Lan Yi clearly didn't want to go, but her son was in his hands, so she was helpless. Xia Lian said, wait, you guys don't go yet. Fu Yao, can you talk to your general now? Fu Yao looked at him and said, what do you want to do? Xia Lian hesitated. Actually, when he said the word actually, he suddenly moved like lightning and instantly locked both of Fu Yao's arms. Only then did he continue, actually, I already know something happened to him. Fu Yao was caught off guard for a moment and was shocked and angry. You! Despicable! Xia Lian said, no. This is my strength. You can try to use the same method to sneak attack me and see if you can lock me. Hua Qing clapped his hands politely and said, I agree. Fu Yao was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. Then why don't you let me go and let me try? Xia Lian sternly said, I'll try again next time if I have the chance. Right now, I have proper business to attend to. Fu Yao, can you help me persuade your general to return to the heavenly court first? Go back. Fu Yao forcefully suppressed his anger and said in a soft voice, you make it sound so easy. If you were in the same situation, would you choose to go back? What would you say if someone tried to persuade you to go back? Go back and wait to be wrongly accused and convicted? Go back and wait for death? Xiao Yan said, "Don't get excited, I'm serious. I'm not making cynical remarks. Your general is different from me. His situation isn't so serious that he can't be saved. Running away like this is the worst thing he can do. Now, many priests have already convicted him. If you can contact him, tell him that I can help him investigate this matter." Fu Yao was stunned. "You're helping him investigate?" Xiao Yan replied, I've done a lot of research, so I'm quite experienced. In any case, I'm more experienced than him." Fu Yao said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, may I ask if you remember how many priests you investigated when you returned to the Heavenly Court? Which priest didn't fall from his horse after you investigated them?" Xiao Yan coughed lightly and said, "That's different. It's not my problem. If he really didn't do that kind of thing, then I can naturally prove his innocence." Fu Yao was so angry that he laughed. He interrupted him and said, "Enough. It's not like other people don't know you have a personal grudge against him. You're helping him investigate. Then do you think he still has a chance to turn things around? If you want to take this opportunity to hit him while he's down and laugh at him, then just say it. Don't put on an act." Hearing this, Hua Cheng's face slightly sank. After a while, he smiled and said, "Forget it, brother. This person doesn't know what's good for him, so why do you need to talk nonsense with him? Some people are born to be ungrateful wolves. In their entire lives, they're the best at gauging the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure. Who knows, maybe in the end, he really did something. If he doesn't believe you, then you're too lazy to care about him. Just let him torment himself." Fu Yao looked at him and said sarcastically, "Child." Hua Cheng replied with even more sarcasm, "Little heavenly official." Fu Yao's face slightly collapsed. Xiao Yan tightly locked his eyes on him and warmly said, "About this is a different thing. Public and private matters must be separated. Whether or not I have a personal grudge against him is one thing, but whether or not he did something bad is another. Mu Qing, this person, although he is narrow-minded, sensitive and suspicious, has a terrible personality, has a lot of petty thoughts, doesn't speak well, likes to nag, often offends people, hates a lot of people, doesn't have a single friend, and remembers small matters for a long time." In one breath, he said a whole bunch of things without changing his expression. Finally, Xiao Yan concluded. "But after all, I've known him since I was a teenager. He can still be considered to have a bottom line." Xiao Yan continued, "He might spit into the teacups of people he doesn't like, but he definitely wouldn't poison the water to harm people." Hua Cheng indifferently said, "Is that so?" "That's still very disgusting." The veins on Fu Yao's forehead bulged. "No. He wouldn't even spit." Xiao Yan said, "Then use laxatives." Fu Yao seemed to be enduring something as he said, Must you use this kind of analogy to describe him? In the end, are you speaking for him or insulting him?" Xiao Yan said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't think of a more suitable analogy at the moment." Fu Yao struggled a few times, but he couldn't break free. He vigilantly said, "Just now, were you secretly informing the people from the Heavenly Court?" Xiao Yan sincerely said, "Not yet. We were just chatting for a bit. Don't worry, I won't harm your family's general. If he really doesn't want to go back, it would be better to find me and move together. That way, if he does anything along the way, there will be someone to testify for him. Otherwise, he won't be able to explain himself clearly and will only make things worse." At this moment, a burst of unbridled laughter suddenly came from behind the two. It was Qi Rong, who was staring at Lan Yi's face. He suddenly went crazy and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Miss Jianlan?" Lan Yi was originally holding Gu Zi and trying to cool him down. When she heard this, her shoulders trembled and her eyes widened. "Who are you? Why are you also?" Qi Rong said, how would I know? Nonsense. You almost had to call me cousin. What, so everyone has become a ghost? There are so many acquaintances here and there, this world is really small and lively, hee hee. Xiao Yan frowned and said, Qi Rong, are you crazy? What kind of person is Jianlan? Qi Rong said, hey, cousin Crown Prince, I say, are you blind or are you pretending to be stupid? Look carefully at who this is our Xian Lu country's #1 noble young lady, Miss Jianlan. Her family is both an official and a merchant. In the past, who knows how glorious she was. Her looks are only so. Every time the Xian Lu country's beautiful talented female ranking is evaluated, she is so arrogant that her eyes grow on top of her head, looking down on everyone. She almost entered the palace to choose a concubine. What? Xiao Yan couldn't help but look at Lan Yi's face. That year, the king and queen indeed had the intention to choose a concubine for him. They had invited a large group of carefully selected young ladies to the palace for a banquet, letting him see if there was anyone that caught his eye. But Xiao Yan was wholeheartedly cultivating when he was young, so he just casually walked around the banquet. He basically didn't remember the faces and names of those girls, so how could he see anything? Lan Chang looked at Fu Yao, but Fu Yao snorted and said, this is not what my general said. This person is also a remnant of Xian Lu, so he must have seen you in the past. Xiao Yan looked at Hua Qing again. He didn't look surprised, so he probably didn't just find out. Xiao Yan turned to Lan Yi and muttered, you really used to be. Lan Yi hurriedly covered her ears and said, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't call me by that name. I changed my name a long time ago. Xiao Yan was startled at first, then he let out a sigh. The daughter of a noble in the past was now a prostitute in the ghost world. She changed her name, probably because she was afraid that her family would be shamed in the underworld and wouldn't admit that she was herself. This girl used to be his believer, his people. How could he not sigh? At this moment, he suddenly felt a warmth in his hand. Looking down, it was Hua Cheng. He didn't look at him, but held his hand. Although he was now in the form of a child, his body temperature was cold. This hand was small and cold, but when it held him, it felt warm. Qi Rong didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy in his heart. He clicked his tongue and said, I didn't expect that the once unattainable Miss Jianlan has now become this old and ugly. I used to think that you didn't look like much, but now that I look at you, my eyes are really sharp. Sure enough, you're not much. By the way, I want to ask, whose bastard did you give birth to? These words were really tasteless. Jianlan's face turned slightly pale. Qi Rong continued, it can't be my crown prince cousins, right? No way, that cousin of mine is most likely impotent. That's why he pretends to be pure and uninterested in women all day long. Putting on an act, how could he give birth to a son? Oh my! How could I forget, after the fall of Xian Lu, wasn't your miss sold to that kind of place? He must be the son of Yong En's lowly commoners. Xiao Yan couldn't bear it anymore and was just about to go up and tell him to shut up. However, Jianlan erupted faster than him and sent a slap flying over. What kind of filthy words are you spouting? Qi Rong's nose started to bleed from her slap. Widening his eyes, he said, are you evil or are you fierce? This kind of inferior thing actually dares to hit me, a close absolute? Jianlan spat at his face. Grabbing his neck, she gave him 2 more slaps and said, what bullshit close absolute. You really know how to paste gold on your face. What kind of plaything are you? Are you even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the other 3 absolute? What do you have to show? Thick skin. I'm going to hit you. Her words poked at Qi Rong's scars. Qi Rong was also angry and spat. Smelly woman, let go of your chicken claws. This daddy thinks it's dirty. Blurg, blurg, blurg. The two of them wrestled into a ball. However, it was only Jianlan who one-sidedly beat Qi Rong. Qi Rong was trapped by Ruo Xia and couldn't move a single step. He howled, "Xia Lian! Why aren't you trying to mediate at a time like this? Where's your holy father's heart?" Xia Lian was currently holding onto Fu Yao with one hand while talking to Hua Cheng with his head lowered. It was as if he didn't hear Qi Rong's miserable cries. As Jianlan kicked Qi Rong, her eyes turned red. She fiercely said, "Even if this old lady wants to be defiled by a lowly commoner, I don't want to be touched by a maggot like you. You're a thing that nobody wants, trash. You're also worthy of calling others a lowly commoner. Who are you calling a lowly commoner?" Qi Rong was furious. "Nobody wants me. I'm trash. You're just a whore that's rotten to the bone. Do you think you're qualified to scold me like this? If I'm not a lowly commoner, how could I possibly fancy a piece of trash like you? Wait a moment. Put down that rock." Just as they were wrestling, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. The few of them looked up at the same time. Fu Yao said, "Didn't you say that you didn't send a message and only chatted for a while?" Hua Qing slightly frowned and snorted. "You came uninvited." A thunderclap exploded in the night sky. Everyone was blasted by this thunderclap until they closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, not far away, a black-robed heavenly official walked over with large strides with a longbow on his back. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xia Lian put down his sleeves and pushed Hua Qing behind him without anyone noticing. He said, "Feng Xian. Why are you here?" Feng Xian quickly walked over and said, "Just now, you suddenly stopped talking. I asked someone and found out that you were nearby through the fluctuations of magical power." After he finished speaking, he frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's a mess." "Did you encounter something?" Xia Lian was about to answer when Feng Xian saw Fu Yao in his hands and Hua Qing standing behind him. This scene was simply beyond his imagination. He didn't seem to know who he should be more surprised about. Feng Xian said, "You." In the end, he still pointed at Hua Cheng and asked Xia Lian, "What's wrong with this child?" Xia Lian laughed dryly. "He's very cute, isn't he?" Feng Xian widened his eyes and looked at Hua Cheng, whose expression didn't match Xia Lian's evaluation at all. He suspiciously asked, "Cute?" "No, why do I think he looks like?" Xia Lian calmly said, "Like my son, right?" Feng Xian, "When did you give birth to a son?" Xia Lian smiled and said, "Not yet. I mean, if I gave birth to a son, he would definitely be as cute, right?" Hua Cheng held his hand and smiled. "That's right." Feng Xian, Fu Yao, Xia Lian said, "Ha ha ha ha. Miss Lan Yi, don't run." Feng Xian suddenly turned around and saw the back of a woman running away from Qi Rong's side. She was madly running away. Without hesitation, he knocked his bow and aimed at her leg. Who knew, perhaps because it sensed that his mother was in danger, the fetus spirit ball wrapped in yellow talisman paper in Fu Yao's hand started to vibrate. Suddenly, the yellow talisman paper exploded and it screeched as it rushed towards Feng Xian. Jianlan seemed to have panicked just now, which was why she didn't know where she was going. Only when she heard this sound did she remember that her son was still in someone else's hands. She turned around and cried out involuntarily, "Wrong, wrong." This was the first time Xia Lian learned the name of that fetus spirit. Feng Xian's arrow changed direction and flew towards the snow-white fetus spirit. However, with a kata sound, that fetus spirit flipped a few times in midair before jumping onto a nearby tree. It actually bit down on the arrow, allowing everyone to clearly see its current appearance. Rather than calling it a fetus, it would be more accurate to call it a deformed little monster. Its skin was deathly white, as if it had been covered in a layer of powder. Its 2 eyes were strangely large and flashed with a strange light. The hair on its head was sparse and yellow, and its 2 rows of incomparably sharp fangs held Feng Xian's arrow in its mouth. Seeing him look over, it chewed at high speed with g sounds, turning the arrow into minced meat. Then, with a pay sound, it spat out an arrowhead that shone with a cold light. The arrowhead was nailed to the side of Feng Xian's boots. It spat out its long and thin, dark red tongue, like a snake's, as if it was provoking him. Without saying anything further, Feng Xian knocked another arrow and took aim at it. That fetus spirit was like a lizard as it climbed up and down the tree. It was extremely nimble and treacherous, so it was no wonder that Fu Yao couldn't catch it. Jianlan anxiously said, "Don't fight with it, hurry and run." Only one's biological parents would be so concerned about this kind of monster that made people feel fear and disgust at a glance. After Feng Xian finished taking aim, he released the bowstring and an arrow flew out. One of that fetus spirit's short legs was nailed by the arrow. With a shriek, it couldn't crawl anymore. Jianlan madly ran back and stretched out her hand to pull out the arrow. However, because her level was too low, she was bounced off the moment she touched the arrow shaft, even causing a string of sparks to explode. She retreated 2 steps, then persistently went up to pull it out, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Feng Xian put away his bow and walked forward, saying, "All right, let's go back. Don't give us more work." Jianlan. When Jianlan, who had just been bounced off, heard his voice, she shivered and stopped moving. She hurriedly turned her body around. However, Feng Xian turned her back around and said, "Jianlan?" Xiao Yan had a bad premonition and asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" Jianlan lowered her head and said vaguely, "You've got the wrong person." Feng Xian said, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I have mistaken you for someone else? You're very different now, but how could I not recognize?" Speaking up to here, he was stuck. Because, previously, Jianlan was dressed like an orchid, with heavy makeup and a body covered in dust, he indeed did not recognize her. He couldn't be blamed. Feng Xian was still exactly the same as before, not the slightest bit changed, but Jianlan's change was really too great. Appearance, makeup, mannerisms, speech, temperament, even if her biological parents were standing in front of her, they might not be able to recognize that this was their precious daughter. Feng Xian said in a daze. "It's you. It's really you. That's right, it's you. I thought you got married and were living a good life. How did you become like this?" Hearing up to here, Jianlan suddenly turned around and fiercely pushed him, scolding, "Fuck your mother." Feng Xian was pushed back a few steps by her, unable to say anything. Jianlan continued to ruthlessly push his chest, and at the same time, she scolded him, "I already said I'm not that whatever ghost, do you not understand human language? Are you crazy? And you even said, 'It's you, it's really you, that's right, it's you,' 3 times in a row. Can't you pretend not to recognize me? Can't you pretend not to recognize me? Can't you do a good job, sir, and leave me some face? Okay." Her current appearance was simply like a shrew in the marketplace, probably too different from what Feng Xian remembered. He stared at Jianlan in a daze, unable to say anything. Xiao Yan was the same. Qi Rong was the happiest, rolling on the ground in laughter, "Ha ha 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 ha, my mother. Cousin Crown Prince. Just look at what's going on. You've been cuckolded by your most loyal dog." Jianlan ruthlessly kicked Qi Rong a few times, saying, "Dog. Dog. I think you're the most like a dog." Strictly speaking, Jianlan was once given high hopes by her family, but she had never officially entered the palace, much less become a concubine. Therefore, Qi Rong's gloating was not valid. However, Xiao Lian really did not know what to say. He had never thought that Feng Xian, who usually did not say a word to women unless it was necessary, would actually. At this moment, the 2 rows of sharp teeth of the fetus crushed the arrow that was nailed to it, and it broke free, pouncing towards Feng Xian. In a moment of carelessness, Feng Xian was bitten deeply on his right arm, causing blood to spurt out violently. The right hand was Feng Xian's usual hand. For a martial god, frequently injuring his hand was not a good feeling. Feng Xian raised his left hand and was about to chop down, but Jian Lan said, "Don't hit him." Feng Xian forcefully stopped with his palm, and immediately, a terrifying idea sprouted in his mind. "You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.